Shout out to Black Men Unfiltered. What's up, my brother? Oh my God. Listen.
My man, Black Man Unfiltered. Shout out to
you guys go follow this smart man right here. This smart man right here. Black Man Unfiltered. Go follow him.
It's a great show. It is an absolute great show. Yeah, you are missing out if you are not tuned in and subscribe to Black Man Unfiltered Network. Everybody in this panel, everybody in this chat, before you leave here, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure that you are subscribed, because whether you agree or not, you see that this is a higher level of conversation that we're having. So if you can hang with it, you're more than welcome to come on in and support Black Man Unfiltered and the messages that he's putting out here.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It is Talk That Talk Tuesday. It is good to have everyone here. You know how I do it, that when I get in, I want to go straight to the sanctuary, see who's in church today. So let's see who we got over here today. Let's see. CJ100 came in early and gave me some love, and he said we're cooking tonight. Don GQ, he ain't never here, but he was here for a little bit. Jenny, thank you for being here moderating on tonight. I appreciate you. Let's see here. We Ain't Signing is in the chat. We Ain't Signing. I'm going to send you an email in a second with the link, my brother. I'm going to need you on tonight. Canadian-born Nigerian is in the building tonight. Randy K. Williams is here. The Book of Genesis is in the chat and in the back. Man, double support tonight. All right. Let's see here. Michael Richardson. Yeah. All right, here we go. Michael Richardson said, hey, Black man. Here to support, subscribe from Security Boss. Great, man. Hey, I appreciate you, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate the love. All right, let's see. Boss Lady Iris is in the building tonight. Let's see here. Stephen Day is here. Man, it's going to be an awesome conversation tonight, guys. An awesome conversation. New Growth is in the building tonight. Shout out to him. Jay Bones is in the building. What's up, my guy? As you guys are coming in, please hit that like button. Those likes are very important. For the algorithms here, make sure you hit that subscribe button if you have not subscribed. Thank you for being here tonight. Scam Likely is in the building tonight. What is going on, my guys? Good to see you here tonight. So again, guys, I want to talk about, so I know we joke around a lot on this channel, and we have some serious conversations. We have some headbangers. Tonight I brought in a few calm-minded people, but they're very direct, and they're about their business. And I wanted to talk about a serious subject on tonight, something real near and dear to me that I'm very, very passionate about when it comes to Black men in the world today. There are so many groups going around, and fairly so, there are a lot of men out here that are very unpleased with our Black sisters, right? And everybody feels the way that they want to feel, but I don't think that it has gotten so serious that Black men are encouraging other Black men to delete Black children, or to delete Black women themselves. Yes, do those things happen? Yes, but do we have platforms that promote that men are on? I've never seen it. And if I'm wrong, guys, and you're in the chat right now, you could go to the chat right now and let me know that I'm wrong. But let me know where there's a platform where men are encouraging deleting our sisters or deleting their children. That's not encouraged. However, it is encouraged on the other side. And that's what I want to talk about on tonight. Tonight is going to be an important conversation. I have some very, very intelligent and intellectual people here tonight to have this conversation, because it's a conversation that needs to be had. And you know my motto, we're here to have the conversations that nobody else will have or wants to have. On next week, you might as well get ready, because next Tuesday, we're going to talk about, can you be born that way? and we're going to be addressing the homosexuality in our community. And so the title of that one is going to be, Can You Be Born That Way? Yeah, we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. E-Man is in the building tonight. Danielle Maxwell is in the building tonight. Thank you so much. Hit that like button when you come in. Thank you guys so much for being here. So I want to go ahead and get to the guest tonight as they come up. I've asked several women to be here because they're inspiring. I want their side of it and how they feel about it. I've also I got a few men that are going to come in here, and they're going to have their mind on it as well. So we're going to start bringing everybody up. We're going to do ladies first. The first lady I want to bring up is my auntie, your auntie, our auntie, the auntie of YouTube, right? The beautiful, the lovely, and always growing you up. My auntie, TJ Randolph, is in the building tonight. Man, y'all give it up for her right now. How are you tonight, hon? How are you? You're muted.
I'm well. How are you? Thank you for having me.
Good. The family is great. How's hubby? How is he doing?
My baby is back on the road doing his thizzle. But
Thinking about you.
Yeah.
You know, look at you. You're smiling so hard. All right. Well, so thank you so much for being here, TJ, to have this conversation. And I'm going to bring up the next lovely lady that's in the back. Listen, guys, I think she got a hoodie on tonight. And when she got a hoodie on, she ain't taking nothing off nobody. Right? She'll lean forward into the camera when she's going to give it to you just like that. And so I want to bring up my sister from another mister. Give it up for my girl, Genesis. The book of Genesis is in the building tonight. Hey, Genesis, how are you tonight, hon?
I'm great. How are you?
I am doing wonderful. Thank you for being here tonight. I appreciate it.
All right.
All right. Thank you. So, guys, listen, this guy right here, oh, Lord have mercy. I don't know what to say about him. He's new to these YouTube streets, but man, it's like he's been here forever. And he may yell and give you a whole lot of hell, but we want to welcome to the show. Mandrell is in the building tonight. Mandrell, what's going on, my guy?
How's it going? Thanks for having me.
How you been, bro? How you been?
Been all right.
Good. So there's this guy that came on that I found on Security Boss, right? I mean, I'm so glad that I did. This man is so intellectual and so intelligent that we put doctor in front of his name. He's not one, but to us in these streets, I want to call him doctor because, man, he be spitting that game. And so, and he knows the game and he's been through the game and he has an amazing story, backstory. So I'm gonna have to interview him one day so you guys can hear that story. But oh my God, let me go ahead and bring him up. Let's give it up for my guy, Dr. Mr. Bennett is in the building tonight. What's going on, man? How are you, brother?
It's all good. Thanks for having me on tonight.
Absolutely, man. It's so good to see you. So we have a few more coming. They'll be here a little bit late, they say. And so when they get here, I'll let them on in here and we'll get them on the panel as well. So guys, there's this phenomenon that's going on right now. And as you guys, yeah. There's this thing that's happening right now. We have the Divest community. Also, we have women that are creating platforms that are encouraging women of color to delete their children if they're male Black babies. And so tonight's show, as you can see at the bottom, guys, tonight's show is delete all Black male babies, destroy Black men with the system, and divest. Is this the solution? Right? And the reason that I put it that way is because that's what I've been hearing. I had an opportunity to be on a platform on Saturday. And on that platform, there were a lot of beautiful Black women on that platform and a couple of men, but majority were women, and love them all. But there's one woman that was on the platform that I invited here tonight. So hopefully she'll be here because I want her to be here and give her perspective. But her perspective was, nobody cares about Black men. Black men have no value. Why are we even here? And the smartest children to have are the children that were born with a white father and a Black mother. And
please let her come.
Oh yeah. Please
let her come.
Yeah, I sent her a message. She said she would, I'm waiting on her to come on.
Wait. Are you sure you're quoting this right?
No, absolutely. And I
verbatim.
Right. And I didn't want to get struck,
Really?
on YouTube by using someone else's platform without asking their permission. I didn't get a answer back, so I don't want to use anybody's platform without their permission. However, because I would have played it. But Black men they're victimized. There's no oppression against Black men. Black men have never had it hard. Black men need to get over themselves. Nobody cares about Black men. Nobody.
Does she have children?
No, I think she has. I don't know. I didn't ask her about her personal life, but she went into saying those things, and she agrees with basically Black men play the victim. Black men don't go through anything. Black men need to wake up. Black men, they are always subject to their white daddies. The Black men are always bowing and booting up for the white man, and I mean, she went on a very, very interesting soliloquy that day. It was special. And so what I'm going to, while we're having the conversation, I'm going to reach out to the content creator and ask if I'm able to. I'm going to ask her again, am I able to use something that was on her show to see if I'm able to do that? Because I never want to go, jump over the line and use someone's material without their permission. However, guys, in the back right now, we have someone that not only will look you up, not only will lock you up, but she's just amazing, and I just want to bring her up here. I mean, there's no other. We got Auntie TJ, we got Genesis in the building, and now we got Security Boss. I mean, can we just get her in here? I don't even want to be at the top. Let me move myself. I'm gonna put y'all up at the top. Look, I'm gonna let y'all have that. Okay. So yeah, again, so as you probably was hearing it in the back, Security Boss. So that was the conversation on Saturday. So I wanna start with the ladies first. Why do you think these platforms are here, and why do you think their following is growing at an alarming rate? We'll start with you, Book of Genesis.
Hang on. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, why do you think that these platforms are being created, and why is the following of these platforms so big now? They're growing.
I think platforms are being created because everybody has an opinion about something, and the platforms give people to express their thoughts and opinions. As far as the Black man goes and why this is happening, I don't have an answer for that. I don't know why. I'm one that I love the Black man. And I do understand that, the Black man isn't for everybody and everybody has their right to choose. But for me personally, I love y'all. I love y'all.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. So
no, you don't.
Man, shut up. So Auntie TJ, what are your thoughts?
Well, interestingly enough, my opinion is that far as the idea of divestment on the male side as well as the female, in my opinion, it comes from hurt, deep-seated hurt, rejection, feeling of never being chosen, being taken advantage of, and so they're like, well, just forget the Black man, forget whatever. Let me just go ahead and go over to the other side because they weren't chosen or treated right. And I think it's just the extreme that they're going to, because again, there's no way anybody in their right mind should be able to say that, paint use this wide brush to paint over all Black men, because you haven't met all Black men. So I just think it stems from a deep-seated hurt for being, hurt, used, abused, rejected, all of those things. That's my opinion.
Security Boss, I know you got something to say on the matter.
Yeah, I'm actually going with what both Genesis and TJ has said. It does come with some crazy. It seems like to me to say those terrible things about another individual, a lot of pain. But I also think it may just be somewhat like for women, maybe a get back to the men saying that they're going overseas to find wives and things of that nature.
Mhm.
And they're just, wanting to add, explosive content or hurtful content that people are going to listen to. It's scandalous. And we all know that scandal sells. So if you put that, on a platform, then you're going to have people tuning in. So I just think it's somewhat of a talking point to get back or something like that, to be that mean to be that mean to a certain group of people.
Mm. Wow. Yeah, because again, and even I tried to be as educational to the young lady as possible. And I brought up the fact that there's a documentary out right now. And in the documentary, if anybody has watched it, it's called Black Men Profiled. And it's a 4-part series, and it breaks it down for the most serious stereotypes about Black men. And it was produced and directed by Tina Knowles, Beyonce's mother. And one of the first stereotypes that they addressed was the Black man is the most dangerous man in America. And then they went on and say that the Black men are not they're not good fathers. They don't like Black women. And they just went through all 4 of these. And they broke them down, and they put numbers behind it, and CDC numbers and statistics behind it to show. And it was interesting. Everything was debunked. Black men are not the most dangerous. They had the numbers. They proved it. The Black men are in the home with their family. Over 51% of men are in the homes with their children. So that we have to, there's this stereotype that says Black men are all these things. And the worst thing to do is have Black women agreeing and saying that in order to get rid of Pookie and Ray Ray, delete them all. Right? Delete them all. When you get pregnant with a Black baby and you find out it's a boy, get rid of it. And so I want to get the men in here. We'll talk about that in a second. But Mandrell, what are your thoughts on the matter?
Listen, I'm gonna do my best. If she shows up, just know I'll do my best to hold back Auntie TJ. All right. I'm gonna do my best because I really want to hear her. What led her to this conclusion? You feel me? I really want to know what led her to this conclusion. You feel me? Right. Delete all Black boys. That's not going to solve anything. In fact, that's going to make it way worse because now you're unprotected completely. You're completely unprotected and naked out here for all the. And for some people, it takes that. We have to accept the fact that you can't save everybody. Everybody can't come. I'm going to cover a few people on my show tomorrow. Okay. And when I'm addressing the Black image, and this is one of the results of it. I think some of it, I think all 3 women are correct. All 3. On top of that, the Black male image doesn't help. You know what I mean? If all you see every day is, and on TV is Pookies and Ray Rays, thugs, pimps, prostitutes, all these negative images. Yeah, people are gonna drink the Kool-Aid, regardless of their personal life. So I want to hear her perspective on it, and I'd like to have the conversation with her. I really would. I do. I mean, because that's insane.
Yep. And like I said, while we're having the conversation, I'm gonna continue to reach out to her and see where she is. And hopefully she'll come up. We can have that conversation. And hopefully the content creator will allow me to use that video, because I would love to pull it up and show it to you.
If she made a statement like that and you're covering it, don't hold your breath. I know the audience, the chat wants her to show up, but I'm not expecting it. People like that, they normally run and hide. They're cowards, keyboard warriors. They'll say it on their platform, but they won't defend it. Not in debate. Exactly. If she does show up, that's going to be the surprise.
Okay. So, Dr. Bennett, what are your thoughts?
Well, I give credit to all of you because you're much better men and women than I would be. I just don't believe in casting pearls before swine. And that, to me, that's would be an argument with someone who has such extreme views on matters such as that. It's not worth having the argument. I guess I'm old enough now where I just, I'm selective in my conversations and who I will debate with, and I just don't think we would get anywhere with that kind of argument, with that extremism. And the only thing I would push back on a little bit, you're saying this new thing. This isn't new. I remember when I was in college, I had a professor, Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, talking about blacks in science and blacks in history. Talked about when you had the Europeans who came to Egypt and they saw the Sphinx with they had a nose, had an African nose, and they blew the nose off.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want anyone to know that it was black people who were Egyptians and who built all those structures that even now they don't know how to build. So this
that
idea,
was Napoleon.
right? So
Yeah, that's Napoleon.
so the idea of this constant attack on black people or the black man, often led by Europeans. This is throughout our history, and extremism has always been about our history. So again, I believe as Security Boss had said that again it sells, it pulls. And this has been studied even amongst white people. You have I think a Center for poverty and justice in this country, and they've done polls talking about like rural or poor white people, and why is it that they're so attracted to a lot of the discourse, which has always been there. Like they've always had grievance, they've always had issues, but the problem was they never assigned, and this is the problem that happens with a lot of people, they never assign really where the source of the issues are. They'd rather put the issues on someone else. So really, if you look at it, it's the government and it's other white people who are mostly responsible for the condition that they're in. But it was easy for a lot of those institutions and other voices to say, no, it's the black and brown people, it's the Jewish people, it's everyone except you who's responsible for your issues. And so you see this build up in terms of extremism. It happened in Nazi Germany. It's happened here. Again, we forget there was an insurrection against our capital last year on January 6th. And we saw that was the accumulation of this just bent up rage, and the issue with it that is just misdirected. That someone else is telling you that these other people are responsible for your issues. So again, for this woman to say, well, black men are responsible for your issues, and then therefore we should take these extreme measures to eradicate the issue. The questions I would ask is, again, okay, so what are you looking to accomplish by doing that? And again, who is behind the message? Who's behind this mindset that you have? And are you in fact being simply a tool being used in addition to possible hurts that you may potentially have from your personal hurt? And so people are able to feed on that. And so, so that I think this isn't a new conversation. Extremism has always been a tool to radicalize those throughout the world, throughout all peoples. This is just the latest iteration of it, stemming from conditions that are in our communities that really have nothing to do with, the target of their angst. The issues are, we know, just being in just the time I spent in these spaces, the black family is being fractured. We're all in here trying to come up with solutions in terms of how we can get together, how we can stay together, how we can build black families. But I think there's a lot of interest in not seeing that happen.
Right.
Because what's been amazing to me, I'm kind of a bit of a stat guy, and I realized that black people in this country have reached about 13%. It's been 13% for decades. We've never been more than 17% of the population. You'd have to go
12 and
back
a
to
half now.
right, but you would have to go back to slavery days where it was over 15%. But given everything that's happened to us, it's a miracle that we've been able to be flatlined at 12 and a half, 13% as we are now. But you have these other populations, the Latino populations, all these populations, Asian Indian population, all these populations are rising, but ours is basically flatlined. And now you have these extremes still that are looking to sort of push that down. So I think there are forces out there that are invested in us not wanting to repair or rebuild or the black community, the black family, the black structure. Because if we are to be in the positions where we are now with everything that's been thrown at us, could you imagine if our families were back intact? And I think there's people who just don't want to see that, because we would be tops, I believe, if that were to happen. So I think a lot of this is just misdirected rage. I think, you know, people knowingly or unknowingly are being used as pawns in this mindset. And if you add their personal hurts on top of that, it leads into it. But this is, again, throughout history, it's just another form of extremism, just like Al Qaeda or anything else. It's just another form that's just manifesting in this space. And there are voices that are willing to hear it because they haven't come to terms with the personal issues that they may have, the hurts. They haven't, you know, done the work to resolve those out. So that's my thoughts on the issue. But more time than likely, you know, hearing something like that, I wouldn't even engage. But again, kudos to the panel if you're willing to take that on. I just wouldn't have the conversation. I would say thank you very much. You're entitled to your opinion. I keep it moving. I'm too old for this right now. So
Right.
I understand. If I could add on to what he said,
yeah, go ahead.
When he brought up the part of extremism, that's a part of you know, when I talk about finding solutions, I keep bringing up the human condition, because that's a variable that no one seems to be adding into their equation when they try to solve for a problem, when dealing with people. And he's right. Extremism is one of those parts of the human condition that you have to solve for. You have to put that into your equation. You're going to have naysayers, no matter how successful you are. You're going to have people who of your own ilk and skin color, your own culture. They're going to try to break you down. You're going to have people who come up with an extreme philosophy like this. You know what I mean? And you got to solve for that when you try to find a problem. You have to include that in there. You know, so he's absolutely right. The extremist part, yeah, this is ugly. But again, I want to hear her perspective, where that came from, why she thinks this way, the whole 9 yards. And hopefully we can help her find a better solution than this. That's my goal.
Well, I will concede that, you know, chances are we're not going to, if she does show up, we're not going to be able to convince her otherwise. But I'm interested to know what brought her to this position. And I would venture to guess, you know, like Dr. Bennett has talked about, you know, history. I'm willing to bet that she doesn't know any. And what I mean by that is because I did an interview with my mom and my daughter a few weeks ago, and my mother talked about things, you know, my mom is 72, talked about things, you know, growing up in history and even the things that she didn't know growing up that she knows now because she's back in school, and how propaganda was, you know, divvied out based on the fact they only had 3 news stations and so forth and so on. So now that we have this information, a lot of us, you know, that's available to us, we don't do our research to know our history. We just kind of listen to sound bites, and then we base our opinions or our positions on these. So I'd be interested to know, does she even really know historical context of things and what we are and have been as a people, what we have been subjected to, what our men have been subjected to? I would be interested to know, how did she come to this conclusion? You know, and then after that, I just kind of pray for her, because again, you know, I'm not, because, you know, because I mean, you know, I don't know her, she doesn't know me, and you know, she has no reason to listen to me. But I would definitely want to know that, because again, I think it's really a sad state of affairs when you hate or you despise your own self, or people that look like you, a male that, you know, looks like you, that you would even consider, you know, engaging in a conversation. And I have to go ahead and, you know, I'm kind of, with my facial expression, you know, I can't hide too much, but Big Black Bull, you know, talking about deleting.
Yeah, that's what I was going to pull up in a minute.
You know, that kind of, you know, I can't rock with that. You know, understand me? And, you know, that, you know, I mean, so if we go by that logic, I should have, you know, deleted my child.
Yeah, and the thing is,
here's let's pull it up so we can see it first. Hold on just a second.
That. But
so he said, what's the problem? I'm all for single mothers deleting all children born out of wedlock. That will solve a massive amount of our issues. Then he went on to say, we already agree that black boys are raised mostly by single black irresponsible mothers, grew up to be the Pookies and Ray Rays anyway. Why do we care if they delete them? Please and thank you.
No, thank you.
So I'll let Genesis, I'll let you speak on that first, and then we'll move down to ladies and go to the guys.
I got. They say when you don't have nothing good to say, don't say nothing at all.
Yeah.
Say it anyway. I want to hear it. Come on. We got TJ Rudolph and the security boss, okay?
Yeah.
They're after you. So whatever you say, it ain't gonna be that. So
I'm not, for myself, life is a choice.
Right.
I understand everybody has their own opinion. I'm not trying to change anybody else's opinion. I just disagree with everything he said. The Pookies and Ray Rays don't all come from single parent households. They don't.
I'm agreeing.
And because a woman is single and has a child does not automatically mean that her child can't be a productive member of society. A single Black female could raise a young man who could be the next president of the United States. We just don't know. None of us has a crystal ball. We can't see into the future. So we don't know what these children will become. That child that you're talking about deleting could be the child that could be a blessing to you in your older years. Just think that's a cop out. That's an easy way to say that, Black men ain't no good and whatever else.
So I want to add to it. There's been for years. I mean, I've heard this probably maybe up to about 10 years ago that the Black men, the number of Black men was going to be extinct by 2034, I think it was, just due to mass incarceration and alternative lifestyles. So that's quickly coming.
Alternative lifestyle.
Yeah, because they don't want to procreate. So if we're not procreating, we're not making any kids. So we don't even have to go to the deletion of them. They're not going to be performing the acts to actually, or not going to be able to perform the acts to actually create these kids. So y'all don't quote me on the year, but I want to say it was like 2034, and that may have changed because, more people come into the world, in and out. So that is something that someone that they have talked about or foreseen for many years. So that's why we need to concentrate on changing that narrative, not so much questioning someone with some hypothetical of deletion if it's a boy child of some ridiculous conversation, because what we're forgetting is every woman that's single that is pregnant, there was a man behind it. So if we can reach those individuals and say, listen, we can incentivize you to be married, then we can change the situation. It doesn't have to be like this. So instead of, I'm going with Dr. Bennett here, instead of giving her the spotlight on her shocking content, then we should just be ignoring what she's saying because it's not really real. To me, it's not real. And then, concentrating on, putting pride back into our communities, and these men that are having these, that are creating these babies, say, look, it's best for you if you want to be incentivized, or if you want the nuclear family needs to be here in order for us to make some kind of change. This is what needs to happen. And we wouldn't have to even worry about somebody that speaks that way or that kind of hate. Or to me, I just think it's kind of crazy to say such things. So I don't know in what context she said it, but it doesn't make sense to say, when you find out the child is a boy, let's delete him. That doesn't make sense at all to me.
And I wanted to add that even the idea of it, we already know the goal of eugenesis, and by pushing,
yes, sir.
I'm
I know
sorry.
exactly what I know exactly what you're talking about. Go ahead.
Eugenics.
You talking about eugenics?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
We already know the goal there, and to support or push this narrative only helps further their cause. We're already a minority. We won't have the power that we need unless we get our numbers up. So this is just pushing us further behind by pushing that narrative to people. We need more Black babies, not less Black babies.
Right. And so Big Bad Bull went on before we get to TJ. He said, "Oh my God, don't be offended. Single mothers that will love and raise a child, cool. But bitter women that hate men that don't want to raise boys, why would we want to force them to have them?"
Because you made your bed. Okay, you had the kid. You made a choice to lay down with someone, knowing the risks. And hey, you just got caught. I mean, it was a equal chance that you wouldn't have got hit up with a baby. It's a flip, but every time you have sex, protected or unprotected, it's a flip of the coin. You made your bed, now you got to lay in it. So,
and termination is not the only other option. You know, their adoption is an option for mothers who feel that they are not ready for a child.
But it's not a good one for the child.
We need to be encouraging more Black families to consider adoption, because every Black woman is not able to reproduce. For those who aren't able to reproduce, then adoption should be an option for those mothers, or for those women desiring to be a mother.
Yeah, but there's an issue. We have to strengthen and really revamp the whole adoption system, because I don't think the problem is people putting their kids up for adoption, or the people, or people wanting to adopt children. It's the system itself with that. There's some nonsense going there that is next level wicked. You know what I'm saying? Like, some people, they vet really, really hard, and other people, they're just like, you got a job? Sometimes. Here you go, have a kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, the system is really whack. It's whack. That system is whacked out. I know. I have a friend, one of my best friends, he and his wife adopted a child, and they're fantastic parents. So I knew that wasn't going to be an issue. But you got some people I know, no business having a child at all, natural or adopted. Got them in no time. I'm just like, wait a minute. This couple, a brilliant couple, they had to wait months, like a little over a year of just getting vetted and all this nonsense. This person, a few weeks later, they got it. I'm like,
So, Mandra, what do you mean when you say you made your bed, now you got to lie in it? Who has to do that? Who are you speaking to?
Oh, both of them. In my opinion.
How does that look?
What do you mean? How's it look?
Making your bed, now you have to lie in it. What does that look
you have a child. I mean, the two of you have a night of passion, and now you conceived a child. Okay. Now it's like this. All right, hey, I didn't want to do this. I don't want to be a parent, but it's about personal responsibility here. It's like, if I go out and get a woman pregnant, please, you're gonna have to declare a war on me to keep me away from my child and keep me from taking care of it. You're gonna go, yes, I will go to war for that right, for my right to be a father. Period.
So that wouldn't be, I don't think that would be someone that we're considering to be a single mother because the father is there. Is that what you're saying?
If the father's in the life, then how's she a single mother? She's not.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's exactly where I'm going with you. Are you saying that father is there? But if it is a single person who made their bed, now they got to lie in it. Are you saying the father is not there?
Yeah. If the father's not there, still, you're a woman. You have to raise that child and if it's boy or girl, it doesn't matter. Get some positive male role models in that child's life.
See, that's why people make the statements that they do, because you just said you made your bed, now you got to lie in it. And I just asked, was the father there? You said with you, it would be. So I wouldn't consider that a single mother. But then when you take the father out of it, now it's the woman's job to lay in the bed alone and to figure it out with a support system. And the man is now gone. That's why women can rejoice in making these crazy, shocking content and statements about Black men not being there. That's where it comes from.
I get you. My question is, how do you force the guy to take care of his? Oh, I'll cover that tomorrow, because I got some ideas about that too.
The same way you just forced the young lady to lay in the bed. Same situation, but how do you do it is the question.
And you're
But
saying it leads to an extreme that then there's this pushback that says, well, just delete, don't even go that far, just delete ahead of time. So it's
That's
like
yeah.
it's you're basically telling a woman, essentially forcing her, well, you got to take care of this child. She said, no, I don't.
Well, my thing is this: if you want to delete the child, that is your right, as it is today. I mean, as it stands today. But if you go full term and give birth, and now you have this child, you had a chance to delete it early. You have a chance to put it up for adoption. You do not have the right to treat that child like trash.
Excuse me, please.
Yeah.
Okay, if we could go back to what Big Bad Bull is saying, we should be promoting love and marriage before the conception of children. What in the world? Y'all seriously don't agree with me? I'm speaking for myself. I'm not saying that I don't agree with that.
Not at all.
But your
100%.
initial statement was children born out of wedlock should be terminated or something to that effect. So this is the statement afterward. Your first statement was that. So that was the statement that I addressed.
he was saying single mothers that are bitter and hate men.
But that was before.
That was
the
before,
first,
right? She's
the
showing, right?
first,
Showing
the
the
first
first statement right here.
statement was the across
the first one right here.
this one right here. That was the first one.
Mhm.
So that was the statement to which I responded.
Correct.
So of course, that's what we are promoting here. Love and marriage before conception. That is the ideal. Does that happen all the time? Apparently not. Ergo, I'm here. Ergo, my daughter was here. But there are those women we know and fathers that are derelict in their responsibilities. Just keep it 1,000, shall we? But the answer is not just deletion. And we should definitely not be looking at that as a form of birth control. And that's the vibe I'm getting here. That's the vibe I'm getting here. And understandably, women have far more resources to prevent pregnancy, hands down. Men have one, like Snip, but you got to make a choice. What kind of risk you gonna take? I'm done.
I made that same point several times.
Not much more to add to that.
Yeah, not much.
Right.
Nope.
And we got Dr. Guys, thank you for being here and watching right now. If you're watching, please hit that like and subscribe button when you come in. Also, mods, if you can drop the channels for everyone that's up here right now. Book of Genesis, TJ Randolph, Security Boss, and go ahead and drop their channels as well. But thank you guys for being here. And as we continue, I just got permission from the young lady to share her video on my platform. So I'm
Is she gonna make it? Is she gonna make it in person?
No. The young lady that's over the platform, it wasn't her that said it. It was a guest on her show.
Is she gonna make it?
Yeah. So so I'm looking that up now, but as we're continuing, I'm just multitasking here. But I think that for me personally, we hear this a lot. Especially, I don't want to give her any light, but we know CG, right? Everybody knows what CG said, right? But now she's really doubled down, guys. She's really doubled down and says, yes, this is what I'm saying. Yes, this needs to happen. She said, women, we control what happens in our communities with our ability to have children. She said, we need to raise more women. And ladies, if you are pregnant and it's a little black boy, please reach. This is what she's doing, right? This is what she's promoting now. Please reach out to us. We know people that can help you delete that child.
So
right?
her alternative is no leaders.
No, she said no. The black men, no, there will be no Pookies and Ray Rays because black women hold the power of them them existing. She said we hold the power of men existing.
True.
So if we can start deleting all of them, we won't have Pookies, Ray Rays. The jails won't be filled up. There won't be any drugs on the street. There won't be any black on black crime. There won't be any of that.
The
so
jails
she's
still
doubled
fill
down.
up.
And what happens to the women after that?
Right. My point exactly.
You're here on your own,
We're already
unprotected.
outnumbering men in so many areas. I mean, we're talking about Atlanta, the numbers 10-1 and all these different areas. So how does
17.
that
But
solve
then
your
what
issue?
happens to
And then
women
what?
after that? Because we
17.
know
That,
that
yeah,
women don't dominate the business sectors. Actually, Black men rank higher than Black women in business.
But they don't know
But
these.
if the Black men are gone, then where does that leave Black women?
They're
Right.
unaware of this. Like, this is what I say. This Black Men Unfiltered heard, and so did pretty much everyone on this panel has probably heard me say this. That people who say these things, they haven't thought it through. They haven't done enough research. They haven't looked at the stats. They don't know enough. And I think it's more so like a security boss and TJ was saying. This is obviously coming from predominantly a place of pain. You know what I'm saying, past pain with dealing with men, or maybe she saw her father or uncle do something to their wife or women or something like that. And it's a very surface level insight that she's using to come to this conclusion. Because there's no way you put actual effort into looking into the situation, and this is what you came up with.
Exactly. So I mean, so thank you for being here as well, Dr. Panderson. We ain't signing. So Dr. Panderson, what are your thoughts on the matter? So I want to, for what you've heard so far and what was just said.
I heard it before. I seen it, and I went and looked at it. I couldn't. The level of negativity, I couldn't watch but 5 to 10 minutes and stop. Because even if something's negative, I need some logic or some kind of understanding. Because if it's just negative emotion, I can't just continue to listen. But unfortunate, I moved to Tampa in about October. A friend of mine sent me a link to a Facebook group, and it was like Black people meeting, like networking, where the parties are, business people promoting stuff, but over 10,000 people in the group. And it connects, trust me, it connects to the topic. So I go and I see there's a lot of people talking about relationships. Some talk about KS, some talk about Sin G, some talk about just what they talk about. And somebody posted how great Black women are. There's about 250 comments, men and women. Then again, how great Black women are, 200 comments. Then men should be on birth control, 150 comments. Men should really be on birth control, 150 comments. Then someone posted, I love me a strong, intelligent Black man. 3 days, there were 6 comments. 6. 4 of those comments were negative. 3 were by a woman, 1 by a man. A man saying, where are you going to find these men? The problem is, this is what people are, it's not just one person saying we should do this. The problem is there's so many people actually following. This is what people actually believe. If it's not on that scale, it's on a scale. This is what's out here for us to go try to date and choose from and deal with. And by the time we find one nice one or a good, a lot of men get, I'll just leave it at that. But there's a lot of Black men out here that are handling their business and they haven't given up. But the problem is there is an audience for this. Mm-hmm. Voluntarily logging on to go and seek this. That's what hurts. And the men are still taking it and saying, you know what? And if y'all want to blast me, I say this much. Best opportunity available for me. If I find a Spanish woman, she treat me right, that's what it is. But I do date Black women. I date other. Because there's not enough that actually feel the way that I think they should feel. But this is what exists out here. I'll leave it at that.
Real quick before we ain't signing, to the other day, Mandrell was on my show with, I think it was yesterday, and it is sad because again, I have nephews. I have nephews that have told me that that when they were in high school, when they were dating other women from other races, because Black girls wouldn't be nice to them.
You said it word for word.
Seriously. Bro, that the Black girls wouldn't be nice to them. So they ended up dating Caucasian, Latinos, or whatever. And conversely, my daughter, her first relationship was not with a Black young man. It was with a white young man because the Black young men didn't treat her right. They used her, mistreated her. And the one that I'm telling her, you a guy will treat you this way. And the one who did it was a young white young man. So it is sad. But I think the travesty of it is when we look and we feel that's all there is. My belief is, get love where you find it.
Mhm.
Period. Get love where you find it. But I think the problem is now that it's just to hell with all y'all. That's who we are. And I think that's the sad part. I think that's the sad part. I'm sorry.
I just want to know how we skipped over, and this is not throwing shade at you, Dr. Panderson, at all, but he mentioned the Latin women, and last I knew they had the same negative stereotypes attached to them that Black women had, because they say they're crazy and they'll cut you. But y'all talk about the angry Black woman. So how are they better than the Black women?
I'll take this one. It's because the Latin women, they'll yell, scream, all that bullshit, but Black women will ruin your life. Black women attack. Latin women, listen, stop. Hold on. Let me clarify. Let me clarify. Black women, when you guys come for us, you really come for us. You hit our pockets, you hit our reputation, you break up the families, you do all that shit. Latin women have to be pushed to that point, to the highest point of festivity, until they just like, I'm done, it's over, you really fucked up. Black women, here's the thing, in my dating experience, the first sign of any kind of tension, or you bump heads about something, or you just disagree about something, they're ready to bail. Again, Genesis, you're from a different generation. They're not built like that no more. These are the cheap
I
Chinese
disagree.
knockoffs. Hey,
I strongly disagree.
You may disagree. You may disagree.
But let me reply.
I'm just saying, y'all come after us hard.
Okay, but that's not the listen. We're derailing the conversation at that point, because not. Listen, I think the point where I understand where you're coming from, but even though you're saying that Genesis coming from different breed, I can tell you that might be also from individual experiences. You can say the same thing, like we all know the horror stories of Becky and Karen destroying the Black man, and yet you're gonna say all about the Latin women. Oh well, they got pushed to the stream. Like I'm at that point, I think that's not really productive for this conversation, dude. I understand you coming, but that's not really the time and place for it right now.
There wasn't even close to what my response was going to be. My response is very simple. I've dated Black. Most of the women I've dated have been Black. I got nothing against Black women. It's an individual thing. When I'm out and I'm looking for a woman, I see something that I want, that's what I'm going to go talk to. If I talk and we get along, that's what I'm going to connect with. I spend time in the gym and I do salsa, and I live in Florida. So there's a high chance that I might be dating more Spanish women. If there's a Black one who's slim and trim, I'm going to go talk to her. But I'm not going to go and drive 80 more miles out just to go and make sure that she's Black. I'm not willing to do that.
Right. And the
I'm
question,
going to take what I see, the best option available for me and my family. And at the end of the day, I'm still Black. So it'll be a Black family.
And the thing is,
not, then whatever. I just don't care.
Right. And the thing is, the question posed to me was, what was the difference?
I don't have no stereotype or negative energy towards all these Black women are over here doing. No, it's not like that.
Well, can I just add this?
Is it
possible that Black men, you can just love Black women despite wanting to be with them? Can you just love them anyway?
I do.
Despite wanting to be with them, you don't have to have them as a girlfriend or a wife. Throughout all their trauma, drama, whatever they bring, can you just love them to the core, to who they are?
I absolutely do.
Absolutely.
I absolutely do.
Just love them right there and not talk about them.
I didn't say. I hope I didn't say anything negative.
wait a minute, and then individually pick the one that is for you. And women the same. I just love black men because you're black. You know, you're not all for me. I just love the fact that you're supposed to be my brother and I'm supposed to be looking out for you despite all your dysfunction, not paying child support, not working, all of that. I still care for you because you're a person. Can we do that in our community despite?
First order of business, do no harm.
I do that.
I didn't say anything negative about black women or the ones I dated before.
Neither do I. I mean, I have
black
no problem
people
with them.
Then I'm going for it.
Oh, but
So go ahead, Jedi. Then after Jedi, we'll get ahead and get we ain't signing in here. Go ahead, Jedi.
Yeah, but first of all, how you guys doing? Miss y'all.
Good, man. I miss you.
What's up, Jedi Mike? Where you been, man?
I've been getting my degree.
That's not important.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. But yeah, I know I'll be back very soon. I already talking to black men behind the scenes though, but I'll be back very soon, y'all. But anyway, I want to comment on just terms of the individual that we're speaking with. I've had many interactions with her actually prior to me even anybody knowing who I am on this space, right? The first interaction I had with her telling her to delete myself, right? For just having a disagreement conversation, right?
Hold on, Jedi. For the guys that don't know what he's talking about, the young lady that I invited, she told Jedi Mike on a platform that he needs to be deleted as well.
Because he disagreed with her.
Yes.
Thank you for proving my point.
Yes. This is before anybody, and listen, I've been in this space long enough to know that I'm not a very disagreeable person, whereas like I know I try to be very modest when I come to conversation with people that disagree with me. But long story short, I'll just say this. When you watch someone on consistent platforms over and over and over again, and that they have a type of spirit or presence around them that they just disrupt the whole space, right? I'm gonna tell you this right now. Not only that I don't take her seriously, me personally, I don't think she believed this. I don't think she believed this at all, because I can just tell you, people just knowing people like this, right? There can be things of shock value, even with other platforms. Like I'm not gonna say her other person name, but you know what I'm talking about. That last name G, but have the same talking points as this. And for me, I'm just saying this is black people. Like this is, I don't say this breaks my heart because I showed my girlfriend the video that we're talking about, and she was just in tears, right? Because she had a situation with one of her girlfriends had to do a deletion in terms of child that she was when she was pregnant and stuff like that, and it was very, very difficult for her. And it was just very obviously she didn't want her her to delete the child and everything, but at the same time there's just around the network she was around certain people encouraging her to do this and stuff out of bitterness and just and stuff like that. The same talking points you saw in the video, it just broke her heart. And I only could watch 5 minutes of this, right? And this is the thing that where you can try to create your reality as black people. Like there's the same end of men who might have a bad relationship with black women, and they go to the deep end and do the same thing. And to me, I'm saying I'm sick of it. Nobody on this platform here are calling that for deletion of our own people, of our future, right? And then complain that we don't have one. Complain that we don't have no leaders. Complain that we don't have edifying women when we're taking away the fathers that are soon to be, when we don't not raising them to be leaders. And then yet no, we're just gonna just start that from a situation of just if you have one, contact me. And that is demonic. That is demonic, plain and simple. Right. So I'm not, and I, like I said, I do pray for people because I don't believe in a situation of, this person needs to be, destroyed or anything like that. Like, honestly, I think she's a bitter person, even just her demeanor, everything like that. You can tell just by 5 minutes, just talking to the individual like that. Because, and I should say it and I don't care how old you are in a situation, it breaks my heart. But I'm just saying with this, why I just encourage this as black people, bitterness can be something that can be healed. But the last resort, anything, yes, we're in the generation where you have the right to do this. Sure. Just because you have the right doesn't make it right. But yeah.
I agree. And women who, it's the same thing. Like I got a cousin of mine who just refuses to cooperate with her kid's father, right? I mean, refuses. And I'm just like, okay, you can't complain about there not being any black leaders, strong black men, things like that. when you're doing the very thing that causes men to not be those strong leaders. I mean, it's about the odds. You have to give your child every opportunity and every lesson that they need to navigate life properly and become a productive member of society. You're not doing that, you're doing your child a disservice. It's no guarantee that you can send them to the best schools and teachers and all that stuff, and it's no guarantee that they're going to be a success. But you put them in a position to give them the best opportunity, and the best opportunity is have a strong male figure in their life, preferably the father. But if he's not around, so be it. Find an uncle or something.
All right, so I want to get We Ain't Signing in here again, guys. Thank you for being here. As you see, the people on the platform tonight, they all have channels. Some of the Jedi Mike has a channel, so mods, if you can drop his as well. Book of Genesis, TJ Randolph, Security Boss. Make sure we get all of them put into the chat. Thank you guys so much for the great mods and doing the moderation tonight. So I want to get We Ain't Signing in here, and while he's doing that, I already have 2 clips pulled up already, but I'm going to let We Ain't Signing go ahead, and by the time he's done, I'll be ready to cook with the video. So We Ain't Signing, go ahead, sir.
Oh yeah, okay. Thank you, Black Man. Hope everyone's doing
First
well.
of all,
Good
you know
morning
what
or
you have
good
to do when
evening.
you come in here.
Okay, sure. 大家好，你现在听那个 Black Man Unfiltered，拿你的小吃，拿你的好喝的东西，你可以现在听，还有水，谢谢。All right. Now, a lot has been said
Oh,
as
you
far
you
as
used some gruesome words, man, out there. What
Yeah,
happened?
he did. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
well,
yeah.
Black Man insists that I always introduce the show in Chinese, so
Yeah,
I do
absolutely.
that for
Okay, I saw the video. I was like, hold up.
Yeah. So, Jedi Mike, please do an impersonation of that, my friend. I'm a big fan of your impersonations, though, by the way.
Okay, I'll hold up. Just hold wait.
I'm a big fan.
All right, go ahead, big guy.
So, yeah. So, first, I just want to say, in the realm of relationships, especially in America, men are second-class citizens, and even much more so for Black men. And in general, America is becoming more and more of a matriarchy, and the Black community, from my perspective, is a gynocracy. So to hear this kind of rhetoric or narrative from a logical standpoint, it makes sense, right? As academia continues to preach feminism, now we're moving into probably the 6th wave, where we're talking about deletion of male babies, probably moving into the 6th wave, and just young women, regardless of race, having this inexplicable hatred for men and men in general in America being toxic or being evil just for being men, right? I mean, so all of these kind of talking points is just kind of the natural progression, that we're learning from school, media, et cetera, et cetera. So, so on one end, yeah, you could come to the conclusion that she's mentally ill, but on the other end, you have the outside environmental factors that's pushing this type of behavior and to be normalized and mainstream. And to kind of cement that point, you don't have any Black male on this platform talking about deletion of any child whatsoever. You'll be out of here with the quickness, right? But however, somehow it's allowed on the opposite aisle. So I mean, it's just where we are right now, right? We're just where we are. You having automation, where the financial environment no longer is promoting even relationships, let alone marriage, right? Because people have to understand economics push how people group together in mating. And now that we're in the automation age, the individual age, right? It's just all about individual self. There's a great documentary, well, not like a podcast, about a professor at Chicago University, and she does like relationship, and she asks who has boyfriends, who's been on a date. And majority of people have never been on a date. It's only Netflix and chill, because that's the current environment. So at the end of the day, I mean, this is going to be more and more normalized moving forward. And that's why I always say to men, SYSBM, it's time for you to just put yourself in the best position, whatever that may be.
But do you think that SYSBM isn't fueling more women to think like this?
No, because at the end, the way from my understanding, the way women feel the way they do is one from education and academia. And if we look at the history books, right? I mean, how can I say this in a very polite way? I don't really know if black women really, if we're talking about black women, let me ask you a question first. Are you saying women in general or black women?
I'm saying SYSBM, they promote divesting.
No, they
Am I
don't.
correct?
No, they don't.
Not exactly.
No.
But can
Nope.
somebody explain what SYSBM actually is? Because I see a whole bunch of different definitions or it expressed in different ways.
So
does anybody know exactly what SYSBM is?
right, SYSBM is to put yourself in the best situation. Save yourself, black man. Do what is in your best interest for you, right?
Okay.
Whatever the
So
best
when they're
option is.
talking about going overseas to find wives, they're not specifically saying go overseas to find women of color when you go to
No,
find
that's not true, because you have a bunch of SYSBM brothers in East Africa with Ethiopian, Kenyan women, Uganda women, right? So that's not true. You have those as well, right? So
just not
no,
American.
Yeah, I have a question.
well, no, it can be American as well, right? It can be American as well, because SYSBM says you just do whatever in your best available option, period. So if you find an American woman that fits you, fine, right? But it's more the SYSBM is more about not being burdened down by some kind of fictitious obligation, right? Because it's clear women are about putting themselves in the best position for themselves. So men need to do the same. Have to put yourself in the best position.
MGTOW, I can explain MGTOW.
Mhm.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah.
I don't support it.
MGTOW is crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. SYSBM kind of has like I was thinking it has like I'm not knowing if it's just get the best option or does it have a negative connotation to it? Because the definition I pulled up has kind of a negative connotation. But
And that's how I've heard it referenced.
Well, you can look at the platforms. You can look at the different platforms, right? They're not anti women. They're not. Well, I'll keep it 100 with you. They do recommend that you do go overseas, but they're not anti-black. They're more anti-Western women, anti-feminist.
Oh, okay.
That also, but MGTOW is men going their own way.
Yeah, what's that about though?
It's pretty much men saying, "Don't ever marry. You get married, they're gonna get the system on you." But my question about don't get married, the women are gonna get the system. If you do that, then you ruled out all of the wives, because a good woman is going to want marriage. So if you're going your own way and you ruled out the wives, what are you left to dealing with and go date?
That's right.
Every woman that you've been complaining about for the last 10 years. Why would you do that? It's suicide. That's why I can't rock with it. But
that's self-deletion, sir.
Right.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah, but hold on. Let me just get back. Let me land my plan. So just getting back to the point, right? You're going to hear more and more rhetoric like this as time moves on, right? And to answer Genesis' question, it's not like women were doing this before the SYSBM movement. SYSBM movement was actually a response to fifth wave feminism. This is men's response to that. So this from a male's point of view is a response to how women are Western women are towards us now. So I would say no. So shortly, no, this is not pushing women away, because this is a response to how women were behaving during the social media era towards men.
I got a question to the women on the panel. Okay, this is a personal thing, right? See, for me, I used to just date black women, but then when I saw how things were, I was like, okay, I got to broaden my scope. So I opened it up. I said, okay, I give black women first right of a refusal, but I'm open to any culture and race. Now you don't even have first right of refusal with me anymore. It's just first come, first serve. You're either a wife or you're not, regardless of race, creed, or color, anything. I'm just looking for a wife. And the thing is, if I meet a woman and she's not a wife, I just end it there and move on. Am I wrong for doing this? because I get a lot of stuff like from like people in the audience and comments and stuff like that. And they're like, you got to look at yourself. I'm like, no, I'm just moving on. I'm not wasting anybody's time. If she's not a wife, then she's not what I'm looking for. Why would I waste her time? Or mine?
This is the same thing that you guys criticize Black women for doing.
I don't criticize Black women for that.
We don't criticize women for going and dating. I actually encourage.
Yeah, I don't criticize Black women for doing that. Date who you date. Just don't wait. Just don't take advantage of anybody. That's all I ask. Just don't take advantage of anybody.
Right. There's no YouTube channel. There's no YouTube channel screaming at Serena Williams for her white husband or Condola Rashad about her white husband. You don't have those platforms.
There have been a number of posts condemning Serena Williams.
Not me. Date who you date, marry who you marry.
I was more hardcore. I wasn't. I was like, brothers, why we let her get away? That was
because she did. You talking about Serena? Oh yeah.
I was like, we let one get away.
Yeah, I was crying on her way today too, brother.
Because she dated a lot of Black dudes. Like she dated a lot of Black dudes, and all those guys let her get away. I'm with Mr. Bryant. I was like, yo, for real, none of you married that woman. Not one of you, really? And so see, this is what happens. Like I was like that. See, fellas, you can't complain. You can't treat a woman poorly and then complain that she gets a white man or someone from another race. You can't.
Man, people don't care. People don't care she's with a white dude. Man. Nobody's trying to cancel.
Personally, I don't care.
You can,
but.
All right, so guys, this is the video. I'm pulling it up right now, and we're all going to take a look at it. Shout out to Tawana G. She allowed me to use her video tonight, so shout out to her. Go and subscribe to her page. This was a guest. Yeah, this was a guest on her show, and so she sent me a message. She just IG'd me and say, sure, you can use it. So I want you guys to hear this. We'll start with this one first. All right.
Everybody hates Black men and Black men.
I wouldn't call it high pitch.
Nobody cares. Let me make something very clear to Black men specifically. No one cares about Black men. You are a threat to no one but yourselves, your women, and your children. Nobody cares.
Hey, the ill doctrine put a comment in the chat. Can you bring it up?
Let me see. I didn't see it. I was trying to find. Always trying to say somebody.
It's about women being victimized by
approximately 1,500 Black women are victimized by homicide in 2022, while the offenders are mixed between other women and men, strangers and known. The vast majority are male intimate partner offenders. Yeah, I'm just curious. Welcome, Cannon. Hi.
So that contradicts the stats that's been coming out though. So
there's so many different stats and explanations for why this happens, why that.
So that's one. I'll go back to on that clip, but I'm gonna play this one because this is the one when it gets into the meat. And so I want to push back a little bit on what Annalisa was saying about the Black community, because I had to do a dissertation on this and it was hard to do, but I had to do it about the information just recently.
Go ahead.
Just recently, what was his name? I'm trying to remember his name. Old white guy, but he was the Secretary of Defense for Ronald Reagan, and he admitted just now. We can all go Google this right now. He admitted that they purposely created the crack epidemic in order to take full-blown responsibility over the Black men to imprison them, right? And I had to go do a little bit more research, and there were 13 and 14-year-old boys walking around the hood with $1,400 AK-47s, and they can't even buy bread. How were those guns bought? How were they put into those neighborhoods, right? And some of these guns go back to government, like they go back to government, they go back to, and so you build that, then you gotta talk about redlining. I had to do this whole guy. The redlining was amazing, but the thing that really blew my cap off is that Beyonce's mother. I don't know if you guys seen the documentary that she just did, Black Men Profiled. Guys,
I didn't see it, but I've heard. I've heard about it. But go ahead.
Yeah, and so they're trying to get her. They're trying to get it taken down. But she actually went into the system, actually went and got documentation. She actually, there was actually a guy that had 2 ounces of weed in his car, and he got life in prison. a bunch of them, and they interviewed these guys. They have children, and one of the stats was 50% of men that are in jail right now are Black. 52% of those men are fathers, and that have multiple children, 1 to 2 children. 1 to 2 children. And so that's why the men are not in the homes. And just think about it. You got 2 children and you're in jail for the rest of you're 25. You're in jail for the rest of your life because you have 2 ounces of marijuana. Wow. This is documented proof that the system is a part of this. Now, if you go watch this documentary, it'll blow your mind. And I think, and at least I want to say her name wrong. Is that how you said? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Please, if you can. Please, I would like to follow up with you again one day, but please watch that Black Man Profiled and look at all the stuff, all the FBI stuff they found in the FBI, stuff they found where they plan these things and they redline and put Black people in one area and then made those area food deserts and turn Black people against each other. It's crazy.
Respectfully to you, because I like you because you came on here and gave us, very useful information.
Don't fall for that, man.
You couldn't pay me to watch that sad display of mannyhood and mammyism on steroids and on crack. You couldn't pay me.
Right.
I'm sorry, TJ.
I mean, it's okay. That's enough for now. We'll discuss that clip.
Okay.
Thoughts, guys?
May I comment on this real quick?
Go ahead.
You sure can.
Go ahead.
See, you have to understand this. Ignorance is a lack of willingness or to receive knowledge. She just said, not that I refuse. You can't pay me to watch this or any information. I'll immediately go to Mammy. This is the part we're talking about when you're saying that, whether you're talking you're ill-informed, she don't want to know because she already decided her narrative. It's one thing for you to say, let me look at this and say, okay, I might be wrong, might listen to perspective. Knowledge does not argue whether it's truth or not. It's just what is. And in the point of you saying, I'm not going to watch this because I know if I do, then my narrative was going to be compromised. It's going to be compromised. And unfortunately, this is why, Black Man Unfiltered is my brother. Because listen, we come with grace. And this is things in this conversation, it was the woman like, ma'am, I encourage you, go just look at this documentary right here and go here. And then you immediately go to Mammy. It's the exact same thing we're talking about. We have to go to name calling. Then you're being pick me. You're being all this stuff. You're being all this other type of name calling. When you resort to name calling, guess what? You basically lost your entire argument right there. That just basically showed you because you're not even willing to receive the knowledge or even dispute the information, and then not willing to obtain it to say, I don't think this is true because X, Y, Z. No, I just won't watch it. That just proved everything just turned about someone's character. And like I said, I encourage you. I thank you, Black Man Unfiltered, for how you conducted yourself through that video and stuff in terms of presenting information. Because listen, we're just gonna come correct with it. I'm not gonna go back and forth with you saying that you're wrong. It showed itself right there in that video.
Yeah,
so let's get the ladies first.
Okay.
A Book of Genesis, what you got for us on what you've seen in that video? You're muted, honey.
I said pure ridiculousness. I wanted to cuss, but I'm not.
I'll do it for you. What you? I'm joking.
So TJ, what are your thoughts? If you had to speak to this young lady, what would you say?
Read my lips if you didn't already. It can't. My mouth. I'm glad I was muted because my mouth said something when she was talking.
Mm-hmm.
That, kind of fighting words. But I would. I'm not even sure what I would say. It probably wouldn't have ended well, and I probably would have. I may have said something that probably would have made me look really good. So, because again, the willful ignorance. And, when Black men, you're talking about redlining, and again, my mother talked about experiencing that in Los Angeles because racism wasn't as overt as it was in the South, but there were different ways of racism, meaning redlining, but she didn't know what that was. And she said that she wasn't even sure that my grandfather knew what it was, but it is exactly what you were talking about, basically pushing all the Black people into one area of Los Angeles and preventing them from buying property and working in other areas, but this woman wouldn't even be willing to hear anything like that. I would probably call her, Jesus. Next, go ahead.
No, TJ, go ahead. Please finish.
No, you don't have to.
You ain't gonna give me to play myself up here. No, I'm sorry. No, thank you.
I'm gonna jump in. The redlining and all of that, all of the roads lead back to the same thing. And it's the goal of the eugenicists. Originally their means of controlling the population was through terminations. Termination still is the number one killer of African Americans. However, when they upped the ante, then it became disparities in sentencing, redlining, all of those things. The example that Black Man Unfiltered mentioned about creating the crack epidemic, the putting the guns in the communities, all of them lead to the same thing. If we have the Black man kill each other, we still eliminate the Black man. If we put them in jail and we have disparities in sentencing, we still, without killing the Black man, we still kill the Black man. If we get them hooked on drugs, we kill the Black man. If we terminate Black babies, we kill the Black man. All roads lead to the same end, and we just can't see that. They're just getting more creative in the ways that they're doing it.
Hey, Genesis, I had a question for you.
Yes.
Are you aware that a lot of the men who want to marry, a lot of them are still in the date marketplace? Don't complain about, not saying you, I'm just saying this in general. They're not complaining about the man, what he did in 1586. They're not complaining about the crack. They're not complaining about this here, that, there. What they're complaining about is, where is a Black woman who is willing to cooperate with me right now so we can go and get married? Just that right there is the majority of what the complaint is. They're saying, we'll take the media beating us up. We'll take this over here. Look, where's the woman willing to cooperate? And what you're seeing is,
there's women out there that are willing to cooperate, though. Huh? There are plenty of Black women that are looking for good Black men. You guys are always saying how Black men Black women outnumber Black men. So if the numbers are, I don't know what I hate statistics, but if they are 12-1,
it's not true.
Then we know that Black women outnumber Black men, correct?
Yes.
So that means that you guys have more options than Black women have options for Black men.
Genesis, if I may interject really quickly, I think with Black men definition of what a good Black woman is very different from what a Black woman think a good Black woman is, and that's the disconnect.
Uh-huh.
I think the same holds true for Black women.
The men are there.
Oh, okay. Fair. Both can be true. Fair enough.
Which is it? The men are there or the men aren't there?
Here's the thing, Genesis. I can tell you this.
You guys contradict yourselves. One minute you say that you guys can have your pick of the litter, and then you say that
here's what it is. Okay, there are a lot of women out there. A lot of women out there, right? Women do outnumber men. Now, here's the issue. Okay, if you're a man looking for a hookup, okay, the world's your oyster. But if you're a man looking for marriage, you still have to go through the process, just like everyone else does, of sifting through the ones who are willing or unwilling to get with your program and cooperate with you. And that's the situation. That's the situation I'm in. I'm sifting through the ones.
You have to take responsibility too.
I do. Here's the thing. I take responsibility for my part.
On these panels, a number of men. I even heard it tonight when you're describing the woman that you're looking for, she's got to be slim and trim. She's got to be this. She's got to be that.
I didn't say that.
So then you're narrowing. You're narrowing the pool. When you're going on something.
Yeah, but we know. But the thing is,
each
we
his
know
own,
that.
to each his own. But if her weight, if she's not slim and trim, if she's, you know, a little thick, then she's automatically excluded. That's something that could change. Because your size 5 could be a size 12 in 6 months.
No, she could care about herself and work out.
Size 5. I mean,
please, Matt, you know, first of all, and again, you know, KS done effed it up for y'all. Let's keep it 1,000.
Thank you.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. And I'm going to tell you why. So y'all know of him. I know him.
Thank you.
Okay. I was not 120 pounds when I was in school with him. I was 145 pounds back then. And that's not the norm for a Black woman to be 120 pounds. Listen, like I said, y'all know of him. I know him. And he's talking about what was unrealistic for the majority, not all, but the majority of Black women. Now, if Mr. Randolph, I've lost almost 50 pounds since I've been with him. Mm-hmm. But if I would have came and he would have saw me and said, oh, well, no, she's too big, I wouldn't be married today. So you can't, there are women that I'm sure will want to be your wives, but you don't want them. Let's keep it one powwow, shall we?
Exactly. They want
one more thing, please, before I'm done. Mr. Yeller, there's no hesitation to check the woman, but because if she was here, I'd be checking her.
No, can I reply, please?
I won't bother to
please
reply.
Let me reply. Okay, first, not one man on this panel, to my knowledge, has ever brought up Kevin Samuels or Kevin Samuels' talking point.
Thank you.
I just simply said what a Black woman's idea of a good Black woman is, and the idea of a Black man's idea of a good Black woman is different, and it's a disconnect. Then Jenna says the same thing. Well, it could be the same for men. And I agree with her. I said, okay, fine, right? Because there's clearly a disconnect between Black men and Black women. So both things can be true. No one here is talking about a Kevin Samuels talking point or following Kevin Samuels' dogma. Second, with the Yella thing, he is absolutely right. Black men do not check Black women in public. That is factual. And as we see in the last point, I'm going to land the plane with this, right? That thing that happened Saturday is just a small snippet of what's happening around Black America to Black men. Misandrous actions and violence against Black men is growing. You see it on WorldStar. You see it on Snap. You see it on TikTok. You see it on YouTube, right? It's becoming more and more normalized to degrade, put down, physically attack Black men, and Black men just have to sit there and stand by it, right? We live in a culture and society where misandrous behavior is widely acceptable, increasingly accepted. I mean, that's just the point. I mean, and Yella is right on that point, right? Black men do not check Black women in public. And at the end of the day, you know, misandry behavior is being more and more accepted. And I'll land with that. And I know Dr. Patterson wanted to say something, so I'll pass the mic to him.
Well, can I go back to the original point?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yeah. Let's get security bosses because we kind of got derailed a little bit on that topic. So, security boss, what were your thoughts on the matter and what you saw in the video?
Yeah, from my observation, she is a young woman, a silly young woman that is kind of loud, and she has no validity to her talking point. And I think she's found her way in some YouTube space, and she's just repeating things that she's heard because of what Black man said to her. If she had some evidence or some sort of backing to what her opinion is, she would have came back at him. And she would have said, no, but this, what about this? And she didn't have anything to add. So she's just a silly young woman that's probably socially awkward, and she's found a place to fit in, maybe had a bad relationship, 2 or 3. And that's just her being broken, and she's found a place to fit. And that is just how it looks. And that's who she is. I'm with Jedi Mike. That wasn't even real, because she can't even speak to the fact of men being incarcerated and not being in the home. The 2 ounces of marijuana, she had no comeback. At least she could have said something to the fact of, well, who made them sell the drugs? She didn't even say that. And that's an automatic comeback. Even though the drugs are there, who made them sell them? I didn't. She didn't say any of that. So she has no validity. Just a single young girl, silly and kind of loud. And she just has shocking, content and just wants to get everybody's attention. So
and don't ask to my knowledge though, and like I said, I'm not trying to put any words in anybody's mouth. No, quote me on it, but I remember having a conversation where she is a mother. She is a mother. She does have a child. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl, but she is a mother. And she was married. So my thing about this is that she has to my knowledge, she has a positive relationship with the child's father, just not, the co-parenting and everything. But this was on another platform. I think it was called Saints and Sinners. She did an interview with them like a long time ago. And basically she revealed that yeah, she does have a child, and she's still in a relationship with the father of that child is still in that child's life. So it just kind of, my point is this is like where she is now. That's what I'm saying. I don't believe she believes what she's saying. That's what I'm saying. I know, I've watched her. I had conversation with her plenty of times, right? And I even know I give like this woman grace, but still, I just think when you watch someone consistently to understand the pattern behavior, but also just even then when we resent something in conversation, it's just like, no, it's ridiculous. And that's what I'm saying. I cannot, when she get on platforms, so I can't be on the panel. I just can't. I have to protect my peace.
It even makes it more true, because if she actually felt that way and had a daughter or a son that is a Black daughter or a son, and she would allow her baby's father to actually, that wouldn't happen. She wouldn't allow it. If she actually felt that way, she wouldn't allow that relationship to happen, because she doesn't believe in the Black man. So that definitely couldn't happen. So
I got one. Oh, go ahead. I got one quick reply. We understand that that's there. They hate men, something negative. Cool. Us men are accepting it. There's 50,000, 100,000 people watching the video, believing it. Cool. We accept it. There's a war on drugs, and there's all this stuff going on in the 80s, 90s. We accept it. However, the very thing that you're saying about what you're telling us to be the better men, in which we're actually going out and doing and improving daily. And then you're telling us what to accept from a woman. That's kind of like a woman telling a man what to do in the household. That's the very behavior that we're trying to get away from. We want to find our women and lead them, but we do have standards and things that we actually want and things that we actually need. Do you understand? All right.
Yeah.
You understand what it is that I'm actually saying. And I'm not saying anything in any bad faith to anyone on the panel.
So, Dr. Panderson, if you have like 81 men to 100 women, so that gives you, about 20 women that you can just forget about. Every woman is not going to be a wife. Every woman is not going to be married, period. So it just narrows. You can go through that 20, and then you have your option of one. Just don't miss that one, fooling around with those other 20. I think that's what we're trying to say with those.
Absolutely.
So it's just not that. It just doesn't seem like it's that hard. But I get what you're saying. But your focus, when somebody gives you their butt, just look at it and keep walking. That's not the one. I think what we're saying is, why concentrate on the negative so much if that's what they're giving you? They're just not the ones. Just keep going.
Oh, I wasn't trying to.
It's the overwhelming majority.
I'm not saying you particularly at this moment. I'm saying as men, as Black men, there's a lot of concentration on the negative activity that women are doing. So I'm saying, why concentrate on the negative? If you know what you want and you're purposeful, you know you don't want it. I see it's negative. Oh, don't even pay any attention. Keep moving until you get to the positive. It's about 81 to 100. So you got about 20 that you can ignore.
Oh, I agree.
Security, can I ask a question? I'm sorry, after you, Dr. Patterson. After you.
No, I was saying that us, me, I don't think we don't identify with the MGTOW, the SYS. We're saying, hey, we're not a part of that.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm not talking to you in particular. I'm just saying, you know it's a bunch of negative communication about Black women. I mean, that's basically all we hear every day. So somebody's saying something negative. I'm just saying, if a man really wants to have a wife, they should not be concentrating on the negative. We should only be concentrating on, you all should only be concentrating on the positive, because you may have to go through about 20 that are just not good at all. And that all depends on where you live.
Oh, I totally agree.
I have a question for the ladies. Out of every 100 women, what percentage or what number you think of women are marriageable women that Black men want? And I'm not even going to reply to your response. I'm just curious to try to understand where you guys are coming from. So, out of 100 women, as Security Boss gave the example, how many of those 100 single women in today's time, 30, let's say from like 25 to 40, right? That age range, 25 to 40.
Where it's
out of
actually
every 100 women, I'm sorry.
It's actually between 18 and 64. But this is the thing, though.
Okay, 18 to 64. No problem. 18 to 64.
But
18 to 60. I'll take that.
But listen, we kind of eliminate ourselves, because these men have their preferences and what they want. If number 100 has 3 kids, okay, now I'm down to 99. If number 99,
no, I'm just asking what percentage is it? 20% of those women?
I have no idea, because I have no idea. But what I'm saying is, I don't know the percentage and I couldn't give you one, but women eliminate themselves by the men wanting certain things. So if you got 20 women up here that don't have this or have that, and you're not willing to accept that, then again, the 20 is gone. Now you're down to the 1. Now it's more of an even playing field. Your options are no longer, because the way you all have, not you already married, but the way that
I understand you're speaking in general. Don't worry. I understand you speak in generalities.
Yeah,
I understand.
The way you speak of creating your wife and your life partner, it's already been designed, because you're on your purpose. So it should be quite easy to go through those 20 and say no, because they're not, we eliminate ourselves. So I don't have a percentage. I'm sorry, but
okay.
I don't have
Genesis, TJ Randall, what do you guys think?
I think you're
muted, Genesis. She looks like she's just over it.
I can't give a definitive answer, because different men want different things. Some men are looking for the exotic model type. Some men are looking for the motherly type. I mean, it depends on the preference of the men who are seeking those wives and what their deal breakers are.
Yeah. But Black men, you get the videos I sent you?
Because people aren't perfect, and because Black people are getting married much later in life, then some of these, I'm going to call them standards, may be unrealistic. If you're waiting till 40 years old to get married, and you're looking for a woman who doesn't have any children, then how realistic is that at that age?
You just married someone younger.
So you want us to go be stepdaddies?
No. No, marry someone. Here's the thing. You marry someone.
I'm not suggesting that. If that's not for you, then that's just not for you. However, I do think that if you are an advanced age and you're just now seeking marriage, and you're looking for someone who doesn't have kids, then you're going to narrow your pool of available women.
Yep.
If you're looking for someone who, if you were in your 20s, your options may be different than in your 40s. In your 40s, you have to be a little bit more realistic, I think.
The options are better in the 40s than the 20s.
No, my wife is 28, and we got married when she was 27. I was 42. No, absolutely not.
For women, your options are better in your 20s. It ain't like that for men.
Yeah. Men got more options in the 40s.
I make my comments to myself about the 27 and 42.
I'll make a comment.
That's fine. I mean,
hold on. Let's get back on topic. I'll make a cut. I'll give you my response to after watching the video.
Wait, hold on. Wasn't it the ladies' turn?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, go ahead.
I thought y'all finished. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
my bad.
Yeah, go ahead, Auntie.
I would like to, before I answer, I think I'm going to throw a ballpark because I have no idea. I'm going to guess and say, let's say 10% of 100. And
Thank you
I'm gonna say
for
10%.
answering straight. Thank you for answering straight.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Now, but here, Miss Creative asked a really good question. Miss Creative, she said, how can you be a husband and wife when you've never been one? How about finding someone that you can see yourself committed to for the rest of your life? I think that's an excellent question, because I got married at 52. You know what I'm saying? I hadn't been a wife. I had been married to my daughter's father for 2 years, but I was not a wife in my 30s. Completely different. I'm a wife now. But the difference is I sought to find out what that really was and what that responsibility looked like. And I knew that I wanted to be that. Many of us don't know. I didn't know. My daughter got married at 20, how old is she? 23, 24. She didn't know how to be a wife because she didn't see me being one, but she wanted to be one. So it was something that she desired to do. So she worked at doing that. So a lot of us don't know what it's like to be a wife. We know we want to be one. We're not necessarily sure what that looks like, but if we earnestly desire to do it, we're going to do what is necessary to become that wife for that particular husband. I think it begins with the desire. Now, was I ready to be a wife in my 20s and 30s? Absolutely not. But you couldn't have convinced me of that at that time, because I talked about it the other day. When we thought about wives, we thought cooking, cleaning, sex, children. We didn't know about the other components of communication, submission, cooperation. Even if we grew up, because my soror yesterday grew up in a 2-parent household with her parents that were married for 50 plus years. She saw them, as husband and wife, but she didn't know the intricacies of their relationship. So even growing up in that 2-parent household, unless you are taught, well, this is how you handle conflict, you're not taught that. In many instances, you're not taught that because why? They're mom and dad. And there's only certain things you're going to see from mom and dad, and you're going to have to figure some stuff out by yourself. So many of us were not raised to be wives. Many of us, y'all, were not raised to be husbands because you didn't know the intricacies of communication. You knew about provision.
I agree with that.
You know about provision, but you didn't know about conflict resolution. You didn't know about that. So I really think it's, I think you putting people in a box here, and it's just not right. But it happens. I'm done.
I get you. And my point to respond to this video, I'm with security. I'm with the ladies, okay, and my boy Jedi Mike. This lady, it sounds like she just trying to go for shock value here. And this is a person where, honestly, after watching that video, I don't need her to come up because I'm not even going to talk to her. Remember when I tell you, Black Man Unfiltered, how you kind of chuckle when I say everybody can't come?
Yeah.
This is another one, because this is not a person who's looking to learn. She's not looking to learn. She's not listening. She's not having a conversation to, understand. Even if you go into a conversation, any interaction with a person, and all you're looking to do is understand, the rest will work itself out. Once you understand, then you can weigh okay, now I get it. Now I can weigh the pros and cons and make the best decision possible. You know what I mean? And that's the type of person we're talking about. That's the person who's going to be disruptive for no good reason. You cannot. How is she co-parenting with her child's father, and she's this recalcitrant?
Look,
she has this much
Black
of an
Man
attitude.
Unfiltered, I sent you videos. I don't know
You
if
did? You sent them to my IG?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll check.
Okay, man. Hopefully we can get into those too, because I find it interesting. I'll watch. You know what I'm saying? I'll watch, but
it's on a different platform, and she's cammed up. But it's like she goes in detail about her past. But it's kind of like in those. Anytime you have a conversation with somebody and he asks, "Okay, what about your past?" Oh, it's not about me. That's deflection straight up right there. Everybody on this
she's
panel,
not genuine. She's not
everybody
coming
on
into
this panel. We have the. We have the credit to prove in terms of talking points we have, whether we're married in positive relationships or we learn from our past experience that we're not proud of, but we learn from, right? And that's the thing that we have consistently on us on this platform, just like on Security Boss, Auntie TJ Randolph platform as well, and many others that we affiliate with in terms of what I believe are true edifying Black people and who promote edifying relationships. Is that when you have someone who have a conversation, understand, but yet they can't be like Michael Jackson, where they can't look the man or woman in the mirror, right? They just look out a window, right? You're not looking
Jedi
at
Mike, you said she
self-reflection.
can't. You said she did cam up, so you have seen what she's looked like.
No, in the videos that I sent to, because it's on another platform, right? And I encourage anybody to see this, get a better understanding of her, because this is on another platform called The Saint and the Sinner. And it was like a year ago that this full live stream of her going to his of her interaction with him and her, because he called her angry feminist and all this stuff, but then she brought in callers, stuff. I sent videos to the Black Men Unfiltered, but to me, I felt people get a better understanding, and hopefully you can give this woman some grace, because just like if you actually listen to what she's saying, like, come on, sweetheart, you don't know, you can't. No one I saying with common sense will know, like, she's not meaning this at all. And also, I don't want to go this argument, I really don't, but I mean, I don't want to say this, but when you have certain women that look a certain way, like in terms of aesthetics, I'm like I said, I'm not trying to go this point, but that gives them some type of privilege to say things without no recourse, right?
Yeah, it's entitled, the pretty entitlement thing. They feel entitled because they're pretty and I deserve these things because they're used to getting a certain amount of attention.
Right. I think because obviously, like, visually, you know how this woman looks, right? I think there's a point too, is that there's certain women like this think that they can just say these things without no type of consequences or anything of terms of being accountable for what they're saying. Because regardless, like I said, men, like I said, we're very, simple-minded and stuff like that. And it doesn't matter with these talking points. We can just still, slide up in the DMs and X, Y, and Z and try to hit at her, And unfortunately, like that, I think that's also responsibility on our end, to the point that we're kind of just saying, oh yeah, it's okay, whatever, just because how somebody looks. I've seen this in many different platforms where her was what some people commenting just on her looks, which is like why are you doing that? But yeah, I just think in this certain situations like this, is like I've seen this continually over time, that you feel like you have no type of consequence of what you say. Everybody know that, like I said, with the power of us having the voice to speak comes with responsibilities of what happens when we put those words or narratives out there, right?
Right. And like, it's, again, she's one of those people where you can show them proof to their face and they'll still come with the nonsense. They'll still deflect. Well, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see the proof. People like that, I don't even talk to. I don't hold a conversation with them. I'm with Mr. Bennett on that one. Had I known she was like that before we started, I would have been with Dr. Bennett from the get-go. Like, if I know she was like that, oh yeah,
Get a few more years, you'll get to the point where you
recognize it.
The decision comes a lot faster. You give it a
right,
little
I'm
more
out.
So to the ladies,
young energy.
Right, and to the ladies, real quick, because I think it's veered toward the ladies when the comments come up and say that women are pick-me's, like Genesis said the other day, that she's in on another platform, she was saying that she has been considered a pick-me, right? Security Boss, I mean, come on, she's one of the biggest targets I've ever seen in my life. I just don't understand it. Pick
I know.
me. I mean, so how do you guys feel about the black women coming for black women? Because we know in some of these spaces we hear a lot of times black women say these men just do us so bad. But I believe, this is just my opinion, and correct me if I'm wrong, because you guys can correct me. I believe that women tear each other down way worse than men tear women down, because especially when they see a woman doing good things, like Security Boss, she's a mammy, she's a pick me. Genesis, pick me. TJ Randolph, pick me. There's been videos made, there's been reaction videos made about women that are trying to do right by men, that are standing up for men. So I just want to ask the ladies. Oh yeah, absolutely. They drag
also
that.
Also, black man. If you could have the ladies answer this, because this is something that confuses me as well. How do they draw the conclusion that these women or women like them are pick-me's? I don't get the connection. Like I really don't understand. I don't even understand the connection.
Well, I'll add that to the question then. So, ladies, how do you guys feel about her saying that watching this stuff and watching women that uplift men, she won't be a part of those mammies. And then and then also adding to what Mandrell just said, how do they connect you guys to being pick-me's and mammies and all these other words they have for you guys? We'll start with security boss.
I advocated it. I say, thank you. Number one picked me.
There you go.
ED on the end and loving
There
it.
you go.
So I don't have a problem with it at all. I don't consider that a negative. I don't know what made that negative at all. So I don't have a problem with that. And the reason why they do it is because we do advocate it for men and we do appreciate men. So, and we don't mind saying that we do, you know, and then some of our points may be extreme, but I like being a lady. I like being a woman. I like my husband catering to me. I like all that stuff. So I don't know why I have a problem with it.
Amen. See, this what I'm saying? I got three. I've got three of my mentors on this panel right now. They don't even know it.
Yeah, and Mandrell.
Oh, they are.
I know Mandrell has something to say about that. So, what about you, Auntie TJ? What do you think?
Well, you know, I don't know if they've called me a pick me, but I say pick me's get picked.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
You know, and that's what I have to say to that. And you know, I advocate for men, but I just advocate for what is right. And if a man is wrong, you're gonna be growed. And if a woman is wrong, you're gonna be growed real too. But I also grow you on the strength of the stuff that I jacked up and wasted so many years of getting it wrong. But I'm gonna grow you. You may not like it. You don't like me. I don't care. I'm picked. I'm married. Straight up. Mr. Randolph got me a new house. What?
Period.
Mr. Bennett, he having a good time down there. We get to you, Mr. Bennett. So
not with a D, with a T at the end. Period.
Man, come on.
Wait a minute. Say it again.
I said a period with a T at the end. Period.
Okay. Got
it. So Genesis, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts, Genesis?
Well, I know why I get considered a pick me, and that's
enlighten us. Do tell.
That's because I reveal my relationship status. If you are single, they automatically think you're looking for a husband, whether you are or not, and that isn't my case at the moment. I'm not looking for a relationship right now, but they automatically assume that I am. But yeah, I mean, I agree with what TJ and Security Boss said. I have when I have been looking for a relationship, I've been in one. I've not been able to get out of a relationship, which is why I'm taking some time for myself right now. And right now, you know, because I'm a grown ass woman, I know that I have emotional baggage, and I'm not going to carry that into a relationship and cause more damage to a man who probably has baggage of his own already. Why add to the fire? I'm going to get myself together mentally and emotionally before I attach myself to a man, rather than just going into a relationship to say that I got a man or I'm in a relationship with somebody. I don't need the title for validation. I want a marriage, not a title of a wife.
Wow. So
that's like everybody can have a car. You know how to drive it.
Yeah, let's get some of these fellas involved in here. Mr. Bennett, what's on your mind, Mr. Bennett, after watching that video and listen to what these ladies are saying up here?
I think my opinion was just validated earlier. Like I said, I just wouldn't have the conversation, but just hearing some of the back and forth on the panel, again, I just go back to that point, as I said, how people are radicalized, how we can even get to the point where we understand. I love when Genesis was just breaking down the history of the things that have happened to Black men and happened to Black culture. But then when it gets down to men and women, it's still us against them. So it's almost like, again, part of how people get radicalized is you get people believing that the source of your oppression is not the oppressor, it's someone else. So we still have to work out this idea in our minds that Black men are against Black women and vice versa. But the system has convinced us otherwise. But that's how you radicalize anyone, is when you can get other people saying, look, it's that person's fault over there. They're the reason why they took your jobs. They're the reasons why you're in the condition that you're in. This problem is then not looking at what has caused caused this, and but still the focus I think needs to be on, again, what can we do to change the narrative? What can we do to promote marriage and families? And I loved Security Boss's commentary. I wish I could have got on the other night. I thought you had a very nice panel on marriage, and also the solutions that you were talking about. I was just thinking about some things we could do. One thing for sure, just marriage across the board, but would certainly help the Black community, is, again, get rid of this marriage tax penalty. I'm about to file taxes, and it's like, being married, I filed my family's taxes for years, and it always gets to the point where when I put my information in and I'm good, I'm getting this big fat refund. But when I put my wife's information in, then I got to work the numbers to get the numbers right, because that tax rate just escalates. So what if you just got rid of the marriage tax, and so that you're getting taxed higher for being married than if we just file individual? I mean, let's put some financial incentive behind people wanting to get together. So I still think that the solution for everything is still, how do you fight radicalism in general, is still focus on making sure people are whole, making sure that people can have this information. But again, you're not going to convince a radical. It gets to a point where the only thing you can do, as Brother Jedi Mike was saying, is just pray for them. But you still have to just shake the dust off your sandals and just keep it moving. And so I just think that I don't have much more to add than what I said earlier, and I think a lot of what's been said has been I agree with. I have no issues with.
Right. And what I want to do is, I had 2 more clips, and then we're done with the clips, because I had already pulled it up. So this, I definitely got to show this one.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, man. It's weird.
Like I said, I'll sit back and watch, but do I need to talk to him? Not really. No, I don't. I really don't need to.
So let's see. Here we go.
In these situations, is not going to come around and rescue us.
Now, this young lady right here, Miss Cannon Hill, she was cooking.
We have to rescue ourselves. So what I'm saying is that we do have to understand. Well, the thing is that we do have to understand what happened, but we do have to start doing different things. And it's not just this idea of this nuclear family, it's extended families. It's families in general.
The village.
It's not.
Come on, you preaching.
It's not literally allowing, like I say, all of these things that have literally been put against us to dismantle us, to just do it. And they'd be like, we're victims. Like,
Can
Can
you give me an example of something that the system imposes on exclusively Black people? I want to know what the system is doing specifically to Black people in 2022.
Yes.
To impose or superimpose onto them something that will disenfranchise them, or
one of the things is, like, literally, I think that I just read an article the other day that stated that like over 50 or 60% of Black applicants that applied for to refinance their home loans at a lower rate were denied. Just on the base, and they had equal, like, kind of the same kind of applications as people of other races, but they were denied those home loans. That did just happen. So what I'm saying is,
can you give me that? Can you give me that study?
Yeah, I'll find the article and I can send it over to you.
Miss Hill, I will pay to listen to you talk.
But at the same time,
why did they have to come up with affirmative action?
But what I'm saying, Anna, is that that's still not an excuse, right? What I'm saying is that I grew up with a grandmother who got it out the mud. Like, it didn't matter. Like there's nothing that's gonna happen that, like, me not being successful is not an option. It doesn't matter. Like, if I can't get it this way, then I got to figure out another way to get it. And what the problem is that that's not the mindset as a whole. Too many times it's, I couldn't get this, so yeah, I'm just a bit, this act against me. You can't do that either.
People disagree with you and said that we're us.
Hold on, let's find them. Right? When can we find them jobs that will pay them a significant amount of money? How can we educate them? How can we start programming in schools where these kids can start learning at 5th grade, 6th grade, how to become plumbers, how to do flooring, how to do lighting, electrician work, how to do those things. And then when they graduate and they choose not to go to college, they're not on the corner, but they're in somebody's house fixing their ceiling fans. So I think for me, getting to how I solve a problem, I find out if the root is curved. And if it is, I reposition the root and I water it. And when I water it, then I see something blossoms beautiful from that. So that's how I do the problem. That's how I go in. I don't go in, I meet you where you are, but I want to actually know where you've been. And if I know those two things, then I definitely can help you get to where you're going.
Awesome.
That's how I handle it.
We can't. And this is one of the
So that was another clip where showing an example of basically everything that she said. No one asked for receipts, right? But then when this young lady, Miss Cannon, was speaking life into her and saying, "Hey, listen, the system has been against us. It's proven. It's approved. Send me that. I need to see it. I need to read that. Send that to me. When can I get that study? What are you guys' thoughts on what you heard in the video? Not just her, but listen to the panel. Period. We'll start with Mandrell this time.
I don't even understand how she was on the show after that, because how can you even ask that question about what has happened to disenfranchise Black folks? Like, we could run down a long list of things that have been done. Like, where have you been?
But again, ma'am, it's like I said, you make a decision in terms of what information you want to consider to be truth and what you will lay out as misinformation, whatever, that ultimately is going to basically debunk your narrative. Again, when I first talked to this young lady, I was talking about word initiatives that was promoting younger Black males, whatever. For me personally, I met Roland Martin my senior year in high school, where I got an award for 200 plus Black men, for men who got a GPA higher than a 3.5. Right, and this is in Hampton Roads, Virginia. You can go look this up. This came back in 2017, and I have the picture and the medal certificate to prove it. Right, it was over 200 plus Black men. Right, it was all boys, all young men. Right, and the fact that it was an amazing opportunity I have there. And yeah, you have these people. You have Roland Martin. You have other people who are speaking at this event. Right, and I brought that to the young lady, saying, "Oh, that's just again. Oh, that's always individual. We're not talking about the collective, right?" And this is another argument that I've always keep hearing talking about the collective. We can't be a collective when we can't clean our own room as Black people, right? And what I mean by that is in terms of, you can't keep saying what we're doing as collective when we're not focusing us in terms of individuals in our home. Because when you start doing that from a micro perspective, right, starting from an individual, turn your interpersonal relationship between men and women, and that ultimately lead to marriage, and not the parenting you instill in children. And then once that children leave the home, then he end up going to the community and actually benefiting it because of the actual edifying parenting of those individuals in the household, right? And then that leads to the collective that you're talking about. But you're just going to debunk just when we bring one idea to you. Then Henson, what are we here talking about? We're arguing, just going back and forth. Again, you choose terms of arguments you want to have, and like I said, it's just a record player where you're going back to the same narrative. And unfortunately, to answer your point, Janice, you saying why I was on the platform, because people like to see chaos. They like to see chaos. I do not think that you're wondering why you have this following, why you have all this stuff. It is the same thing from other goalposts with men who might come from a bitter place talking about women. They have an audience, right? But I'm saying, unfortunately, in this space right here, this is just talking about how we can conduct ourselves as Black people, and identifying when we receive information, knowing when we can articulate our point, but also have the willingness to receive knowledge and actually open to have a sense of even humility to realize, hey, I might be wrong about this. Everyone on this panel can have a moment where they had a point they were so passionate about. They thought they knew it was the truth, and also brought one sense of detail or i.e. life experience have proven you otherwise, that your points or your narrative in your head is actually not true. And then you realize, man, I was wrong. That's humility, but that also promotes, identifies one key thing that I think this woman has lacked, which is character.
Wow. So security boss, what do you have?
Nothing.
Yeah.
It's just more of the same thing. I don't think that I just think she's listening to somebody, and she's found a place to fit in.
Yeah.
I just wonder what kind of relationship she has with her child, though. I mean, let me ask another question, because we haven't talked about this a lot. Has she divested, or is she just complaining?
Good question. She won't answer that.
Yeah, she won't answer that question.
Oh, come on.
She won't answer that. No.
Yeah, she won't.
Yeah, y'all shouldn't even be talking about. Can you change the subject? Well, I shouldn't say that.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can.
No, I'm just kidding, Black Man. I'm just
no.
We've been talking about her for like what, an hour and a half?
Yeah. And basically what she's saying is there's so many people, right? I'll make that the last clip of her, but that there's so many people that are thinking like she's thinking, and like somebody said in the comments earlier, it is growing at an alarming rate that women are starting to believe this. And I'm thinking to myself, how is this? I don't want to say how is it possible, because it's possible, but why would you think? I don't understand how could you get pregnant with a child and then think and say, you know what? I need to see what the sex of this baby is. What is it? It's a boy. Oh, I need to see some options.
Hey,
how do you think the world could even be anywhere near normal?
It's the devil.
Yeah,
all male babies.
Yes, ma'am.
Black man. I want. This is what I want to say, and that's the kind of thing that we need to be careful of, and younger Black men need to be more cognizant of. This is a growing sentiment in America, right? Misandrous behavior is a growing sentiment, right? You see it on World Star, you see it on TikTok, Douyin, right? It's becoming more and more mainstream, and it's growing. This is not something in a bubble or a vacuum, right? There is legit hate for you just being a man. There's legit hate that women out here hate you just for being a man, even more so for being a Black man. This is something you're going to see more and more of as time goes on. Promise you, because we see it in micro levels and microaggressions, just like the $50 billion from Morgan Stanley, right? Got a bunch of women in the room, Black women in the room, talking about what they should do and build up their community. Nothing for Black men, nothing for Black boys. When Obama tried to do my brother's keeper, right? Who were the naysayers? Who were the detractors? In Chicago, when they tried to build their all-Black school boys, right? To get black boys on reading levels, nothing for men, right? Who was the detractors, right? This is a growing sentiment in the Black community in America. This is not a one-off, right? And if you're smart, you need to prepare yourself. And I'll close with that.
I was just going to say, if you know that this is out here, 50,000, 100,000 people subscribe to it. Also post comments to it. Share it with their friends. Become this. Raise children behind it. Share it with their friends. How can you say, man, it's all these women out here that are single? Doesn't this tell you why they're single?
And ready to be married.
And I'm not trying to beat up all the women and all that. There's nothing. There are some great, fantastic women, and I've dated some, had great relationships. This isn't the women this and the men. It's not one of those. But this does exist. And it's a very high number, and the numbers are higher than you think. That's all I want to say. And I'm still going to find me a spouse. So, I mean.
Yeah. Security boss, I mean, it's things like this is why I take so much of my time vetting. You know what I mean? Like I said before, I meet someone, she's not a wife, you know what I'm saying, or doesn't have the wife mentality. What I mean by that is I'll ask you, hey, so what do you think of marriage? Something you want to do one day? If it's something like, oh, I don't know, maybe, I'll think about it later. Something like that, I'm out.
So let me ask a question. The women who, let me ask a question though, because I'm to that what you're saying. The women who think like this, they don't like men, do they?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
They'll jump right in. If I wanted to have sex with them that night, security balls, they'll jump right in bed with me.
They don't love men.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean that they're lesbian. I'm just saying it seems as though I'm just saying it doesn't seem like they would want to be in a relationship with a man.
Yeah, they just want the meat pistol.
Yeah,
they don't want no relationship.
They just want. Remember when I first met you, Security Boss, and I told you this is what I'll run into more often than not.
Mm-hmm.
It's women who just want to jump in bed and they
Yeah.
don't want the relationship. Now I'm not complaining. I'm just like, okay, cool, and I move on.
Okay.
On to the next.
So that shouldn't be hard to figure out, though, right?
No, it ain't hard to figure out.
Okay.
No, it's just now I'm here. I'm trying to understand what made this come about. Like, what was the change that caused this? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And those are the crux of my questions when it comes to this. Like, what? Because I'm with you, people of your generation. I'm of the same mind. Like, what are you doing? Where did this come from? Is it really this big? And I've kind of found out, yeah, it really is. Just these guys aren't lying. This stuff is growing.
Let me dovetail a little bit off of Mandrell in terms of where the mindset came from, because I remember growing up, like I would ask, like in my youth, in my teens, early 20s, well, definitely late teens, I would be the one to ask the question, well, why would a woman, Black woman, want to have a baby when there's no man around? Or like we all grew up watching those Save the Children commercials, and you see in these third world countries, and you see these babies with their stomachs blown out and whatnot. And I would just ask myself, why are these women still deciding to have these babies, or why are they getting pregnant, knowing you're in a situation where more than likely the infant mortality rate is astronomical? So why are you having it? Wouldn't it be better if you just stop having children at all? And I remember oftentimes the response that I would get from the women would be, one, that baby will always love me. Like the man may not love me, I may not be able to keep the man, but that baby will always love me. And it was a source of hope and attachment for them, why they would have the babies. And even in these countries where, you have these high mortality rates, and you're saying, well, why are these women having these babies? Again, it was the same thing. It's almost to say, well, yes, my life is hell, but having that baby gives me a sense of purpose, or it gives me a sense of hope, or what have you. And that was a mindset, that I heard in that time. So you're talking about like in the 80s and in the early 90s. But again, there does seem to be a change again where you're hearing these voices saying about deletion and those sort of things. Even though you had abortion around and those sort of things, a lot of Black young women wouldn't have abortions even though it was available. And I confess that I would say, look, if it's not in your best interest, if you can't raise this baby right, then maybe if not delete or give up for adoption, or do something. But they would not do it because, again, it was this attachment. They felt that baby gave them a sense of purpose, gave them a sense of something that they could have pride in if nothing else was going on in their lives. So it seems like that definition, or that seems to be changing now, where you don't have as many feeling that's a need or they feel fulfilled from having a child, regardless of the circumstances, or whether or not they felt they can take care of the baby or not. So that is something that I've seen just looking back in my past and how women used to think about it. But now it seems like it comes off differently now. But that's just something that I've been seeing.
But isn't that, I'm gonna ask that because I'm about to be 24, and I have a question, like, is that selfishness though? Because think about it, is that you're basically putting yourself in a situation where I have a living being where they don't have the right to decide whether they where they even put in the condition to love me because I am, it's that child. But the fact that I've done the emotional work to heal myself as an individual, not saying as a woman, because men can do the same, have their own way of situation that too. As an individual, now I'm healing myself where I'm not putting another living being put in a condition to where that they can give me love unconditionally, right? And it's a way there is only serving me but not them. Right, because in the condition of a child, it's like the child can have a choice. Well, where's dad at? Right, you don't even know what they're communicating until later on, until they're speaking. But even then, you as a mother, you have every way of influence that child to create a narrative, so where they believe your version of truth instead of what is the truth, right? Of the father, right? And especially in our media today, this was in Grownish. Right, one of the women, she got pregnant because basically she kept going to relationship after relationship, and she said, "I just want someone that can love me unconditionally." Right, and then now until the current season 5, well, now for about season and a half, she didn't tell who the father that she had a child in the first place, because she felt so much guilt up for like almost another season. So now they communicated, oh hey, this child's yours, and now he's dealing with the guilt, like, oh my god, I'm a deadbeat dad, whatever. I didn't know I had a child in the first place, and this is in Grownish by Disney.
Yeah, I saw that. That
Come
is
on.
some ridiculous BS. That, like, how are you gonna not tell a man that you had a child, gave birth to this child, and then all of a sudden, when it gets too hard, you want him to rearrange his whole life for you and the child, and when he can't immediately do it, he's a deadbeat. The audacity.
And Jedi Mike, I'm not certainly disagreeing with you in terms of the intent. Like I said, I didn't when I was your age or younger, I didn't understand that either, and so I was asking the question as to why.
Oh no, I was asking for clarity,
what
sir.
we are seeing though a difference again when we're hearing this talk. What has led the show up to this point, it's a different mindset than back then, and it may still be there, but it seems like there's a changing thought process when it comes to that matter. But I agree with you. I mean, you could say it's definitely, it could be a selfish reason to have a child, again, given especially when you're in conditions that aren't favorable. But that was something that was, I would hear throughout back in that time, and
Dr. Bennett, you're right, but you want to keep in to consideration that women will do some real delusional things being lonely, or to keep from being lonely.
Come on.
And to go to what you were saying, Jedi Mike, the healing never took place. All they remember is the man left, and the healing never took place. So we do some things, that's a real deep thing for some women, to be lonely.
And I was one of them.
Mm-hmm.
When I got pregnant with my daughter, her father and I weren't married. I got pregnant knowing him less than 6 months.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, see,
It grew me, because I decided that I needed to, I was going to do what I needed to do. But again, it happens. I think one of the things that frustrates me here, and I know that we're having a conversation, but I think if we look at the community at large, it is too overwhelming to grasp.
Yeah.
We talk about the community. Why don't you fix your own in your own house, in your own life?
Yep.
And what I mean by that, how I contribute to fixing the community, is I had to be a better me, so I could recognize the man when I saw him, and appreciate him, and be available to him. So that is how I fix the community, by fixing my community and being the example that people want to see. It doesn't do me a good just to continue to say how effed up it is if I'm not doing anything to make it better. If I'm not doing anything to make it better, if I'm just talking about, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't acknowledge it. It is a travesty, but there is life outside of this YouTube.
Yes,
and I
ma'am.
got to tell you,
There you go.
And I've got to tell you, it was not until I came to these YouTube spaces that I found out how dysfunctional the male-female dynamic is. I had no clue. And it's almost like ignorance was bliss, because I struggled to grapple with the how bad it is. I'm not saying it's not bad. I'm not saying that, because even Mr. Randolph said, to Mandrell's point, the women that he met before he dated me wanted to cha-ching real quick, lock him down with put the P on him, if you know what I mean. But they weren't interested in marriage. And we talking about women's 40s, 50s, 60s.
Mm-hmm.
So it does happen. But then we're in a society that there's a level of depravity from men and women we have never seen before. Never seen before. That you can see on TikTok. You can see on. So is it any wonder? And then we feed off of it. We feed off of it, and then it's a never-ending cycle. So I get a little bit frustrated because, again, I'm all about identifying the problem, but what it's going to do? What it's going to do?
You're aware that we're living in this, right?
Tune in tomorrow. I got some solutions for you. And I have one really big example, something I discovered, in fact, earlier this morning. I discovered something earlier this morning that I found absolutely fascinating. So there is hope. Okay, it ain't all doom and gloom, because there's something that's being done over in Arkansas. Yes, in Arkansas. I'll talk about it tomorrow on my broadcast.
I know what you're
tomorrow.
talking
Seriously.
about.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Absolutely wonderful. And this is a model that every community can follow. Yeah. Don't spoil it, Jedi Mike. I want to show it to them. I want to pop this on tomorrow. Okay.
I got you. No spoilers.
Yeah. If you know what I'm talking about, don't spoil it for them. There's hope, people.
Absolutely.
I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead. What's your question? Go ahead.
Okay. Speaking on behalf of the single men who are doing the work to go and make themselves, or either are productive, doing the work to be productive, no kids, good jobs, the things the right way. We have these conversations daily, monthly, yearly with women that are out here single. When do y'all have conversations with women 25, 30, 35? What are y'all hearing? And what do you see?
You talk to the ladies specifically?
Yes, TJ and Genesis mainly. Because and security boss. Not ignoring you, but I kind of already know what you're doing. I can see what you're doing.
But I'm not disagreeing, because again, my daughter is 27. And she has done some shows with me, and she has said many of her colleagues, friends in that 20 to 30 age group, even going to 35, they messed up.
She's not wrong.
They said they got it all wrong. They say they want to be married, but they really don't.
She's not wrong.
They think they want to be married, but they don't know what that entails. Kind of like what I said when I was in my 20s and 30s. I said I want to be married, but I really didn't know what that entailed. But it sounded good.
That's what happened with my last. That was happening with my last serious relationship.
Yeah,
when we started, fantastic relationship, and people talk about I'm too picky. I'm like, no, she was a big. You only date small girls. No, she was a big girl. She weighed more than I did by a lot. So I forego that because she was a dope person. But it was a fantastic relationship. But when it came down to discussing what marriage looked like, that's when it fell apart. You know what I'm saying? So she realizes that you do know this is what a marriage is, right? But what she described was the same thing as what we were doing then, boyfriend and girlfriend. The only difference is we'd be living together and there would be paperwork. That would be the only difference. And I'm just like, no, that's not a marriage.
But also to that point, when my husband and I, when we decided, and to your point, Mr. Randolph was very deliberate. He wanted to be married, wanted to know if that's what I wanted, because if he, like you said, he didn't believe in wasting time. But one of the things that we did this time that I did not do before is we went to premarital counseling, and he made it very clear what my responsibilities were. He said a man needs 3 things: respect, loyalty, intimacy.
Boom. Everything else fits under those 3 umbrellas.
And I'm like,
everything else.
So with that, Mr. Randolph, I never deny him, ever. Whereas before, when I was with my daughter's father, I've been working just like you. I'm tired. But that was my mindset then. I didn't know better. And I wanted to. So in answer to your question, I'm not denying it's jacked up, because my daughter, who's in that age group, because again, I'm 54, but I hear some of the things that she says from her friends and colleagues, and she's trying to grow them because they say they want to be married. She's like, no, you don't. You say it because it sounds good, but you really don't want to be a wife, because, even in her 20s, it's something that she, it's a real serious situation, and it's a good thing. It's great to be married, but it's a responsibility that many women say they want, but they're not ready for.
Wow. And so, well, thank you for that. So I'll bring up Black David had a question for the panel, so I'm gonna bring him up.
I didn't get a chance to answer the question.
Who?
I didn't get a chance.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jen. I'm sorry, honey. I apologize.
Dr. Panderson, to answer your question, I do see those young ladies in the 20s. I'm actually raising 2 young ladies in their 20s. My daughters are 29 and 22. Neither of them has children. My 29-year-old is days away from getting married.
Good job.
Yes. And my 22-year-old has been in a 2-year relationship. She's not ready to get married yet, but I'm confident that when the time comes that she's ready. And their friends, I talk to their friends, the same advice, if you want to call it that I would give my daughters is the same thing that I share with them. And I do it from kind of a non-traditional point of view. I'm very transparent with them because when I was their age, I made a bunch of mistakes, and I share my mistakes so that they don't do the same thing that I did. So that if I went through it, then let me be the martyr, so to speak, so that they see how it affected me so that they don't go down the same road.
Wow. So I guess great example. But hey, congratulations to your daughter.
And thank you for what you do.
Exactly. And so we'll bring up Black David. We're gonna do a timer, Black David, and whoever else is coming up, so we can get everybody in and out that's coming in the back. So we're gonna have Black David come up first. Black David, what's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm trying not to let the chat affect me, but I just see a lot of ignorance. But here's my question.
Mhm.
Knowing that we have this scenario that's going on, knowing that the video you show is show that the government have been systematically trying to destroy the black man image, and I said it before in the past. The mainstream media were doing it for a long time. A lot of people didn't catch on. I was in high school when Mr. Bennett said, when you act, I asked a lot of young girls, why you're so determined to be a baby mom but not wanting to be the mother of your child, be married first before you have the kid. When we keep forgetting what being projected in our community, because we don't have our own media to counteract it. Knowing all this right now, what will be the solution you plan to implement to counteract it? Because the damage has been done when you have a lot of women-led shows that not only try to destroy the black male image, but also the black father image as well. You had the music industry that been pumping out for more than 3 decades. That added to it that the government funded as well. You look at the community. Before you have Warstar, it been going on during the collegeclub.com era. I used to work for that company, the first social media website company back in the late 90s.
You
It
said College
started from
Club?
collegeclub.com. I used to work for
I
them.
remember that. Oh my God, really? Seriously? That is a golden oldie.
And it started from there
What a name
first.
drop.
Wow.
So when it's been going on systematically and too many people have remained blind to it, what will be your solution to counteract it since it's now full blown?
I have a solution.
This is actually tomorrow's broadcast, but okay, I'll let it go.
Oh, I have a
I'm
solution.
I'm a crazy nerdy guy who don't forget information and history. Because I like to read and understand. But we need to understand that we're in a society that our people don't want to read, don't want to understand, nor learn their history.
Talk to him.
So when all this is going on, what can you do to balance out the negativity that's on 1000% and going strong?
I have a solution. Very simple.
Anybody want to go and respond to Black David before?
Oh, I was going to respond.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
For the men, be as productive, be as positive, don't make excuses, be the best version of yourself. And I think where a lot of men are hurting is emotional intelligence. Red pill and all the spaces don't talk about it. We're lacking in emotional intelligence. Women, men have been vocal about what it is they've been asking for 50 years. Fitness, cooperation, be nice, and don't go out here with making all these kids. It makes it easier for a man to come and marry you. Men want relationships. Through all the abuse and all this negative stuff, there are men still out here looking for women. I could have 5 whatever TikTok right here sitting on my couch right now if I wanted to. But I'm on a panel. And there's probably other men all throughout the country. There's times where I was thinking, I'll just be honest. There's a couple nights where I'm thinking, oh man, I'm about to go hit the club and I'm about to grab me something. And I said, you know what? I'm gonna sit on here on a late night all night so I don't go out and go do that. There's been a couple times I actually done that, like in the last couple months.
Wow.
Men want relationships.
Ladies,
but they need something from their women. They need it. Otherwise, you're contributing to the same problem. We keep seeing the same thing.
Thank you, Dr. P. So,
I
ladies,
got
did
one
y'all
more.
want to respond?
I got
Yeah,
one
go
more
ahead.
question.
Go ahead.
This one is for everybody. I said it in the chat room. I've said it several times. I will say it again here. At the dying out black community, we have a twisted, jacked up value system that too many people are trying to promote that's not helping us. How do you correct that and bring it back in the right direction? Because for a perfect example, with a fellow who I'm debating with, the ideology of certain things that some are engaging in, he's saying that it's producing weak men. But yet I met a lot of strong men who is the same hobby I have, plus with a mixed martial art background as well, but yet don't understand the complex behind it because I have the discussion many times with a lot of elders and they say the same thing to me. Until you change your value system, nothing's going to change. So how are we going to do that first? Because I said it before, if they keep up, there'll be a massive brain drain. All the intelligent black brothers and not trying to turn around and come back.
So your question is, how do we get how do we get our culture back to that?
No, how do you change the value system that's been corrupted for too long?
Okay. So, and you said that's for everybody.
Yeah.
So anybody that wants to answer that question, you can.
Yeah, I want to answer that. You can't. You got to move forward. We can't keep looking backwards. I think one of the biggest flaws that we do is we keep looking back and trying to get the quote unquote good old days or the yesteryear. Like too much has happened, too much planning, too much effort, too much of billions of dollars have been pushed to get to where we are today. You got to move forward, right? Now it's about community building, small pocket communities, whether it's online or whatever, right? But the world is pretty much virtual, right? Or digital. It's about building communities in your platform and moving forward, right? We're not going to get back to the yesteryears, right? It's about looking at the landscape today and then making the correct plans moving forward. So if you want community X, then go build your community X through YouTube, through your Facebook page, through Discord, whatever. But build your individual pocket community, right? You're not going to get back to the good old days of whatever you think that was or culture, whatever, right? You got to move forward. You got to move forward. Just have to.
Anybody else want to respond to that? Everybody pretty much okay. Well, Black David, my brother, you know what? I'm gonna see you Friday at the barbershop, brother. We're gonna have a good time on
No
Friday. Look at
problem.
Mr. Bennett. He's smiling already. He knows it's going down Friday. So
I
yeah.
will talk to you later, but come, you're having a live show Saturday at 1 p.m. in continuation of our series on the tech talk I was talking about.
Yes, sir.
And
I
I'll
just
go
dropped
reach out
the
to you
link,
by
yeah.
email. I'll reach out to you on email, whatever you're looking for, all right?
Okay. All right, no problem, brother.
David, tune into my broadcast tomorrow, man.
I will. I
For
definitely
real.
will.
Yeah. I think you're gonna call in. You're gonna call in on that one.
I'm not missing that episode too. Trust me. I'm not.
Gotcha.
All right, thank you, Black David, man. Love you, brother. All right, so we're gonna bring up the E-Man. So E-Man, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
Hello, E-Man.
Wait a minute, E-Man got a suit on today? Let me see. Whoa.
Oh, look at him.
Whoa, it's
We
Denzel,
we're
brother.
changing the
Okay.
black image. Ain't that's what we got to do?
You
Change
man.
the black image.
I heard that. Look at him.
Okay. Go ahead with your go ahead
Now,
with
John
your
Wick suit.
question. Bishop.
Right.
So when I heard this, I had a lot of mixed emotions. First of all, I think that well, let me start with a question. I think that might be better. So I'm gonna use. I know a lot of people people on this panel might not be Christians, but I want to reference that to a time in history. Back in Exodus 1:15, the king of the king of Egypt said, "Hey, once they're told all the midwives, if once they are born, if it's a man, kill her." And we know that this have been going on forever, but now since we have social media, we're starting to give it attention. Do y'all feel from the whole panel that we should focus on this thing and give them that type light, or should we honestly understand that this been going down and it's such a small group of people that those people are not important?
Well, I'll go first. I don't think it's a small group of people. I think, like Dr. Patterson just said, these different leaders of these different organizations. Because what's the name of the organization right now that have the million followers, where they're saying they want the men's sperm, but they don't want the man? We ain't signed it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I can't think of the name right now.
Yeah, they called it. They have just a group of women that said, we want the men to impregnate us, but we don't want them as fathers. We don't want them in the kids' lives. We just want them to come in and get us pregnant and leave.
1 million subscribers.
Huh?
Y'all believe?
Absolutely.
And you believe, Black Man Unfiltered, that this million of people just came out of nowhere? Or you think this is a new thing? I'm asking, or you think this been going on?
No.
I think it's always been women who didn't want a man; they just wanted to have babies.
I agree. I think that the platforms right now that have the most followings, it's just like let's look at the Donald Trump effect. So it's just like Donald Trump. Before Donald Trump came in, people that had some bad things to say about people of color or any racism, they kept it to themselves, right? Or they'll murmur it, right? Or well, in some cases, not overall. But after Trump took office, before Trump took office, would nobody run up to that Capitol building and do that, right? But when he got in office, he encouraged these people, man, and got in these people's ear, and he enlightened these people and told them, let's go down there right now. And he got in this limo and went back to the White House, and they tore the Capitol building up, bro. I mean, he was so powerful. And a lot of people talk about Trump, but that man had a following. He had some power. He can say stuff to these people and make these people go. It was people running. When have you ever seen a presidential election where people were running buses off the road in big trucks? Right here in Texas, TJ, you saw it. We right here in me and TJ in the same city. There's a Biden bus going down the road. There's Trump men and on trucks and got Trump all over him, running his big bus off the road, holding their guns out the window. You've never seen that before. So
yes, we have though. We have all that. Like if you really look at the South, that was the South. That was the whole South.
When
the races everywhere. It doesn't matter if you're South, North.
Right.
There you go, Doctor. They're everywhere. Yeah.
Black people are racist too. So
no, the point that I'm making is that I think okay, Trump did have power. I don't want to dismiss what you said that he did not have power.
I don't think he did.
Racist people have been running people off the roads, hanging black people. Like, this stuff is not something new. What happened is mainstream media, who have millions and millions of followers, they spotlighted it. So what it did is it just showed somebody that was in Seattle what was going on in Texas and what was going on in Georgia. Like, this stuff I don't really think they actually changed. I just think that this type news went all the way around the world in a millisecond, and then we just all saw what was really going on.
Right.
Can I add something real quick to that?
Yeah, hold on, one second. We ain't signed it. So what I was saying about that, when I used Trump as an example, what I meant was, you see how he started and then how his following grew. And at first everybody was like, oh man, Trump just talking. And then 3 months passed. Oh, Trump just talking. Right. And then the Tiki Talk just happened. Oh, Trump just talking. And then the January the 6th happened. Oh, Trump just talking. Right. So what I'm saying is, we can't say, don't worry about those people, Because when you get a following, you get a group of people that wants to follow you, and you get up to 1 million subscribers on one, you have 400,000 over here. I mean, before you know it, it's going to become a movement. Right? And just like the Me Too, when it first started, you had 3 or 4 women, Me Too. Now you have millions of women.
It still died though. So the point that I'm making is security boss made an excellent point. It was about 4 weeks ago. She said, "Hey, we focus on people on Section 8. We focus on the people. It's such a small group of people." She said, "If I'm misquoting you, please let me know." She said that these people are not the majority, but they just get the attention, and this is who we're talking about. I just personally believe that these women are such a small group, and this has been going on since the beginning of the time. And the only reason Trump grew is because the media gave it attention. And if we don't give this stuff attention, it will die. And that's just
that's not why he grew.
No.
So here's the hold on. Here's the thing.
Oh yeah, no, hold on one second, Andrea,
What's next?
because
Hold
I told
on,
we ain't
one
signing. He was next, so we ain't signing. Then we get to Andrea. Go ahead.
So first, I just want to say this, man. AIDS don't go away because you ignore it. Second, it's growing, right? You see the platforms and how they grow. You can say they're small if they want to, but it's growing. It's more light on it. Academia actually absolutely pushes it, right? Academia is how you got from feminism being equality, which is a good thing, to fifth wave feminism. So, I mean, all the evidence proves and shows that this is growing, and not only is it growing, it is being taught and promoted. So to say if we ignore it that it'll just go away, that's like saying ignore AIDS and you'll be cured.
Well, no, but TJ made a great point. Earlier, TJ said, "Hey, let's focus on our house." And I've been saying this for a while. Hey, let's focus on our house. Let's increase the wealth in our house. Let's change. Let my daughters not be in part of this group. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna raise productive daughters that is gonna go out and be a great wife. I'm gonna invest in them the values that I want them to teach the next generation. And I believe it's enough good people compared to bad people that we can outwin them by us, because they already said they ain't gonna have the boys, so we gonna have all the boys. All we gotta do is put those good values and eventually say, don't get with women like that, get with women like the daughters that I'm raising, and they will die out. That's my mindset that I look at it. How can I control it on my level? Because I can always complain about what people are doing, but if I can control my house and we can start a new community that's completely opposite of what they're doing, because they're not having boys and we're having boys, it sounds like numbers are on our side.
Right now, the only pushback, that sounds wonderful. The only pushback I have, and I'll let everybody else cook, Mandrell cook or whatever. The only pushback I have about that is that what reminds me of this. My grandmother, I said this yesterday on Security Bosses. Make sure you guys go subscribe to Security Boss, please. But yesterday I told them that I had grandparents that were married for 63 years before my grandfather passed, and my grandmother was holy. They're holy. She loved the Lord. Everything was pray. And she used to teach us the very thing that you talking about, E-Man. We worried about, my grandchildren. When you go out, people are going to be mean to you. People are going to be racist towards you sometimes. People are going to say mean things to you. No matter if you have to cry, you don't say nothing. You just keep what I taught you and everything that I taught you, and you keep pushing forward. Right? That was my grandmother. My grandfather was also holy, but like I said yesterday, he used to take days off, and he used to say, "Grandson, if they say something to you, is you keep letting them say something to you. They're going to keep coming. They're going to keep doing what they're doing. They're going to get more. They're going to get more aggressive with you. The more that you try to ignore them, he say, whoop all their ass, and then he'll go back to praying."
But black man unfiltered. This is one statement I want to tell you. A fool can't argue with themselves. And this is something my grandmother taught me. She said, if you sit there and argue with the fuel, you fuel the fire. But if you say, it's situations and people don't like it. The reason I separate myself from certain situations is because I understand that if I stay here, it'll fuel the problem. And sometimes me stepping back and not giving them a voice makes a difference. That's all.
Absolutely. Now back to you, E-Man, because I knew you had a question for the panel, and I'm gonna get out of the way. What was your question? Then we'll allow them to answer your question. Go ahead.
So my question is, and I want to hear from everybody, but please, ladies, can y'all chime in? Do you believe that, first of all, this is a growing thing that have the chance of being the majority at one point in time? And my second question is this right here. Do we honestly believe that we should be giving this attention that they can be, or same question, can they become the majority? That's why we need to address this problem. And that's for everyone.
I guess we'll start with Jedi Mike and then Dr. Bennett. We ain't signing Dr. Patterson. We'll go
up. Listen, stupid is what stupid does. Listen, I do believe that like this, there's always going to be a narrative out there. There's going to be, might be a detriment to our community and be a bunch of foolishness. But I mean, I don't want to move through life with ignorance of giving people the benefit of doubt. Because obviously, look what just happened within the last few years, just in not only in our nation, but just in this world, right? You think that, this will never happen, X, Y, Z, but me personally, especially with that narrative, I honestly don't believe it. I just do believe that there will be a narrative of focusing more on independency, but in terms of what we're talking about tonight, I just cannot see that because it's a bunch of foolishness. But do I think that we're going to still try to, in our culture, there still be a more focus on independency instead of interdependency, or in terms of reliance on the opposite people, stuff like that. Yeah, I do believe it's still going to be there, but I do not believe the narrative that we're talking about tonight specifically. I don't see that growing to a state where it's going to outweigh the positive narrative, in my opinion.
Right, and to I just want to add something, Jedi, because it just hit me to add on to what you just said. 60 years ago, homosexuality was a mental illness.
Thank you.
Think about that. It was a mental illness. 60 years ago, if somebody caught you with a same-sex partner, you would be thrown in a psych ward. And right? So fast forward 60 years, where are we now? It's accepted on every level. Right? 60 years ago, you better not get caught nowhere with no same sex. Either you're gonna get something gonna happen to you, right? Because the men would come out and be like, I know you're not about to do this with no women. It didn't matter. You were held accountable. They told you not doing it.
But the difference between the two, it's a difference. The difference in between the two, it was what two people was doing away from everyone else compared to killing a group of men. See, when you start, we have never started accepting complete. Like when Hitler, the world as a whole thought Hitler was crazy. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason we went in World War II.
He was crazy.
So, but that's what I'm saying. So these women who have this same, I call these demons that's in them, that's pushing this thing forward. I believe that the world would not accept that with something. See, the biggest reason why we accept the same sex, because what we established is they was on the side doing something that did not affect. Like you had to want to participate in it for it to happen. It wasn't something that like this is. It's like we're gonna kill the boys after they born type thing.
But you know what? But I'm gonna pick it back and I'm gonna let Mr. Bennett go because you can converse all day, but I don't want to do that. But going back to what you said right now, yes, you're right. You have to want to. But right now, they're allowing people to come into schools. Men that are dressed like women come and read to the children. And they're telling them it's okay. If you want to be this way, you feel this way at 5, come on, talk to me. I can get you where you need to be. Let's let mom and dad know you want to be a girl instead of a boy. Let's let grandmama know that you want to be a boy instead of a girl. Right? So right now they have people coming to schools. They're handing out literature at the school to the babies.
But that's why we control what schools our kids go to.
This is fact. This is factual. But I'm gonna let Dr. Bennett cook because like I said, we'll talk about this.
You can't say that. Not let me respond. Go ahead.
Respond, and Dr. Bennett, you can go right after he's responds.
I just want to say, and this is why it's so important for the community at whole, start controlling our schools. This is why I believe in private schools. This is why I believe in Christian schools. Because the one thing that I can do is I can control the narrative because I'm paying my money. When your kids are going somewhere for free, you really don't have a say-so. But I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I'm going to turn it over to
because the majority of kids in preschool. But we'll talk about that Friday at Barbershop. We'll talk about that Friday. All right? Dr. Bennett, go ahead and preach.
All right. Well, if the question is this growing trend of deletion? If I get his question right, is this growing trend of deleting men? Is that something that's growing that we should be concerned about, or should we just be positive on ourselves?
Right. Exactly.
Have I encapsulated your question?
Yeah, that's summarizing.
Okay. Well, again, we have to understand none of this is new. Again, I think we start the show with that. The idea of deleting black men or damaging the black community. I mean, go back and read some of the writings of Margaret Sanger
Come
and
on.
what she had to talk about black people and
Come
the
on.
reason why she was preaching to black women.
I did a whole show about it, brother.
So again, so none of this is new. It's maybe taking another form, and it's going on in another space. And we have to understand in these spaces, we've seen these movements growing underground. In fact, not even in public spaces. We talked about Trump earlier. Again, that groundswell that led to January 6th, a lot of that was built on not on pop. I mean, some of it was Facebook and a lot of these other platforms and whatnot. But some of this was done on these underground channels, on these back channels and whatnot. So you can grow movements in these spaces. But I think still, though, the solution is still going to be more like yours. I mean, the practical the practical thing to do is to focus on, again, building our communities, being our best selves, marrying, all the things that you advocated. I have no problem with what you've advocated in the past, and I appreciate the discussion you had last Friday night. I really did. I didn't
Absolutely.
get a chance to tell you that before you left. So again, I think the solutions there. I think we still need to be focused on what's going to build and our community moving forward. But to say that this is just something that will pass, no, we're talking about, again, if you go back to Sanger and all that, this is going on for decades.
Yeah.
When deletion came out, I don't want to, say any words that was said, but again, in terms of percentages, white women were having more of them, but the percentages were higher in our communities. But now
Right.
we're saying that the rates have been declining over the years. I think they're saying they're at the lowest level in quite some time. And I don't see per se an uptick. Are we going to see a spike now going forward because of this movement? I can't predict that. But we can't, but we have to acknowledge that this has been certainly in this country, this has been a trend. And so it's just taken on another form. So it's always there, just like you were saying earlier about, and this is the only thing I would thought was a little contradictory in what you were saying earlier about the Trump movement. You were talking about first you said, well, it was the media that built Trump, but then at the same time you said the whole racist or the mindset of a lot of these people, that's always been there. He just became a megaphone that just spoke for them.
Exactly.
So the same thing here. This idea of deleting black men and black people in general has always been there. There's just new megaphones now. Now you have social media spaces. Now you have these hosts who are now being the megaphones for these things. So I don't think it's something that we can ignore, but I still think the solution though is still the same, which is, again, we need to be focused on how can black men and black women get together? How can we build black families, black wealth, and everything that you've talked about? I think that's still the same. That still needs to be our focus, but we
Right.
still need to be mindful that it is out there, and if it comes to the light, it's like an iceberg. If you see it, a lot of times the iceberg is bigger underneath the water than what's actually coming to the surface. So
Exactly.
I think we have to be mindful of that. So
And man, to tag on to, man, come on, you was cooking. So to tag on to that, you said Margaret Sanger, come on, man. So her first deletion clinic was in Harlem, New York. Right? And so when she put that in Harlem, she said this was her plan. She went to a Klan rally and stood up on the top of a table and promised them that we will sterilize as many black women as we can to stop the production of black babies. And so what she did was she told the black women wasn't having it at first. Oh, this white woman can't come down here and tell us nothing about getting rid of our children. Margaret, this is factual. Margaret said, you know what? Y'all right. I can't tell y'all nothing. I'm a curly haired woman that look like a cocker spaniel in the face. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the preachers and the black doctors to convince them. So she would pay the doctors and the preachers to get these women together, and the preachers will go down there. It's okay, going down there to the clinic, and if you want to get rid of something, you can. And then the doctors will be like, "Oh, I think it's a great thing for you. I think it's a new innovative thing that if you don't want children, we can stop it." And as soon as she get them in that clinic, she will sterilize all those women. It is factual. It is documented that hundreds and hundreds of women went into those Planned Parenthood places, and all of them in urban neighborhoods. Think about it. And she would sterilize hundreds of women would try to have babies after they got married, and they could not. Because, and they was like, "What is wrong with me?" And all of them were sterilized. So that, I digress. We ain't sorry. I mean, I'm sorry. TJ Randall gotta go. TJ,
Can I piggyback one point on what
yes,
you
ma'am.
just
You
said
sure
to
can.
add to that?
Yes, ma'am.
And even now, they still disguise that, because those centers that he named, they're still in urban areas, and they still have them in other areas. However, they have different names. When you go in the other areas, they are Planned Parenthood Express.
Come on.
They don't perform terminations in Planned Parenthood Express.
Right. And Susan G. Komen, breast cancer awareness, 60% of her proceeds go to deletion of babies. See, nobody knows this, but it's under that umbrella. But that's what, this is not a history class today. Don't y'all take me down the rabbit hole, because so I'm gonna get TJ in here and let her get because right now I want to get last words from everybody. So we'll let TJ answer this question, and then we'll let security boss, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you.
So who do I go after then?
No, you're gonna go after security boss. I'm sorry, I'm gonna get the ladies out, because the ladies they have to go take care of their hubbies. All
Well,
right.
my husband's not home, but I'm sleepy. I'm just.
Right. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, she's sleepy, but
No.
security boss gotta go take care of Mr. Boss. Mr. Boss needs his wife, so let them go.
You know, like I said, to be honest, I didn't, before coming to YouTube, I was not aware of this this movement, if you will, of women who are advocating for termination of Black boys. I just had no idea. Do I think we should turn a blind eye to it? Absolutely not. You know, but when I say focus on our own community, I don't necessarily mean necessarily in your house, not just in your house, but it's kind of like what Cannon said, your extended family, your neighborhood, you know, your area, your circle of influence. And a circle of influence are like what Genesis says, you know, her daughter's friends, and those are the people that you can make a direct impact on. So I think that is what we focus on. And in so doing, those people are going to talk to another person and to another person. And those like-minded people are going to band together for like-minded things, in my opinion. I don't think that we should ignore it. I don't think that we should talk about it all day either. I don't. But I think when I think about the future, I think about my daughter, I think about my granddaughter, and those are the things that, like you said, we're teaching her change. As far as somebody said about changing the values, I think that was Black David, changing the values or fortifying the values that I grew up with and passing them on to my daughter and so forth and so on. So that's what I mean. I can't say definitively if I think it is widespread. I don't know. Because again, before coming to YouTube, I didn't know that there was such a movement. But like you all have said, this is nothing new under the sun. But what is new is that we have the avenues by which to, like I think Dr. Bennett said, the megaphone. So that's the difference. I don't think that we should allow it to paralyze us and to do what we need to do far as to make our own communities. And like I said, charity begins at home. That's the way I look at it. I'm not saying I'm going to turn a blind eye, but one thing for sure, even in these YouTube spaces, I'm trying to make a difference where I can. And even in so doing, people who I've connected with, they, I try to grow them and give them, sage counsel because they've asked for it. But I'm not going to force it down your throat. Because in so doing, that depletes me. I'm going to continue to pour into people who desire to be poured into. That's the way I look at it.
Thank you so much, Auntie. I appreciate it. So security boss, what are your thoughts? Good night, TJ.
Good night, TJ.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much.
My thoughts go back to what I said originally about the black male being extinct in a few years, maybe a couple of decades. Whether we take this serious or not, what's out there now, it's already been forecasted to be that way. So I pledge to the men that want to be married, I pledge that you start taking your life seriously. And instead of always going for what you want, make it your duty to be married and find a woman that you can procreate with. So this world, as Black people or our communities, can continue to go on. Because you know what? I sit and I think sometime about what is this world going to look like when the number of Black men is extinct? What happens then? I can't even imagine, y'all. I mean, you're talking about being a minority or being taken over or losing. I just don't know. You may not have the federal government's help at that time because maybe they would have won. So instead of it always being a want, men that want to be married, make it your duty, add duty to it, because guess what? Take it seriously, because before long, you'll be extinct and you may not have your brethren or even your sisters to rely on. So just think about it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, security boss. I appreciate you so much for being here tonight. All right. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye, security boss. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, yeah, make sure y'all tune in to security boss on Monday. I co-host with her on Mondays at 7 o'clock Eastern time. I think it is 6 o'clock my time. So, man, please go subscribe to her channel. She's doing amazing things over there too. So I want to go ahead and Genesis. I'm gonna go ahead and get what your no, I'm sorry, we ain't signing. I apologize. We ain't signing. What you got?
Oh, can you skip me for a second? I need to take care of something. Sorry.
All right, put the jerkins down. Okay, Genesis.
Go ahead. Just nothing.
No, go ahead, Genesis.
She's muted.
So
He's not right.
I'm coming off mute now.
You're not right, brother.
There were lots and lots of nuggets that I think were dropped. Sorry. There were lots of nuggets dropped tonight, and I think that everybody, there were a lot of valuable points made. Y'all listen, be open,
Open to what?
To what you heard tonight. If somebody shared an opinion that differed from yours, actually give it some thought. Break it down. See why they felt the way they felt when they, suggested or gave whatever opinion that they gave, because there is an agenda. And I think most of us on the panel know that there is an agenda. If we don't recognize it for what it's worth, then they win and we lose.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
I think I agree with the agenda. I really do. I used to be so naive to it when I was younger, but as you get older, man, and you start to slow down and just look at things for what they are, you like, God, yeah. So that agenda is real. It's real.
Yeah.
Miss Nicole, thank you for being here. Miss Nicole, wellness is wealth. Make sure you guys go subscribe to her. I had the honor to be on the panel with her the other day. Oh, when I tell you, an amazing woman that very balanced. She speaks and she stands for men, just like Genesis, just like Security Boss, just like TJ Randall. TJ Randolph. Just the same, just the same. So thank her for being here. I just put in the chat my email address, Nicole. So go ahead and email me because I would love to have you on as well. So I plan to have you on the show as well. So let's go ahead and go to We Ain't Signed. Are you done?
Man, you wrong, man. I just had to answer a text, man. It's we're in lockdown, man. Nobody using jargon for nothing.
Okay,
I have a wife
for
that. All right, so anyway, yeah. So okay, I just want to put it this way to answer this question: is it growing? And what was the second part of it? or should we pay attention to it? Well,
Right.
I'll just put it to you this way. It's absolutely growing, right? All evidence point to it. We see the growing platforms on YouTube. We see it, it's been around forever, like the others people said before. And moving forward, I will say this. You have to pay attention to it. I think it would be a huge mistake not to pay attention to it, and it is like you said before in history, right? Before, alternative lifestyle was shamed upon, but now, you have you have two men marrying in a church. You have TD Jakes talking about, you're wrong to say that this is not right, or this is, God loves everyone, right? So you see a complete 360 on how something before wasn't accepted and now it is accepted. Same thing in China, right? You have mass deletion of females. So, this is not out of the realm of this can never happen. It's happening. It has been happening. It's growing. And like I said before, right? AIDS don't go away because you ignore it. And this is something that if you don't recognize and if you don't prepare yourself, you're going to get caught. You're going to get caught, right? You're going to get caught sleeping. And we know how that ends up for black men if you get caught sleeping.
You're right. Can't get caught sleeping. You're right about that, brother. And so let's go to my guy Mandrell. Mandrell, what are your thoughts on the matter, sir?
Number one, this is definitely a growing issue. Like we ain't Simon said, he and I are of the same mind with this. When you see a problem and you see a problem growing, okay, you cannot ignore it, especially black people, because we are. If you look at how they classify endangered species of animals, human beings are animals, all of us, regardless of race, of color. We fit in the category of the endangered species. Black men do. So this is an issue you cannot afford to ignore, because this is going to be made worse by our own women if we let it fester and grow. Okay, and yes, E-Man, that is true. Black men we do fit the criteria for the endangered species. Okay, you can laugh all you want, but it's a fact, dude. Now, tomorrow's broadcast was going to read like a eulogy. It really was. I'm not gonna lie. It was gonna be really, really bad. I was gonna have some choice words for a lot of you people, but I saw something this morning that I found fantastic, splendid even, and it made me I had to actually create an outline with bullet points, not a script, but just a reminder of what to include in this. When I saw this, I was like, oh, wait a minute, hold on, let me look into this deeper. He spent all day looking into this find, all day. I was right on time today. I wasn't there. I intended to be early, but yeah, tomorrow's broadcast is not going to read like a eulogy anymore. But tune into it, because it's going to be a lot of doom and gloom, because the Grim Reaper is looming over us. It is. He is. So, but there is light at the end of the tunnel, in my opinion.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. So tune in to Mandrell tomorrow on this actual network here at 8:30 Central Standard Time. It'll be good to have E-Man in there to butt heads with you tomorrow.
He won't. Not on this one.
He ain't gonna show up.
He'll show up, but I mean, E-Man and I, hold on, E-Man. When it comes to image, E-Man, we agree on.
Oh yeah, y'all agree on that.
Yeah, we agree on all that. I mean, we've never butted heads on image.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so E-Man, he'll show up, but he's not gonna disagree.
Right.
I mean, but when he sees what I found, I think he's gonna have questions for that, and I'm ready to answer him. I'm like, listen, I'm ready to go over there and talk to these people.
Right.
Okay.
And it's gonna be you and Sir Hill speaks tomorrow, so that's gonna be good to see.
Yeah.
And so, Dr. Panderson, what are your thoughts, sir?
All right, here's my thoughts. And I really don't like to be negative. I really don't. The good thing is this. I'm gonna start positive. The good thing is there are a lot of people still standing strong, standing powerful, standing successful, and they're black. A lot of them are women, and a lot of them are men. There are still women who are still pretty, attractive, and smiling, and supporting men. It's not enough. Let me start there. Now let's go to the reality. I really want to. I'll take 10,000 out my bank account right now to go and buy and tell you that reality doesn't exist. I'm looking at the definition of community. A group of people living in the same space having a particular characteristic in common. Black people do not have characteristics in common. They don't. I don't even know what black culture is and black. I always tell people, there is no black community. It doesn't exist. If you go to a black neighborhood, or black this or whatever, there's words called like Uncle Tom. There's the N word. There's sellout, just for showing up, for wearing a suit. That's the black community. Then there's, man, y'all are peasants. Y'all are mammies, pick me. Who does that? And then you go and tell the man who went and put 10, 15, 20 years being the best version of themselves, go out there and go save them. No, let it burn, almost like what's right behind Black Man Filters. It got to get burnt down and built up from the ground. The other answer is to what Security Boss said. I love Security Boss. And E-Man, I rock with you too. Black men, can we go out here and be the best version of ourselves? Take all the abuse. We just saw the abuse. If you don't believe the abuse, read the chat. They're still doing it. They're doing it in the chat right now. Go be better. The black men, you're not good enough. Single with no kids, productive, positive, hanging on, whatever. That ain't good enough. Then we want you to come home and deal with a spouse that you don't even want, just to keep everybody black.
Because you're 40 in advanced age.
Because I'm 40. My fault. I owe the community apology for turning 40. You wanted me to die at 33? 40, I'm 41. I can probably run a mile in 6:15, 6:20 right now.
You want to say I'm 40? My bad.
Right. We 40. They said 40 is an advanced age in the black community.
Yeah, 40 is a good age to go out and be productive and make good income. And we're talking about men who already have a space for women to come and just get on board with. We're telling them to go out there and accept less. The answer is no. And what are the men asking for? I put it in the chat. Can a woman be slim and trim? Why should I have to ask for that? For you to take care of your body? I gotta drag you to the gym when I get off of work? If you won't take care of your body, that's like saying, well, you go get in a car that got 3 wheels on it. I'm supposed to be putting a baby in this body. You got to carry it for 9 months, and I need you to be responsible.
Watch out now.
For the last 10 years, you can be responsible for holding a baby. Just like I can show I'm responsible for making sure the lights and electric bill. I'm just saying.
I just knew you was gonna get this in there. I knew it before you ended.
No, here's the thing. I'm not dusting off security. I love that woman. Like straight up, I love that woman. She's fantastic. And I'm actually trying to learn to be a better listener and work on my patience. And she's modeling it. And she has a great heart. I'm just only responding to what was said. So we're supposed to go out here and put our lives on the line for the community that doesn't accept, respect, or even want us in there. And if you don't want us as black men, who do you want? The white men don't want you. They don't. Half the black men don't. They kind of do. They just want you to do better. Another thing, then I'll be done.
Dr. Panderson.
Yeah. Get you a 95-pound woman need to be dragged. Need to be dragged. Let them be. Stop. Why don't you tell them something? Because if you don't tell them to take care of their bodies, they're going to die. They're going to be walking around with oxygen tanks in the next 5 years. They're dying from diabetes, eating too damn much. It needs to stop.
Did you just say diabetes?
You said diabetes.
Why does it have to be at one extreme or the other?
No,
because I don't think that it was suggested that, okay, you go out here and get some woman that's morbidly obese.
Oh no, I'm just saying it because look.
So what's the ideal weight with Dr. Panderson? Let everybody know that in the chat and on the panel. What's
less than 150?
What?
Less than 150.
No, because I can say anything and ain't nobody listen to me anyway. Go ask your doctor.
Good answer.
Ask your doctor and actually listen.
Fantastic answer.
Typically, the recommendations that they have for weight according to your height are off.
How
Here
about
we
you
go.
just try?
Hold on.
See what I'm talking about?
Apologies. I do have to
They're
say
lying.
this.
Hold on, we ain't signed. We ain't signed.
Genesis,
Hold on, we
you
ain't
have
signed.
no
Hold on.
clue.
Genesis, how about you? All
How
we're
you
asking
gonna
you to
tell me I
do.
don't have a clue about
Here's
what a
the
woman's
thing,
weight
Genesis.
is
Listen to me.
supposed to
Focus
be
up.
for a
Focus
woman?
up. Focus up, Genesis. All black men are asking you to do is try, and we'll call it even. That's it. We're not asking you to be 5'4", 120.
No.
Just try.
I'm sorry. I have to say
We'll call
something.
it.
I
We'll
have
call it
to
even.
say this. I'm sorry.
Hey, we're signing.
Please,
Let me
please.
finish.
Let him finish.
Okay.
Go
I'll
ahead.
let you finish, and I have to ask the question. Go ahead.
Okay,
I
I'm saying.
apologize.
No, we're in any person. I'm just saying.
No. It's my advanced age. I'm over 40, so sometimes I apologize.
No, it's cool. I'm 41 also, but I'm just saying. If I'm wrong, I really want to know. But women prior to COVID, black women weigh 187 pounds. This is before COVID. Right now, I weigh 190. At 41 years old, and my body type is not supposed to be slim and trim. It's not. What do we got to do? They're going to die. Look at the kids. The kids are already overweight. Look, what's it going to do for their self-esteem? We're talking about them going out and being leaders in the future, being spouses to choose from. We can close our eyes and pretend like, no, we got it all together. The standards is wrong. That's what it is. The doctors is wrong.
They
Always
are.
somebody else's
They
fault.
are. They are. They
See,
are a
you're not
little
gonna
bit
win. You're not gonna
unrealistic.
win.
I am. I'll tell you. I'm
Okay,
5'4". I'm 5'4", and the recommended weight for myself at 5'4" is 117 pounds.
At your age? Ask about the age.
Go over.
Ask about the age. You have to.
I
There's no
don't
way
know.
at your
I don't
age.
know about age, but it's
Right.
117
Hold on.
You have to
Just allow me to say
emaciated
this real quick.
at
Allow me to say
117
this real quick.
pounds.
You know what? I'm gonna be
Because
done.
everybody keeps saying
I'm
like
not even gonna go into
everybody.
the rest of what I was gonna go into. I'm gonna just be done. I think I made kind of my point clear.
So
no
I just want to throw
disrespect
this out there.
No disrespect.
I'm just
I rock with
saying.
y'all.
My pointing in the pushback was just to say, why not just say she's at a healthy weight?
See what I'm talking about? I didn't even get to attitude and having kids yet. I just started with weight. I didn't even got to the rest of it. And they're dusting me off in the chat.
I just want to ask this one question. Just want to ask, because everybody keeps saying those sizes don't match up. My girlfriend before my wife, she was from Kenya. Average height, she was 5'6" and 65 kilos. I don't know what that is in pounds, but she was like 65. She always fluctuated between 65 and 69 kilos, right? About 5'6". Okay, 5'6". She's African. Most Somali women, Sudanese women, Kenyan women. How can they be thin or fit that like BMI scale, but who are African, black, curvy, hippie, but our women can't? Please explain that.
Because they're not real black people. They're not real black people, right?
And 65 kilos is 143.3 pounds. All
so she was always between 65 kgs and 69.
Yeah, 65 kilos is 143.3 pounds.
I didn't even get to.
I'm looking at it now.
I didn't even get to attitude and
5'6".
kids. I just started with weight. I can't even get to the other points that I'm asking for. I get blasted off on. I'm the wrong one.
Can I say something? Can I add to this? Can I add to this? What scam?
You muted Black Man
I'm not muted.
I said Black Man Unfiltered was talking.
Okay.
He was muted.
I want to add something. This is something that we need to stop beat around the fact and the truth. It had been documented before the pandemic that the black people health issue is skyrocketing. And due to the pandemic, it's both. You can shake your head all you want, man. Facts don't care about what you think.
You're fat
don't
shaming.
care about what you don't think.
You're fat shaming.
But yet, watching William Martin for almost 2 years and see over, 30 to 50 black professional doctors say the same exact thing from multiple hospitals across the country. So you want to tell these medical professionals they're wrong about what they're saying? I'm trying to ask this question because either they're wrong or you lost your mind.
But Black
Which one
David,
is
what
it?
you're asking us to do, that would take effort on my part.
I know.
I don't want to watch what I eat.
I know.
I don't want to
But
be healthy.
Here the reality.
I don't want to work out and
Before
feel
I met
better about
my
myself.
wife,
Women been
Hold on.
overweight since
Hold on.
2000 BC. This is nothing new.
No, dude, stop
Don't
it.
play yourself.
Stop
Look
it.
at y'all. Look at y'all great grandma.
E-man.
My great grandma wasn't fat.
How you gonna say that and you got a
Hold
slim
on.
and trim wife? Come on, bro.
Since you
But
want to say that,
that's the
hold
point
on.
that I'm making, Dr.
E-man.
Patterson.
I
Get
got
what
you.
want, and then
So
don't
you
worry
being-
about the rest.
E-man.
Why we sit here complaining about the
E-man.
people we don't want?
E-man. Listen.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Since you want to go down, I will be technical. Since you are a Christian, everything what the scripture talk about the human body, it describes the human body being fit and healthy, not bloated up. So since you want to go there, do your homework, fucking you come back to me afterward. Until then, but as I was saying, if you don't understand the truth and the facts that what's going on in our black community, our people were dying at a high rate during the pandemic due to the health crisis. If it's not diabetes, it's obesity. If it's not obesity, high blood pressure. If it's not high blood pressure, high cholesterol. There are so many different factors that affect our black people who are dying out in high numbers. If you want to lie about it, then you can be a man good and live a lie. I'd rather be with one people who will live with the truth and understand what's going on and trying to find a solution to the problem instead of being delusional or you drinking the wrong Kool-Aid or drinking from the wrong water pipe. Get it filtered so you can clean all the toxin out of your body, then you understand what the hell is going on. I used to date big girls at one point, but I saw a common denominator. They had bad health. I don't want to be responsible for that. If you're not trying to take care of yourself, don't put the burden on me either. Real
Right.
talk.
And the thing is, I've told y'all.
So you can lie all you
So
want.
Mandrea, before
but
you
you cannot
start,
lie in front to a doctor. You know how many doctors?
Right.
I do work in a hospital. You know how many doctors lost their mind and their cool for the Latino and the black community and say all kind of stuff behind their back. I was at tech replacing their computer. I thought a doctor lost their temper, saying these women come here time after time after time. I'm like, I told her Trina died, but she don't want to listen. I told him the Trina died. He don't want to listen. This is what happened in the hospital. There were medical professionals get fed up with our black community and our Latino community don't want to take care of their goddamn health. I'm snitching because you guys don't want to face the truth.
all right.
So who's lying now?
So
It's not
okay.
funny, Genesis.
So this for the panel right here. This is for the
I'm
panel.
laughing at the comments.
This is for the panel right
Okay,
here.
let's
So
fight the
I'll
comment.
go to
Live a
Dr.
lie, let them live a lie.
So I'll go to Dr. Bennett first. Dr. Bennett, let's address Miss Creative here. Miss Creative says, why drag plus size women? If your preference is 95 pounds, then go date a 95-pound woman. Leave them alone. And then Miss Nicole, wellness is health. She said, that's not true. I'm 5'4", and you're not what does it say? You're not to not be over 150 pounds.
To be over.
Over 150 at 5'4", you are overweight.
Mm-hmm.
And for the record, I do like plus size women, just not obese ones. When you're obese, that comes with a whole nother ball of wax of issues of self-esteem and things like that. And for me, I haven't met a woman who was obese and didn't have self-esteem issues that they brought into their relationships. And it's like I told you, Genesis, like the really good relationship that I had, almost got married, it fell apart, and it wasn't because of her weight. It wasn't an issue. You know what I'm saying? For me, you know what I'm saying? So I am willing to compromise on certain things, but I mean, everyone has their preferences. You know what I'm saying? When it gets to the point where it's out of control, I'm looking at you like, okay, you just gave up on life.
So, Candid Ann just came in. She's a nurse. This is, and she says she just came into. If you can come up, Candid Ann, that'd be absolutely wonderful. But she said just came into the discussion. But both black men and black women are dying of hypertension. I mean, just look at. I don't even know how to say that one.
Hyperlipidemia.
Yeah. Okay. And type 2 diabetes. It's terrible. It's truly terrible.
Yeah,
So,
if you could come up, that would be fantastic. It'd be wonderful to speak with you again. You're one of my favorite people in the world.
Fact that it
Yeah.
compounded with
So I
the
just want to say
pandemic.
this. So this is what I want to say is
Pre-existing
this right here.
condition
When it
drop
comes
dead
down
quicker.
to Dr. Patterson, what I'm saying is you can't look at a pig and say, I don't want you to be a pig. I want you to be a cow. Turn to a cow. Turn to a cow. Please turn to a cow. And it's a reason that I'm saying that. I say it's crazy that I hear a lot of men saying this is not right. So they're trying to force them to change. And I'm just saying, put yourself in a space where you're around the ones that are like what you like. And it's a reason I don't talk about weight. One thing that I am doing right now is I am trying to get to my ideal weight. And so since I am not at my ideal weight, or I am not where I want to be at, I'm not going to sit here on the panel and talk bad about women, talk about, oh, y'all can be better when I'm not even doing it. That's that do as I say, not as I do type mentality. And I think that's why a lot of women don't want to listen to us. It's like, hey, what the doctor telling you, you ain't listening to the doctor, so you want me to listen to the doctor, you ain't listening to the doctor. And I think that's the mindset of why they be like, you guys are giving us one advice. And Dr. Patterson, this is not you, because you in shape. I mean, you have conversation. You run 6 miles a day. You know, you in shape, so you can say things about health, but people who are unhealthy can't say things about health. That just doesn't make sense.
Okay, how about the point here is that we're all, for me, I just want black women to be the best people that they can be. You're already there with that beautiful fucking skin of yours. Okay, ladies, you are, period. And that wonderful mind you got. How about this? Go to the gym, eat a healthy diet, be healthy. Just don't be morbid like that. And the thing is, black men too, what the fuck is your problem? You know better. You're supposed to be the leaders. Okay, if you're in your house and you're leading and you're a black man and you're fat, that's your problem. Listen, bruh, I don't blame your sisters for not listening to you.
Hold on, I want to say something as well. I want to say so first, I think you gotta let people be where they are. And me, I do agree with E-Man, and I do agree with the comment she says, like, if you don't like fat women, then let them be. I agree with that, right? You just gotta let
I agree with that,
right?
too.
You can't really change people.
So
I do agree with that. Like, for example, I have my preference, so I moved to where my preference is, right? And that's not putting down one group for another group. Just let people be where they be, because you're gonna lose all your hair trying to change people anyway. So I do agree with her. But one thing I do want to push back on is that the black community is a gynocracy and we're raised by single mothers. We're not the leaders of the group. Women are. They just are. And so, and in this society, in this community, right? You just do what's best for you, and just make your peace with that.
But you know what, though?
Absolutely not.
But Dr. Patterson had a good point earlier. Dr. Patterson said, when you say, for instance, what you just said, go to where your preference is. Even E-Man just said it so eloquently.
Yeah,
you don't have to deal with it. Go to what you like.
Yeah,
right. She's right.
What we're dealing, but hold on now. What we're dealing with today, E-Man, what you said, and a lot of people will agree with that. But where we are today, when you do that, you can be canceled because they want you to what?
It doesn't matter. They've been trying to cancel me since I've been on YouTube.
Like watch this.
Who cares?
Like this. The Jillian Michaels lady. When what's her name? What's the girl's name? Lizzo went to the Lakers game with her stomach out and her ass out. And Jillian Michaels says, y'all are cheering this lady on, but in 20 years she's gonna die of diabetes.
Yeah.
And she said, I can help her lose the weight. Why are you guys championing her being fat?
And that's where I am with it.
And guess what? Jillian got damn canceled. She got canceled.
Because Jillian was not supposed to see, was supposed to be quiet. If she was quiet and not give a fuck, then she'd be cool.
Where the black women that stand up for the woman that got canceled? Where they at?
But that doesn't get you.
And say, hey, we need to do better so we can get our men.
Right.
Where those black women at?
And the thing is, we ain't signing. The problem is
shaming. You can't do fat shaming.
No, the problem is
if we got enough numbers doing it. If it's 5,000 people saying, look, man, we're tired of it. But I'm sorry to cut y'all off, but we ain't signing. It's a gynocracy. Accept it? God, no. I identify as an independent contractor. I don't identify with whatever they call as black culture. They run around here like animals. That ain't me. We ain't following women who are going
that's
nowhere.
you as the individual. That's you as the individual, right? Like for me, I'm SYSBM. I've been abroad for 16 years, right?
Okay,
Black
cool.
people on YouTube, black people told me I am no longer in the black community. I've been told I'm half Asian by someone. I've been told that since my wife is black, I should
I
be
didn't call him
quiet.
half
So
Asian.
I've been canceled.
I didn't call him half Asian. I didn't call him half shit.
Cool.
Okay. And the problem is we ain't something. The problem with that, with us minding our own business, is this is where it gets us where we are now. You know, you have women who balloon up to 300 pounds and wonder, like, well, how come? And then wonder why they can't get a steady relationship. They can get laid, yeah, but they can't get a steady, like, full on serious relationship. You know,
women in the past they did.
That's not actually accurate because there are men. There are the men that like.
No, stop it, Genesis. Stop
Y'all
it.
just ain't them. There are the men that like to be beat up.
Stop. Here's the thing. No, hold on. Everybody, chill out. Everybody, chill out.
Those women
that includes you, Genesis.
That they can't get a man because they're
no. Here's the thing.
Hold on. Let's hear Genesis out. Because Genesis got a voice too. Let's hear Genesis out.
This is the same poison as the women talking about delete the boys.
Don't make those women think that they don't have a future because there are men.
They're not going to be alive. How they got a future?
Y'all just aren't them. Y'all just aren't them. There's plenty of
Here's why that's the wrong message, Genesis. It's because
it's not the wrong message.
It is the wrong message. Number one, here's the thing. Let me finish, and you'll understand. Here's the thing. Number one, there are not anywhere near enough men who are into big chicks to make that make sense. There are not.
That's not true.
There are not. Most men. Thing is, most men. Most men who are into big women, it's a fetish. It's simply
that's not true.
Here's the thing. Let me finish.
Look at some of these wives. They big wives.
Let me cook.
There are men that genuinely like that. I was actually told by a guy that he wasn't interested.
Then he asked for some money.
Yeah,
15 minutes later.
Like I said,
then he asked
most men. There are nowhere near enough men who are into big women like that for that to matter. It's not. You can't sell them. You can't sell them on that dream like that.
There's lots of black men who like big women. There are big.
No.
Stop.
Right.
Okay, guys, hold on one second.
Not for a relationship.
Everybody take a breath. Take a breath. So Miss Creative came back again. Thank you, Miss Creative, for being so intuitive into our chat over here. She says, wait a damn minute. I see plus size women 300 pounds or more, I guess, getting married now. Meanwhile, you see people on the internet complaining about finding a wife.
They say, and now I don't watch TV, so I don't see know, but on
no,
my 600 pound life, they say all the women are married.
Hold on, guys. Hold on one second, because I told Dr. Bennett I was going to get him in. Dr. Bennett, go ahead.
Well, this took a turn, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
It did. How about y'all get in the gym and drink water?
Wow.
Eat some vegetables.
Go ahead,
right.
Dr. Bennett.
Well, I think what we're seeing once again is emblematic of how this entire podcast started, where you have information, and at the same time you have belief systems, you have ideas of thought, and a lot of times those things don't want to get challenged. So just like we had the conversation earlier about deletions and whatnot, and it doesn't matter what the statistics are. People are going to believe what they want to believe. Now we're moving into this health discussion, which I think should be an independent show in and of itself, not just in terms of relationships, but just overall.
Oh, believe me, it most certainly
I think that
will be.
I think that
will be. Yeah,
I think that would be a healthy discussion because we got to understand.
Probably next week,
right? Because we got to understand. I mean, America is fattening. I mean, we talk about it locally in our community, but it's across the board. But the problem is with Black people is that we tend to get the worst outcomes when things happen. If there's an economic crisis, we're at the bottom. If there's a health crisis, we're at the bottom. And so there's reasons why these things are happening. There was a book that I read some time ago from this guy, Gary Taubes, Taubes. And he wrote this book called Good Calories, Bad Calories, but it was a huge book. So he came out with a smaller book called Why Did We Get Fat and What We Can Do About It. And he talked about the reasons why we get fat. And a lot of it has to do with the foods that we're eating and the changes that have been done. So again, going back to that point I was saying earlier, there have been systematic changes that have been done, but then when it comes to the discussion, we're blaming each other. But there's been changes when we switched. Go back into the 70s when we switched from just sugar. Not to say I'm advocating sugar, but when we moved from sugar to high fructose corn syrup, what that does metabolically to the body, and also if you're in a poor community, when you're in a poor communities that cannot afford to eat healthier diets. I mean, like I said, I'm a personal trainer, and I've had clinics on health and fitness and whatnot. And and one of the challenges is, generally the healthier foods cost more money. And so how do you then get these communities to buy into this? Why these things? Like, I can give them all the facts, data, and statistics all they want, but when it comes to the realities of their lives, a lot of times they're not necessarily receptive to it. But I keep doing it. I'm not going to stop from doing it. But we have this this back and forth. Like, again, all of these things have been done, are being done to us. But then the fight though is between one another though, in terms of women need to do better, and then men need to do better, or except it's the same thing. We're fighting amongst each other and not understanding the forces that are outside of us that are causing these things to happen. So as far as who you pick. Look, I think marry who you're attracted to, who you're attracted to. I had a rule when I was dating. Every time I looked at a woman, I put 40 pounds on her. Because the reason why was because 40 pounds, that's with 3 kids and time and age and whatnot. If I could imagine her 40 pounds heavier than what I'm seeing, then I would talk to her. If she was already at a weight that I didn't think was good, I just didn't talk. And I just focused on, as was said earlier, I just focused on what I was focused on.
I just want to say, big girls are not getting men because of their attitude. It got nothing to do with their weight. I'm telling you, these big girls are winning out here. There's a lot of big girls.
Sure, yeah. Well, again, there was big ones, and not even the most attractive ones. There was a song back out in the day. There was a song out to the day. If you want to be happy for the rest of your life, never let make a pretty woman your wife. So, from my personal point of view, get an ugly girl to marry you. Because the ugly ones treat you better. That was like a trope that goes back to the 60s or what have you. So again, I agree. Attitude, personality, cooperation, those will get you a lot further than just physical attractiveness or prettiness. But again, marry who you're trying to marry, who you can get along with, weight or not. But guys, if you have your standards, you just go for your standard. But again, there's things that are affecting us, and we need to be mindful. We need to be mindful of that. We need to have a conversation about that. But again, people are still going to believe, as we're saying tonight, people are still going to believe what they want to believe.
I just want to add something real quick. We ain't signing. We ain't signing. So this is a comment we just got. Nicole's wellness is wealth. She said, "Why aren't we as women listening to men when they tell us what they desire and want? Why do we tell men, the ones we select wives, that they are wrong?"
Thank you. That's one of my questions. Let me answer that. That's one of my questions.
If you want to come up, Nicole, you can come up.
I can answer. I think that would be a question that would be addressed to a woman, and I'm the only woman on the panel here. But I think that these men on the panel only represent a portion of the men. There are men out in the real world who we also have conversations with who might say something different. So that may be why we might. Of course, they're going to say something different. The men on the panel, because we might hear something different out on the streets or in real life.
And I just want to say, if she wants,
so first, I want to address this.
So
first and foremost, when people are talking on YouTube, they're going to be a little bit more honest because there's a little bit more level of anonymity. When you're out in the real world, black men have to think about their jobs, because you can get canceled with the quickness. So you're never going to get the truth in the quote unquote real world as you are on a digital world. Second and foremost, when it comes to the obesity issue, I agree with Dr. I'm sorry, can I see your name again? The gentleman in the red shirt from Rutgers.
Shout out! Oh, you saw the big R, right? You saw the Rutgers.
Yeah. Shout out to Rutgers. Shout out
2 times in the NCAA tournament, back-to-back years.
I know Rutgers very well.
There you go.
And I went to UPenn and we had a couple debates against you guys.
Okay.
So you know, I know you guys very well.
Respect.
So shout out to Rutgers. Shout out to Quakers, by the way. UPenn represent, red and blue. So I want to say this: when it comes to the obesity issue, right? There is a situation of processed food, and also processed food having a quote unquote an addictive level to it, and how it triggers your dopamine cells as in cocaine. And because there's so much fast food and processed
Heroin,
food
actually.
in the Black community, let me finish. In the Black communities, mom is working, you come from a single parent job, mom is working 2 jobs, putting you on that, right? And then so you're eating that from teenage years, right? You develop a habit and it's hard to quit. So he's right? There's more to obesity than just the fact of Black women don't care, right? And the last part I'm going to just say, right, because I've lost 100 pounds, I'm trying to lose 50 more. The McDougal diet, bro. McDougal diet will get you right, because that's what helped me. Unattractive women treat you worse. They crooked ass negative women. Only
I just
you
want
are
to say this
LeBron
right here.
James lover.
Women listen to the men that they want. This idea.
It go a woman right here though.
you trying
She
to
said,
not get
she said, I
canceled,
guess
bro.
the women are going to marry themselves. Then the one that don't want to lose the weight.
Amen, sister.
I mean, you trying to not
Amen.
get canceled, ain't you?
Hey, how about y'all see one of them?
Always go to that. Why does it always go to that?
How about y'all see one of them Negro spirituals?
E-Man, go ahead, E-Man. Go ahead, E-Man. E-Man got the mic. Go ahead, E-Man.
Testify.
So what I'm telling y'all is, if you a man of desire and she wants you, she will get in the gym for you. Like this idea that women just don't want to listen.
No, they won't.
They just don't want you.
No,
Like,
they won't get in the gym.
Hold on. No, they literally just don't want you. Because I'm telling you, if her ideal man come around and say, hey, I like you is, but let's get ready for our marriage and we're gonna do this together. I'm telling you right now, I see it happen. These women are willing to do it. Hold on.
No, that's an anti-Daniels talking point, man. That's an echo chamber argument. That's not how it happens.
I just say it's a damn lie.
This is the problem. The problem is a whole bunch of single men on YouTube got this crazy list of stuff they want. They say it's none of these women out here. They say, ain't none of these women out here that meet my standards. No, they all over the place. Skinny women, fat women.
Where they're not. They're not in the gym.
Leave that there so I can respond to that.
Go ahead, Genesis.
First off, y'all in the chat need to stop trying to make it personal for people that y'all don't know, because I'm not looking to get married. And if I was, I wouldn't have a problem. Because in the real world, Genesis is beating them back. So don't get it twisted. And I'm not obese. I don't have a problem dating or getting married.
Y'all heard that?
I guess you heard that.
Y'all heard that?
So
and then I told you when she come forward with that hoodie, and then she leave back.
Absolutely, when I come home with the hoodie, and don't look at me in this hoodie and think that I'm obese. That's boobage that you looking at, boo.
Yes, ain't nothing wrong with that, Genesis.
I got a solution.
Don't you ever be ashamed of that.
Okay, listen, hold on. Look at this one. Look at this one.
I'm
So
not, because what they're going to buy,
what they're going
to buy, I have naturally. Thank you very much.
Right, we're going to go to the chat because the chat is giving us what we're talking about. So the chat, David H says, women aren't asked to change their preferences. Why are Black men asked to accept less?
My point.
Come on now.
But that's the problem.
Stop telling that story. Because a dude can have a vital tooth missing, be cockeyed, and he's still looking for a model. Stop playing with me.
No, but see, the problem is we're not telling, women are not telling Black.
Thank you, David H, for your comment.
To change their preference. That's not what's going on. They say you go out and you get whoever you want to get. This is the problem that I have with this argument.
You've been doing it in the chat all night, bro.
Listen. Men are giving excuses on why they're single, trying to blame it on the women. Like you're single because it's you. It is you are the reason you're single. It's not no woman problem. Because I can tell you this right. I never had
shots fired.
I never
you hear that, Mandrell? Shot fired.
He says y'all
shot fired.
Who's single up here? Who's single?
He ain't talking to me.
He says single men are single because
he said if you're single, it's your fault. That's
okay. Listen. In my case, I'll take full responsibility of that because I explained to you what I'm doing. I'm vetting.
Yeah,
and if you're not what, here's the thing.
Mr.
What you
trying to get to a man.
Just
Yeah,
listen.
but there was
If
something I
it,
was going. I
oh,
didn't forgot what
Jesus.
I was going to say.
Oh,
Oh,
my
that's what I was
God,
going to say.
they're trying to come up, bro.
Huh?
Go ahead, Panderson.
Oh, what I was going to say is this. Stop blaming the system for everything. Have you ever seen the men up here blaming the system and the white man in 1526? No, they poisoned the
all
food.
the time.
No,
All the time,
the
y'all blame the system. They was blaming the system the other day. The reason they in the
I dust
situation.
some people off when they do that.
But men, I'm just saying we got to
dust
get out
them
of
off.
this. Like men don't do this, but women do this. No, men are saying this. It's the system fault.
No.
They in the
Okay.
situation they in the same way.
Not with dating.
Okay,
I don't
miss
hear
what
anyone
I'm
saying it's the
saying.
system when it comes to dating.
Hey, you miss what I'm saying. I'm not talking about dating. I'm talking about this. The white man did this and put diabetes in the sandwiches. Oh, the white man broke the family. The white man put in the venom machine. He's
Diabetes.
oppressing our people.
Diabetes in the sandwiches.
I don't never do that. Here's the deal. I make more than an average white man and white woman put together. They've been trying to shut me down and do this. Hey, I'll square up on a white man any day in the gym. Mentally, physically,
Ooh, that's my
doesn't
kind of
matter.
mind, boy. Wait a minute.
Actually, bring
you can
another
go nowhere
white man
together. We
on
both
so
be
I can
locked
get
up.
better competition. That's where I stand. Now, women are asking for these type of men, and we're not making excuses, and we're beating up the system. We're saying like, "Dad, you call this oppression? That's all you got?" And then they're coming into wanting to come into our household, bringing that oppression talk, so we can go teach it to the kids.
The lady said, "E-man speaking facts."
No,
Man.
go marry. If a woman is coming with the oppression, the system, and it's European standards. A woman's supposed to
Why are
work
you
till
even having a
15.
conversation with these women? Like they shouldn't even be.
No,
they-
I'm talking about
they
no,
shouldn't
I'm
even
talking
be
about as
in
a
their
whole.
atmosphere.
I'm not talking about women I'm dating. I'm talking about women as a whole. It's all in the chat. It's in the conversations in the
Who
community.
cares about the women if they're not what you want?
I'm not talking about what I want. I'm talking about conversations being had amongst the Black community, amongst the panels, amongst the chat. I'm gonna get me a slim trim thing, or at least average weight. But they're saying this.
Yeah,
Why don't they go get a
I
dude
seen
with a
Genesis
car with
opening
2
video. I
wheels
said,
on it,
"Uh-oh."
and listen
You
to
said
him
who?
complain about the man.
I see it.
Oh.
Why don't they go follow men who believe in these same oppression views of why he can't get a job and pay the electric bill, or why there's 2 tires on the car? If they believe we're so oppressed and such victims and the man made them this, go get a man who believes the same thing.
So hold on, who
this
all married?
because of the man.
Who's married on this panel? I want to ask this question. Who's so it's 4 married
I'm
men.
married.
Like five married
Five
men.
married men.
I really want to prove something to you guys, right? So out of the 5 married men, we know we don't want this happen. If you were single today, do you think that if you desire to get married, do you think it'd be hard for you to get married in the next 6 to 12 months to somebody you see fit?
6 months
in America, yes.
Let me ask you that question.
I'm gonna get married in 18 months.
No.
What about you, Dr. Bennett?
It'd probably be easier.
Easier now, okay.
Easier now because I know more about myself. I mean, what I did to get married was, I was basically filling a need. But I think with my level of maturity now, I would still go about the same way. But now that I know more, so I think it would be just as easy. I would take the same approach. And just to make a correction again, if it's not about the system. I mean, why every time we have this discussion, we talk about it's either the system or it's self-blame. You can acknowledge the system. No one's trying to make an excuse for the system, but you have to acknowledge when certain things have happened, trends that have happened. It's okay to acknowledge them because you can then better attack them. Is the only reason why it's mentioned. So I don't know. Every time we have these arguments, it's like what they call the victim Olympics versus the pick up the bootstraps thing. Both things can be true at the same time, but we want to have this binary space to say, oh, well, stop blaming the system or whatever. Just go and do your thing. I mean, we can have, both things can be true at the same time. So why is it that because someone mentioned something, then there's this pushback, say, oh, you just blame the system again. What happened in terms of the food steps, that's fact. That's not, that's historic. And we know scientifically why these things happen to us. That's an acknowledgement. So what we're saying then is stop eating those things because of that. But no one's necessarily blaming to say, well, because of these things here, that's the reason why you are. No, you have to know, what you're dealing with. and then make the proper choices out, besides that. So I just wanted to throw that out there. But to answer your question, E-Man, I think I would take the same approach. I'd be smarter about it. I know more about who I am, about what I want, and it'd probably be easier the second time around.
Well, the guys are going. Hold on, E-Man. The guys are going crazy about this comment. McCole's Wellness and Wealth says, okay, then take the men out of the picture completely. Why can't we do it for ourselves also? Do it for our own health and self-love. I'm not just focusing on men in marriage.
Because again, Black Men Unfiltered, like I said earlier, that would take effort on my part.
That's question real quick.
So effort on my part. I'd have to try to do something.
Let me answer E-Man's question real quick before we move on. So E-Man, it is hard. It is hard to get married, especially it is hard.
Get out here, you cap.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, bro. Yes, it is.
Here's the thing, E-Man. I'm telling you, E-Man.
Hakeem said he came up to handle E-Man, so we're gonna let him cook in a minute. Hakeem on the platform, so he came to handle you, E-Man.
E-Man, it is not.
I got that. Go ahead and have a dust off.
E-Man, the thing is, it is not as easy as you paint it out to be. Now, let me finish. Holy shit!
Hey, we got a dust off competition.
Let all the married men answer. I want all the married men because y'all single men y'all gonna give me
y'all not out here. Y'all not out here dating.
E-Man, I'm married and I'm saying yes. E-Man, I'm married and I'm saying yes, it is.
Hold on,
That's why I went to another.
No.
Yes.
See, no. So let me you. So you're trying to put different layers on my question. I asked a simple question. I didn't say in America. I didn't say in Africa. If you were single today, would it be hard for you to find a wife if you desire to wife in the next 6 to 18 months? It's a yes or no question. It's not. I ain't talking about.
No, I'm going to answer how I want to answer it. And if you're in America, yes,
you're not answering the question.
I did.
He just said yes.
He said yes.
He said yes. Yes or no?
He said yes.
His answer was yes. It's harder.
Yes. Okay.
That's 3 times.
All right. So yes, you think you'd be
the
hard.
4th time. Yes.
Okay. Hold on. All right. Cool. Next thing, I want to ask Black David. Black David, if you were single today, do you believe that it would be hard for you to find a wife if you desire to be married again?
If I was single at this time, at my age, would I find it hard for me to get married? No, because it'll be arranged for me in the first place.
Okay, perfect.
On
your own accord.
On my own accord, from my culture, will be arranged. Meaning,
on your own. No, we're talking. You're in America.
That answers the question.
If you were doing traditional dating in America, would it be hard for you to find a wife if you were single right now?
If I was single right now at this age, I wouldn't date no one from America, period.
Mike, throw that chair at his ass. Throw that chair at his ass.
Maybe I'm answering.
He already know the answer to this question. That's why he not answering.
I'm answering the question. Let me tell you why I say
Throw a chair on his ass, Jedi Mike. Throw a chair on his ass.
I'm 43.
I miss you, bro.
I'm gonna get married in 18 months.
At the African brother,
and I appreciate what you
my
do.
time dating American woman at this age.
He already know the answer to his question.
So sir, here, hold on.
Black Man Unfiltered, you next.
Cap. I'm calling Cap right now.
Yes.
So Black Man Unfiltered, you said that if you were single today, you think it'd be hard for you to find another wife in 18 months.
Yep.
All right, cool. Now let me state my point that I'm saying. I can tell you this right here. First thing is this right here. If it's that hard for you to find women, it is not the women, it's you. I know for a fact I have never had a problem finding a woman. This is crazy.
You're telling me wait, hold on. There's no one on this panel or in the chat or anyone who watches this broadcast later on who's going to believe that you never had problems finding women.
I'm not saying it will be hard because the women wouldn't want me. It'll be hard because if I know what I know now, it'll take me a little. I'll be vetting.
Absolutely.
I'll be looking.
And that's all I'm doing. You don't hear me bitching and complaining. Hold on, E-Man. Let me make this point. Let me make my point. You guys don't hear me bitching and complaining about it's difficult to find women and stuff like that. I'm vetting women. So that's why, and I don't waste anybody's time. That's why when I go on a date with a woman, if she's not on the page to get married, then okay, this ain't gonna work. We go our separate ways. So I'm not wasting my time, not wasting hers. So it is what it is, and that's all that it is.
So Sir Hill,
and then when I'm asked, do you think it's difficult to find a wife these days? I say, yeah. Look how many dates I went on, and then just no one's interested in being married. It's like, holy shit. Well,
Have you ever thought about you might just don't qualify for a good wife?
I don't qualify for a good wife.
We don't.
Oh, some of them,
Oh,
maybe.
get that damn water out, bro.
I mean, some of them, maybe.
Hold on.
Can I add something to this?
Hold on, man. Let's pause for a second. Because Sir Hill said a woman shouldn't be focused on a man's looks. Women are supposed to be cute. Men are supposed to be successful and established. Looks are a bonus.
Sir Hill's about to get canceled. You better watch yourself.
Absolutely.
Sir Hill's about to get canceled.
I love Sir
The
Hill.
women in the
Y'all
chat
know,
are in
like,
love
make
with
you
E-Man's
look
comments
fake,
tonight.
But
They are, because he's pandering.
Can I join in on this?
Yeah, switch names, Dr. Panderson. Give it to E-Man.
So Hakeem,
You know full well.
So Hakeem
You
said
know,
he
you ain't
came
know
here.
you're pandering. You
Hakeem
capping
said
with
he
that.
came here to bring the smoke to
So
E-Man.
E-Man, here you are. You're pandering to women, and you're not even the same woman you say. The same women you say that they're fine. You didn't even marry a woman of that archetype. Can you explain that to me, sir?
Hold on, let me ask this question. First of all, I did not say these women are fine. So what you did is you
Oh,
said,
ladies.
hello, no, shut up, so I can finish. I'll let you talk. So what you were doing is you came on this platform and you said that I am going to assume what he said. I said grown ass men need to stop complaining about why they can't get women. I don't even, if I don't want a fat woman, I'm not going to even be in the same space as that woman. I'm going to go where the women are at.
So you don't like fat women, E-Man?
I have no problem with no women.
Have you ever
Why are you
dated one?
fat phobic, E-Man?
Yeah, E-Man, why are you fat phobic?
You said you wouldn't be in the same room with him. You just said that.
I said y'all are the fat phobic people because y'all
You said you wouldn't be in the same room with him. I said I dated one and almost married one. Why wouldn't you be in the same room with him, E-Man? Why are you fat phobic?
Hold on.
It's crazy that these men on here talking about their leaders. I'm a leader, but it's a woman is the reason I'm in the situation I am. I have never heard a leader complain about
E-Man, I gotta call bullshit.
I had one question. E-Man's already gone off the rails. You see it? You see how the kind of night it's going to be?
Right.
But your
You don't hear me
question,
complaining,
you
E-Man.
misquoted me. I'm saying you misquoted me. You said that these fat women was fine, and I said that, and I did not say that. Play the tape.
No, because Black Man, BMU, did you not ask E-Man to clarify and he doubled down?
Yeah, I said, do you like fat women? He said, fat women. He didn't say fat women were fine. So,
well, I'm saying is, I have no problem.
Hold
on. Let me ask this question. Let me ask this question. I have no problem with any size woman. Any size woman. I don't care if they fat. I don't care if they skinny. My preference is what my wife is. That's why I married her. But I'm not.
What's the dress size?
Yeah, I'm not going to go that far.
No, but no. What I'm saying is this right here is we as men got to stop saying the reason I can't lead, the reason I can't get the desire in my house is because of these women. And then we say we the leaders, we supposed to be in charge. The reason these women don't want to follow y'all because y'all blame everything, every excuse in your life on them, and they ain't even met you yet.
E-Man, stop. You fucking capping, bro. You fucking capping.
You're capping,
hold
E-Man.
up. Now, let me say this. Hold on. Let me say this. Now, I'm not attacking you, bro, because my wife is also not black. So I'm talking to you as a black man with a non-black wife to another black man with a non-black wife. We know damn well when they're talking about they can't find a good woman, you know what they're talking about. They're not talking about any and all women. They're talking about a certain group of women. Oh, no. Let me finish. Because you on some bullshit right now. So if you're going to sit here and say, well, I found it, but your wife doesn't belong to that community, and that's no shade. You marry who you marry and you love who you love. But we know when we're talking about that, what we're talking about. So you cap it hard, bro, because my wife is also not black. But we know what they're talking about.
That's not the case.
You're being disingenuous, bro. You're being
disingenuous. Let me tell you. Hold on. Let me tell you why that's not the case. It's not the case because
it is the case.
It is the case.
Your wife's not black. My wife's not black. It is the case.
But no.
E-Man, you're not black anymore.
But you know what they're talking about when they say they can't find a good.
Listen.
When they can't find a good woman, you know what they're talking about.
What are they saying? What are they saying? We ain't signing.
Man, don't give me that. Man, I ain't trying to get that down.
Come on, you
see, I came with some gasoline here.
You out here now? What are they saying?
Nope.
Y'all trying to get we ain't signing.
Last time Last time I got the directions because I'm not in America anymore, and because my wife ain't black, I can't speak on it. So I'm just addressing E-Man because his wife is also not black. So I'm addressing that.
No,
I'm
see,
not.
They those fly ass chicks and they not those fly ass dudes. That's what you want to say? Crickets.
No, I didn't hear what you said. Sorry, please repeat. I didn't hear what you said.
I want to say the difference between me. See, I truthfully and honestly felt that when I was ready to get married, I was looking for a woman that vibed with me, and I didn't care what her color was. I believe I could have found a black woman,
Emotional damage.
Asian woman. I could have found any woman because I was ready for marriage at that time. I am blessed and highly favored that I found my wife because she's such an asset to my life today.
Amen, brother. Amen.
And so the
Amen.
point is,
That's not my point.
No, my point is, I wouldn't have problems with black women. I wouldn't have problems with Asian women. I'm not gonna have problems with polka dot women. And my goal is that these men keep running around talking about we got problem with all these women. No, you the problem. It's crazy that you can't even find a wife. That's your
E-Man,
problem.
you're pulling a Cardi B right now. You're pulling a Cardi B right now. You're telling single women.
Bro, they're not
Yeah, go
talking
ahead.
about any particular woman,
Hold
right?
on.
Because then
So
they
we
went
ain't
through the
signing. We ain't
situation.
signing. We ain't signing. So Ace Butterfly, so I can move on to the other comments. Ace Butterfly said, I'm saying black men are complaining about overweight black women, but open grocery stores.
Yeah, that's facts,
Once
right?
again,
Make your money.
we got to
Make your
go
money to
save a
solve a
community
pain
that doesn't
point.
even exist.
That's what business is about.
They don't
right?
want to do that.
Solving pain
because
points.
that takes effort on that part. Is that do the shots fired sound effect? She took a shot at me.
No, she was talking about you?
Yeah, because I kept saying,
No.
no, why would we do that? That would take effort on our part. You take a shot, Ace Butterfly. I got something for you. That's all right.
The reason I asked that question is
I see you, Ace Butterfly.
Genesis said something a couple shows ago, and it went over everybody's head. And correct me if I'm wrong. She said, if I wanted to get married, I can get married.
Who said that?
Ain't that's what you said, Genesis?
Well,
If
she's
I
a woman.
wanted-
Of course she can.
No. Oh, hold on. So you
Yeah, she can.
Look at her.
Look at her.
Listen, y'all
Smile,
tell me
Jesus. You know you want to smile. Here you go. 5, 4, 3. There it is.
There it is.
So
She was holding it in. Of course she can get married if she wants to.
Y'all telling me a woman can control her destiny, but y'all grown ass men can't control y'all destiny.
Because black men are more compliant in relationships.
E-Man, you're
men
making
are
a
way
straw
more
man argument right
compliant in
now.
relationships. Black men
E-Man.
are way more compliant in relationships.
We ain't time. Let me get this one.
Hey guys, Ace Butterfly said. Ace Butterfly said, "You want slim women? Y'all provide the resources."
Got that. No problem.
Yeah, you right.
Gotcha.
Right.
No, that's not a problem. That's not a problem.
I'll build you a home gym.
I already got a home gym done.
Boom.
I'll be
No,
your
but
trainer.
Now what's your excuse?
I already modeled
But
that
but
behavior
E-Man,
done.
but E-Man, you're singing your Cardi B today, man. I don't know what's going on with you right now.
Are you single or are you married?
I'm married.
All right. And so let me ask you this question. If you were single
Yes, sir.
today, do you believe that it'd be hard for you to find a wife?
Not really, but it would be.
Shut the hell up then. You up here trying to take their side.
No. But E-Man, you missed. But E-Man, you're missing Mr. Panderson's point. You didn't hear what he said when he was making all these preferences and what's so have you. He's well within his right to ask for that. But you didn't see how they were moving the goalposts. He didn't even get a. He didn't.
No, listen, you
Can I
didn't
finish?
hear what he said. He said, "I'm not talking about my preferences.
E-Man,
I'm talking
can
about
I finish?
The whole black community." He was talking about the whole black community. He wasn't talking about his preferences. I would have shut up and Mr. Anderson said, "This is what I prefer." I would have had a whole. We wouldn't even be having this conversation. I know what the man prefer. He talking about the whole community.
Hey, E-Man, I'm gonna
E-Man,
get
can
what
I
I
finish?
prefer in 18 months.
Hold on, guys.
I'm
Hold
gonna
on.
do it.
There you go.
Hey, commercial
I'm
break.
getting what I want.
Commercial
I'm
break.
gonna go get a wife.
Commercial break, guys. So Nicole Wellness and Wealth, she's back again, guys. She said, "Thank you, Scam Likely." She's a wife in training currently, and once she completes herself, which is I guess gym, food, getting healthy, whatever, she will place I will place myself on the market. She said, "Dang, I'm really in the bed trying to get some sleep with this topic of discussion is awesome." All right, thank
She
you.
should come up. I can make room for her.
No, Scam Likely. I mean, I think that means you get first dibs, man. Look at she's pretty too.
He's married.
She's married. She said she's a wife in training.
No, she said she's a wife in training.
Yeah, she's a wife in training.
Yeah, she said she's training to be a wife right now.
That means she's getting her shit together, which is a good thing. Thank you, sister.
Cool. Lunch on me in
There's a lot
Florida.
of women like her out there.
You heard that?
Lunch
We
on
heard
me in
that. He
Florida.
said, "Cool, lunch on him in Florida." He's in the Tampa area. He's in the Tampa area. Okay.
Let me ask Jedi Mike. I want to ask Jedi Mike this question.
Oh God, here we go. You don't want that. You don't want no smoke with
E-Man.
him.
The
E-Man, you
answer
don't.
is yes. Give up.
You don't want it.
E-Man, you already lost, man. You tapped out a long time
I
ago,
didn't
man.
E-Man,
Jedi
you don't want
Mike,
the smoke
let
with
me ask
Mike.
you a question.
You don't want the
Jedi
smoke.
Mike,
Oh
do
shit.
you truly? I know you're in the process of courting to get married, correct?
Correct.
So do you feel, just based off what you know, since you're desiring marriage, you think it's hard for you to find a woman and get married? Is that like this YouTube problem that they putting out here, that there's just no good women out here, they all fat and obese? And do you think that's a real thing in your atmosphere?
It's absolutely it's difficult, especially
Trading
when
or
you
training?
require. It's difficult because you want to acquire self-discipline to make yourself as a distinct individual against the majority. The majority does not like self-discipline in terms of becoming the best version of yourself. We like to be complacent. Unfortunately, my girl, she distincts herself from everyone else. And that was hard for her to do that. It was hard for me to distinct myself as an individual, as a black man in my area. Right? But yet, fortune favors the bold. So hence,
when you got focused, you found what you was looking for, right? When you got focused,
right? But I took the harder route of self-discipline.
Preach.
How many people are choosing that path of actually becoming the best version of themselves?
The men that want to be married, the ones that don't want to be married, just on here complaining. They just
is that easy? No. But your question was it easy for me to find it? No, it wasn't.
Your question was it easy? He said,
right.
no, it's not
the
easy.
Question was it easy? Not that it wasn't possible.
Okay,
it's not easy. Possible, yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, that's one that caught my eye. It's got my attention now.
So guys, hold on, guys. So Miss Creative is responding to Miss Nicole. She said, Nicole, beware if you marry a man with the mindset of the men on this panel, and you have babies, and you get fat, and you will get left.
No, you won't.
She's been doing sign language the whole night.
No,
Miss Creative's been doing sign language the whole night.
You're right.
We've come to expect that from her.
Hold on, let me answer that. Yes, you're gonna get one-way Ubered back to the buffet.
That's a crazy
water or something.
That's crazy. If y'all talking about leaving y'all wife,
I'm with you on that one, E-Man. E-Man, I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that.
I ain't with that either.
I ain't with that one, man.
I don't care if she gained 250 pounds. She can be big as the house. You have no right to leave her. Like,
that's true.
Really
I disagree.
I
disagree.
I'm gonna put her in an Uber.
I agree, man.
So Hakeem,
I disagree.
That might be you blocking your wife.
Hakeem, if your wife got pregnant with your baby and she was 145 pounds and she got pregnant and after birth she was 235, you would leave her?
The wife I have right now would never be able to get that big because like I said, there's a formula.
Answer the question.
She doesn't have. E-Man, stop being your feelings, man. Let me answer this question, man. So she doesn't have the genetics to be that way. Because when I pick someone, I've never dated a girl that had the propensity to be obese, overweight. So yeah, and I've already told her if she allowed herself to get to that point, she's not doing her duty. So at that point, she knows what's going to happen.
Damn, bro.
I'm just telling it like it is. Remember, I'm a Muslim, so we kind of have things on a different.
That's true.
Of faith are different.
Then Muslims don't fuck around.
So hold on, you gonna time out. You telling me you're gonna break up your family and put your kids in a co-parenting situation over weight?
That's exactly what he's saying.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
What he's saying.
The weight is akin to me doing my job as the provider. I told her if I get to the point where I've given up and I can no longer provide for whatever reason, and it's not because of any deformity or physical ailment, and I don't do my job, she has every right to leave me as well. It's a two-way street, gentlemen.
So hold on, but you're telling me you're going to put your kids in that situation?
She put the kids in a situation.
Look
at
that.
Me.
That's crazy. And this is women.
Double down. Double down.
Listen to the men that are having this point that they doing. Because I'm telling you, you get with them. I don't care how much you work out. You gained a little weight because you had his 2 big head ass kids, and now
Hold on, not a little weight. A little weight is a little weight. But we're talking
gained a
about.
lot of weight.
Wait, E-Man, now you're stretching the goalposts again.
Like
No,
that's
So guys, thank you so
legitimate
much for being here.
That's a
Thank you
legitimate
for
question.
if you're just coming into Black Men Unfiltered, thank you guys for being here. Please hit that subscribe button and that like button on your way in, and enjoy the conversation, guys. Go ahead and finish up what you were saying.
What if something happened?
Man, you got
what
a
if she had a
responsibility to
medical?
your kids
What if
to
she had a
fix that
medical
shit.
condition? What if
If
she
it's
got
medical,
in
I'm
an
gonna-
accident?
What type of
or
medical
something like
condition?
that?
medical, I'm
Can you
gonna be
give me
there.
the medical condition?
I'll stay for medical.
Well, how about you?
No, but I mean, but what if, I mean, your kids, man.
No,
bro,
wait,
you gotta
E-Man, let her answer. Let her rock. Let her rock. What kind of medical condition could she have that would allow her to get from,
Thyroid
within the normal?
Thyroid condition can do
A
that.
lot of times women have respiratory problems. They prescribe steroids. If she
Steroids
gets
will
the
blow your ass up.
steroids tend to have them cause them to gain
They'll
weight.
put on with steroids, dude. Some of them they'll put 40 pounds on quick.
But
before you know it, 40
again,
pounds is on them.
the way the question was asked is if she let herself go. It wasn't asked that way.
Somebody in the chat said. Somebody in the chat said. You said
no, but that's fair.
yeah. Somebody said in the chat that it's sickness and for health. I mean, sickness and health, right?
Absolutely.
Well, here's the thing, though. But here's the thing. In that question, if it's a medical ailment, we've already been on this road, guys. What would I do? Second wife?
Oh.
But see, I would accept that answer. No, listen, I would accept that wife. I got an obligation to my kids. I just go get another wife. We wouldn't even be having. You said you gonna leave her. Man, come on, that's crazy.
No, that's a medical illness.
No. I said if it was under her control. You see.
But if she does not cooperate.
No. But when did I?
Hold on. Let me ask you clearly. Let me ask you clearly. Right, because I believe that parents have an obligation to their kids to work that shit out. So let me ask you clearly. She let herself go, no medical issue. You have children. Will you break up a 2-parent home over her weight and put your children in a co-parenting situation? Now, she lets herself go, no medical condition. That is what's on the table.
No medical
condition. She would
back to the buffet where she belongs.
The kids would still be my obligation, so I would still take care of the kids. But you asked a clear question: 2-parent home. She'd be the one explaining to the kids why she broke up the 2-parent home.
I thought you were the leader. I thought you were the leader.
They're going to see it. They're going to know.
So if Stella is Muslim, and she said that for better or worse, or for sickness and health, is not a part of what they believe. That's not in their vows.
Stella's not Muslim.
Oh, okay.
And if she is, I challenge her understanding to the Quran as a lifetime Muslim versus a revert.
No.
So,
She said it's not part of the vows. She's agreeing with you.
Yeah, she's agreeing with you. She said it's not a part of the vows.
But I'm gonna say this right here is that I think women should start asking this question. If anything, this should have been a teaching moment. They need to start asking y'all men, hey, if I was to gain weight, would you leave me? Are you so physically, like, the only attraction to you is a physical attraction? And I think this is the reason why men can't find wives, is because y'all really can't even see something past.
Stop the cap, E-Man. Stop it. You don't believe it yourself.
In the mirror.
So
E-Man, stop the cap. You're trying to rebound because you.
No,
hold on, guys.
no,
the
that's
Facebook. Hold on, somebody. So somebody just asked the question. Somebody said, "E-Man, your wife is very beautiful. If your wife blew up to 300 pounds just eating too much, would you stay with her?"
Well, I would love my wife like I loved her the first day. See,
no, you wouldn't.
Hold on, let me tell you, I'm a different type.
No, you wouldn't.
What attracted you to your wife, E-Man?
Hold on, so let's.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. His wife is. She's a pretty woman.
Let me tell you this right here.
It makes you wonder how the fuck did he nab that one? Holy shit!
So the first thing what I'm gonna do is see this.
Come on, man, Gerald, don't be disrespectful.
I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just asking a question.
This has been the leader. I'm gonna create an environment where she ain't got to go to work. Maybe she's stressed out at that work, so my wife don't work. I'm gonna create an environment where she can go to the gym any time of the day that she wants to. I'm gonna make sure that she have the atmosphere to be able to be the best person that she is. See,
Aaron O said you
E-Man
capping because
forgot
you
that
told him
environment.
you got with your wife because of her looks.
E-Man is not looking at the comments.
I
Aaron
watched the
O
film.
see?
said
Got a home gym.
Aaron O
all
said you
that.
capping because you told him that you got with your wife because of her look.
E-Man.
I'll provide
E-Man,
that
The only
environment.
reason I got
Not that
E-Man,
we
E-Man,
Look will
you're
get
already down
with
for the
somebody
count,
because of their
man.
looks,
Stop
male
trying to
and
recover from that
Aaron O,
TKO, man.
Aaron O.
So Aaron O is incorrect. I strongly do not advise any person to get with a person just because of their looks.
He said
We
he
don't
said he
blame
remembered-
you, E-Man.
No, he
but
said
We understand.
Yeah, he said he remembers distinctly.
Aaron
He
Aaron
said
O,
that
you
the
see?
look had a lot to
There
do
you go,
with it.
E-Man.
No, so look,
I mean,
looks
people
is
do
what,
it.
listen, looks is what got her into the door. We
That's
talking
the
about
point.
leaving your wife. No,
So what I said was,
I'm not listen. We're not telling people, hold on, we're not telling men to go out and date ugly women. That's not what I said. I said after you have made a commitment in front of God, you're gonna sit right here and say,
Cap.
I'm gonna release this woman because she gained a little weight. So Aaron talking
Yes.
about what I
I
said when
told
I
God
met
that
her.
last week. God knows.
Listen,
E-Man,
but no, let me finish. So
E-Man, you
Aaron,
already got Black David got his cap on because he knows you're capping.
but like I said, see the difference
capping
between
the
me
African
see,
style.
and I did the difference
Just
between
like
me is
you were.
He's capped.
I honor
Just like
I
you
honor
were.
my commitment that I made
I
to
don't
God.
cap.
And when I
If you know our
literally
culture very well, act
Boy,
Jimmy.
if you don't get out of here.
No, I don't have to lie about
She
it.
said black man was capping. E-Man, you think black man was capping? I mean,
Let me
Black David was
remind
capping.
you,
Man,
who was the guy Portia was dating?
he was capping when he
Hmm.
said that 10% body fat. He
Oh,
waved
I
that
didn't.
in.
Black
First
David
and
said he got
foremost,
10% body fat,
I
y'all.
didn't
Yeah,
say
and
that.
then it went
Wow,
down
now
real
she's
fast.
trying to take shots.
Ladies and
No,
gentlemen, the
so
goalposts
it's
have
if you
okay
want
for
to
moved.
be
y'all to take
We're
shots.
talking
I
about
didn't. It was
thyroid
actually
now.
in the comments that took shots.
I said I
So
got 80 to 90% muscle mass. I
Hey
didn't
Jedi,
say
slide them goalposts up
I
to
got
the
10%
move them a little
body.
bit up.
Hold on. If you got
we
80 to
saw his
90% muscle, that
pecs when
means
he was asleep on that camera
E-Man,
and
they
he
say
woke
y'all
up.
moving the
Now, come on
goalposts
Yeah,
up
now.
the field.
and I left over 300 pounds. I could carry my shoulder and do 10 squats. Think about that.
We
so
saw them
Black David,
pecs.
hold on, Black
We
David,
saw them
would you
pecs in
leave
that
your wife?
E-Man,
picture.
it's
I'm
gone
sick
so bad that even
with a martial art background.
E-Man has gone so
Like
bad
a
that even the people in
heavyweight.
the chat are roasting you, man. Come on now. This
Exactly.
come on.
That's part of being in the chat. So we know you're not used to being on panels, but when you talking on the panel, they gonna roast you regardless. But Black David, so what I was saying is this right here.
See, E-Man's in his feelings now. E-Man's in his feelings now. Come on, E-Man.
Man, Black Man Unfiltered, tell him I act like this all the time.
Yeah, that's E-Man.
This is not.
Yeah,
this is who I
Hakeem,
am.
this is him.
So
This is him.
so-
No,
every day.
I know you, man. I know you, man.
Well, I don't know you, so it tells you who the most popular person. Hey, so Black David, would you leave your wife if she gained a little weight, a lot of weight?
Here's the thing.
Attention,
I won't
fellas.
leave her.
No, he said
Somebody,
yes or no, Black David.
Would. I
somebody is on the cap
but I would
now.
allow it either.
Somebody's on the cap now. Somebody is capping.
Because hear this. My wife is lighter than me. I don't allow her to gain weight that way.
Damn.
But you
I
do.
get, but you didn't say yes, you would, or no, you would not.
I wouldn't.
Okay,
nor
thank
would I
you.
allow her to gain that kind of weight either.
Dang, he got that serious.
That's not the
face.
question, bro. That's not the question. The question is, would you
Heck, I'm
leave her?
scared to gain some weight.
No.
Dang.
No, he
I
said he
won't
wouldn't
allow
leave.
it.
I would. If my wife gained 300 pounds, I would not leave her. We
I
would work
love
that
her,
shit
but
That's
out.
not the question.
I'd be like, Big Sexy, come on over here and get some of this loving. I would love her.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
Man, you don't know who I am. Hey, I can tell you
Let me
don't
put
know
it
who I
like this.
want.
Hear me
Nah.
out.
Somebody's
And
on the
hear
cap.
this. I used to date BBW.
Somebody's
But you
on the
guys,
And I found out what
but
put
you
my
guys
good weight to my time.
are forgetting the
No.
precursor. The
There you go.
precursor is that you've told her this isn't something that happened overnight. This is something that happens over time. And clearly, if she allows herself to get that way, she doesn't, she's not taking
If
part
she
of her
doesn't
duty.
respect you, she doesn't respect you or care about you. That's true.
Oh, now, yeah.
My wife is juicing right now. She's doing it for a while. She take care of herself. She take care of her health. Like I said, I'm never gonna leave my wife. No way I allow her to gain any kind of weight like that in the first place. So I don't have to cap for nobody.
No, I wasn't talking about you, but
My
somebody.
thing is this. If
So
I was
everybody in the
single
chat saying
at
E-Man
this
capping. I
age,
don't know why. What E-Man capping about?
Genesis, I'm gonna let you know something.
Black
African men at my age
Unfiltered.
group.
See, E-Man is capping on this, right?
Hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on. What you want to let
African men.
Genesis know?
Let me say something.
Somebody's on the
African
Oh, hold
men.
on. Scam Black. What? Somebody got something to say to Genesis? Who got something to say?
Black David.
African men in my age group who are single with no kid more than likely play around with women. They don't care about being married.
Well, you got
Because when they-
kids. You
I
got kids, so that ain't you.
yes. But if I was single with no kids and making a whole lot
But
of
you're
money,
not.
I'll be.
Oh,
you're not getting it. I am making money.
You're not. So all we can talk about is what you are. So it would be
And
if
what
you
I
are
am,
single with
I missed
children.
it.
so what I am, I have a high paying job.
High paying job don't got nothing to do with it.
Number two,
High paying
I got
job has
access
nothing
and
to do with
resource.
it.
You know what I said?
High paying job
I got a
has
high
nothing
paying
to do
job.
with it. You're not from
Emotional
military and
damage.
And resource. A core generation wealth. Forgot you're not African, are you?
Again,
Black
thank you, good. Thanks,
Hey
good.
guys,
Remember what I say, generation wealth?
Hey, Mr. Bennett got something he want to say. Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
I said I needs to bounce.
Okay, hey man.
No problem.
Hey man. Send our love to your family, man. Tell your wife
Will
thank you
do.
for letting us borrow you,
Much
bro.
love,
We
Mr.
appreciate you,
Bennett.
man.
Thanks
Much
for
love.
Will do.
for showing
Guys,
up.
it's been
See you
great
Friday.
tonight.
I'll
And
see you the link.
yes, I should be there on Friday, and we'll pick it up from there.
All right,
But,
take
And
care.
tomorrow too, if you can.
Oh yeah, tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're gonna be on again. I'll stop
Shout out
in.
to Rutgers.
So Mandel,
Thank you, sir. Are you
how
rock?
Thank you.
Are
how
you
long
rock?
do your show typically go?
This is my what?
How long is your show typically?
I don't know.
It all depends on when you're like 2.5 hours, something like
Yeah,
that.
about 2.5 hours or so.
Right.
It normally goes. It's gonna
Right,
go
Mr.
about
Bennett.
that.
Are you
Right.
taking
Throw
calls? You
Throw
taking
out the
calls
lifeline
no,
if you need it.
at the
Okay.
end?
Okay,
Now,
absolutely.
Nick,
Take care,
tomorrow,
guys.
yeah,
All right.
tomorrow I'm
Okay.
definitely gonna drop the link because I want to hear you
Oh, yeah.
guys. I want to hear you guys input. And here's the thing: I want you to come up with solutions.
Oh, that's me all day.
Solutions.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
Amen.
Hey, Mandrell,
All right,
can we-
Black Man
can we
Filter.
do that?
Black
I
Man
gotta-
Filter. I'm also gonna head out. Genesis, take care. Short stack. I'll holler at you later. Obesity. I'll talk to you soon.
You know
E-Man,
what?
it's a pleasure.
I'm never gonna
E-Man,
live
it's a
it down
pleasure.
either.
Hakeem said he on his
What?
way back for E-Man again. E-Man, he said don't run now.
Man, you see,
I'm never gonna live that down either.
Let me tell you what.
E-Man.
Uh-oh,
Anyway,
there
it's
you
been
go.
a pleasure. Take care.
Hey,
Jedi Mike,
Brittany B.
man, miss
He
you,
changed
bro.
that picture,
Love
Brittany B. Wow.
love the impersonations, man. Can't wait to hear the next group. Canadian board. Take care. Hakeem out. All right, y'all. Take care. Y'all be
You
good,
too, man.
I do want to
gotta
tell
do something
Mandrell this because everybody, somebody asked me, did I have a problem with you? And I actually enjoy going back and forth with you.
With me?
Yeah,
Me.
like so. I
With me?
definitely want.
No, with me. He's talking about with me. Someone
Okay,
asked me
all
if
right, take
you
care.
never problem
All
with me, but no, I like our back and forth too, man.
Yeah, so I just tell people this right here is just because we don't agree on everything, especially I guess being two military men. That's just how it is. I promise y'all guys, when I get out this, I'm doing something else. I'm not worried about.
Yeah, no doubt. No, yeah, I got no doubt.
Yeah, I'm cool with everybody.
Right, this is water off your back, man. I
I'm
have
a
no doubt of
certified
that.
troll anyway before anything.
Yeah, I
Quit
miss
playing.
y'all.
So Hakeem, what you got for me? You said you was coming back for this smoke, so let me smoke that ass.
Nah, man, I gotta let you keep your head above water, man. I'm already done with that, man.
Bro, like not only I'm drowning you, man, I'm beating your ass under the water, bro. It's bad. Bro. It's
How
bad.
do you figure?
What's
How
the
do you
score?
figure, man? I did it to the point where that you're even Arano was calling your cap, man. Come on, man.
Well, you can't go. You can't go by the chat because usually people in the chat gonna just say whatever they want to say. Half the time people ain't even listening. They just want to. They're there for verification of validation.
Hey, man, do you troll the chat too?
I do. I might.
Yeah, he trolls the chat too.
Are you a troll?
If I'm in the chat,
I'm the second worst one. Island Q is the absolute worst.
Oh yeah, she is.
I'm probably number 2.
Uh-oh.
I'm pretty brutal.
but that's what the chat's for.
I'm gonna put Aaron O right under E-Man. There you go. Aaron O, what you got?
So Aaron, hey Brittany, hey Aaron.
Brittany, you want to come on, sweetheart? I'm gonna put Aaron O right under E-Man. There you go. Aaron O, what you got?
So Aaron, you got cut off your YouTube.
Hey, E, you got to come to Houston too.
I'm coming. I'm coming to Houston. I got some other stuff that I got going on in Houston around that time. I'm hoping I can free up some time to come check y'all guys out. But I'm being Houston. I'm being Houston for how many days, babe?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go. I used to
Yeah,
live
that's
there.
correct,
So.
Brittany B. That picture is. You look nice on that picture. You look very nice on that picture, don't you,
So,
y'all? Look at Brittany B. picture. Y'all don't see it?
Yeah.
Brittany B. looks amazing, girl. Girl.
So, Aaron.
What up, bro?
Oh my God!
You was the first one to say that I was capping.
I didn't say you was capping.
Oh, you didn't? Okay, so they said
no.
they
What
said
I
I would leave my wife if she gained weight.
no, I don't. I don't believe you will leave your wife because she gained weight, but you did say part of the reason why you picked her was because of her looks. But I do believe you. I do believe you. I don't necessarily think you're gonna leave your wife because she gained a lot of weight. But but let's not act like her looks don't matter. It matters.
Listen, I never see. You got to understand what I've been saying since I've been on this platform.
Oh, hold on, real quick, hold on, because I'm actually agreeing with you, so you don't have no disagreement with me.
I got you.
I'm just making sure that you're distinguishing that because what I said was accurate wasn't entirely what you said when you selected your wife only. So that's not the case. But so I'm agreeing with you in most of the things you said, especially finding women that want to be wives. I don't think it's that hard. I happen to agree with E. If you that guy and you want to be married, there are plenty of women for you to pick.
Yeah.
People have to look in the mirror and admit they just not who they need to be yet. And that's just what it is. And it's okay. You have time to become and develop exactly who you need to be. But you got to admit,
Aaron,
what I'm doing is not working. So you might have to make an adjustment. That's life.
Hey, Aaron, here's the real question. Do you think E-Man will marry the women that he was putting up on the panel tonight?
I'll say this. E is wrong when he says that if you break an agreement that you have prior to you getting married, if it's an agreement that you have that should be done within your marriage, you do have a right to break it off. Just like if his wife decided, you know what, I'm not going to let you be a dictator anymore in this marriage. And he said, no, you agreed to this before we got married. Well, that's not a marriage vow, technically. So technically, if she took back his so-called powers to let him have, pretty much to let him lead as a dictator, if she said, I'm taking that back, that would conflict with the agreement that they had prior. I would.
You don't have the power to take it. That's the point. You don't have the power to take something from me. See,
okay, hold on, E. But you said that she had to agree to it. So if someone has the power to agree, how do they not then have the same power to disagree?
I can explain it. All right.
Oh, go ahead. I'm listening.
So say, for example, if you after you make a decision, that decision is said and done. Now, I'm the type of person, I want to be transparent when I say I'm never going to get divorced. I would never hold my wife against her will. If my wife said that, like, I would just never hold her against her will. But as long as you over here in the Williams house, these are the rules. And those are the things that we're going to follow. So it's no, you're going to do something different because this is how things are ran in this household. Point blank period.
If that's the case, how can she gain 300, get to 300 pounds? Because you got to follow the rules, right?
Bro, you basically just hold on. You basically just agreed with what Hakeem stated then, because you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
So how we run the house, physically look is two different things.
Okay, right? But that might be how he run his house.
Hold on. I'm about to explain it in detail, right?
Please do.
So I believe that men, if your wife is gaining weight, you need to create an atmosphere. Like, you need to free up her time when she can. Because women just don't say, I worked out my whole life and now I just don't want to work out and I want to be fat. Something have changed. If she
like
doesn't been a child? Like a child. So then you start asking yourself questions is, what can I do as a husband? Do she need to stop working so she's stressed? Believe it or not, stress I think is one of the biggest reasons women gain weight is because they stressed out because they got to pay half of the bills because you can't pay them. So what I'm saying is
that's not true.
That's not true.
That is not true, bro.
Yeah.
But I get your premise. You're right. A man does have to create the environment in which the woman can thrive. I 100% agree with that.
I agree
Let's
too.
not say the women is gaining weight because of stress per se, because there are women that work that are in shape. So,
but you know what I did learn, Aaron? I learned that neither one of us outgain each other. So if I gained a little weight, my wife gained a little weight too. If I lose weight, like we move as one. So if your wife 300 pounds, guess what? You 300 pounds with her.
No, that's not true either. That's not true either. Your weight is based on genetics and environmental factors. That's true. Not true.
And a diet and activity level. There's no way in fucking hell I'm letting myself get 300 pounds. You fucking serious? I'm not getting up to 250. It's the thing. I've been 250 before. Wasn't fun. Okay. Never doing that again.
I bet you really like a Ninja Turtle.
Hey, I agree with the environment thing. But part of the agreement is like,
look, man, I was swole the fuck up then, man, for real.
Yo, I agree with that. And my thing is this: I watch the kids. If we got kids, I'll watch the kids. I'll wake up. I'll drop them off. I'll make room. We can take a whole room as well as I'm in Florida. I'll make the environment for the pounds to come off or to stay on.
I just don't think
also allow grace.
But what I'm saying is, Scam, like I don't think
But
women.
It's very important to me. That's all I'm saying.
I get that, but I don't think women just wake up one day and say, you know what? I just want to be fat. I don't want to. Like if she now don't see this is what's happening. Scam likely men are accepting and getting married to women when they already big, and then they want to complain about them being big.
Is that what any of us said on this panel? Even stop trying to move the goalposts, man.
He is right about that, though.
No,
I'm just saying.
The goalposts. Like if your wife.
No, he's not moving the goalposts.
No, if your wife kept good shape when you met her, 9 times out of 10, she might gain a little weight, but she's not gonna go crazy because it's in her. Those habits are in her. But now,
now, E-Man, I live in the South, okay, and here there are women who are in shape, but then when they have kids and shit, they blow up and never go back.
No, y'all just failed.
They just stop working out, man. They really do this stuff.
Their souls never return the lands in which they came.
I'm gonna tell you
right.
why y'all failed.
I would agree with you before that, E-Man. Before I saw that, I would agree with you. But living here,
Mandrill, let me tell you all this. Let me tell you what happened.
What's
all
up?
right. So there's this couple. This girl was, she was drop dead gorgeous, and they got married. And I think on the 3rd day of their honeymoon, they were driving alongside the mountain, and some rocks came down and crushed the car completely. And the guy made it out. I think he broke a couple of he broke a couple of bones, like ribs, shoulder was dislocated, all kind of stuff. But his wife, if you see her, she was Halle Berry, bro, like beautiful. And when after the accident, it crushed the entire left side of her face. Right, where they had to like put in aesthetics to make sure she could breathe and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh, it was hard.
Prosthetic implants. Yeah.
It did her in bad, bro. It did her in bad. But that man, he stuck by her, man. They still married. They still, how many men would have left that situation?
I know. I know one guy. Look, hold on. I have an uncle who was in a very, very similar situation. Like his wife was in a car, driving the car, and she got hit by a drunk driver. Right, traffic collision. And she was left pretty much brain dead, like very little. She couldn't talk, never could walk again. And like for like 30 years or something like that, man, 25, 30 years, something like that. He never got another woman, none of that. And see, that's an example of husbands that I saw growing up.
But see,
he stuck by his woman.
But listen, man, I had something to add to that.
He stuck by her.
The flip side of that was, did you see the famous, the lady that used to have her own cooking show, real famous black lady? Had her cooking show, and she got dementia now, right?
Who?
So her husband,
B. Smith.
There you go. And her husband has married this white lady. And he moved her in the house. His wife has dementia, so she's feeding the wife every day, taking care of the wife, and then she's smashing the husband every day.
Traitor.
They going on trips. They hugging up. They kiss on the couch. And the wife's dementia is so bad. She's talking to the girl. Hi, my friend. Like she don't even know what's really going on, bro. That's sad, bro. I couldn't do that. That's
he's taking care of his wife. He's taking care of his wife.
Yeah.
Okay.
So hold on. Let me respond.
That's
to
not
that.
okay.
So
Wait a
hold
minute,
on, hold on,
E-man,
man.
hold up.
Hold on,
The
man.
lady
Okay,
used
so
to
it's all
work
you say.
for them
She
in some
passed. Oh, she
capacity. I
passed
don't know
away.
if the lady
D.
was
Smith
her
passed away.
her
Hold
nurse
on.
or something. Yeah, the
Hold
lady
on.
worked for her in
Yeah, it
some
was our nurse. Yeah, it was
capacity.
our nurse.
So let me
Yeah.
ask y'all, if y'all
Hold
keep-
on real quick. Hold on real quick. I want to retort that, and I'm gonna let you jump in. Y'all heard Hakeem say, if I got his name right, that if he stopped providing, if he stopped doing the things he needed to do, his wife is acceptable to leave him. A lot of times we forget because we talk in extremes so often that we don't realize. We have conversations. Hey, you know, if I ever lose my goddamn marbles and I don't have the ability to function, and I don't want you to be unhappy, I would want you to either move on or marry someone else. People have these actual conversations. We don't know if that was an agreement. If I don't have the ability to recognize the sun from the moon, yes, I want you to be happy. You can bring somebody else in, make an agreement. These things are real. It is totally possible that happened.
Mm-hmm.
I think he didn't want to pay the nurse no more because he couldn't afford it. So he's like, man, I gotta go.
E-man, too much tonight, man.
No. But man, let me ask this man a question. Say, for example, y'all start getting old and y'all Peter Packer don't work. Does she got the right to leave you since you can't lay it down no more?
I'll answer that question. Just
play
like
with
I
it.
said, if she had a thyroid or some kind of throat esophagus cancer, something, whatever, and she has to gain 220 pounds, I'm going to stay.
But let me answer this question, E-man.
Hold on.
I'm physically
Okay.
Whatever. What if nothing's wrong with you? It just stopped working. And when it's no medical issues, if they just don't want to stand up no more.
That is a medical issue. It stopped working.
Yeah,
But let me go on. Let me go in on email on this one. How old are we at that point, E-man?
It don't matter.
No, just give me an age because I'm gonna enjoy this.
A year older than you are now.
No, make us let's say 60, right?
No, you 40.
No, it's not gonna be 40. Be realistic. Let's do mid 50s.
Believe it or not, some dudes start having problems around 40, 45. That's real.
Well, there's an African solution for that, but let's do mid 50s. Let's do
What's
mid
the African
50s.
solution? I never heard of this.
So let's do mid 50s. So who are you gonna take on the market? Myself at 55 or my wife at 55? Who's gonna have a better option on the market?
It depends. It's a lot of 55 women, especially if she
That's
white.
not how you look at it.
Yeah,
Especially
white.
if she's spending your money.
Okay,
on
now
her
you
boys.
see, I sensed the cat was gonna come, but we're not being honest now. Come on now.
No, women.
I mean, if you look at it, TJ, who just left the panel, she's near 55.
So what you're saying is
she got married at 50.
men need to stick for anything, and the women just roll out when
near
they feel like
55.
it.
I'm near 55.
Mr. Scam Likely. So what I'm saying is that in the religion and culture, there's mechanisms where women know that certain decisions aren't going to be the best for them if they take those actions. And at that point, she would be smart and know what the market's like out there for at that stage of her life, that wouldn't be a good decision to make.
Sir Hill speaks. Said it's simple. It's a simple question. A 55-year-old man has more options at the same age.
Thank you. I don't even know why we're going back and forth with this.
Penis don't work. You got to make sure we know his penis don't work, so it make a difference.
Okay, but as I told you, there is a solution, African solution for that. So what's the solution? That's up to you to find out. Get to that part, man. What's the solution? I can't get into that in this panel right now. That may be a different night.
Hey, shoot your email address in the back. I'm finna make some money. Hey, look, I'm finna make some money. Hey, look.
Black David may be able to tell you.
I'm finna make some money, bro. Y'all laughing, but look, I'm finna get paid. Fuck y'all. You niggas talking about.
Excuse me, Grant.
What is Jedi Mike doing?
Hakeem, I don't think you want to
What
listen to that. Trust me.
What is Jedi Mike doing?
Taking notes. I had to catch my receipts so people act like they didn't say what they said. Pin on later.
So hold on, guys. So E-Man, you don't see anything wrong with that situation with that lady having dementia and her husband's with the nurse?
I think I don't know what their agreement is. It's hard.
There wasn't an agreement. She had
How
dementia.
you know though?
No, because they did an interview with this family. Like they did a whole go YouTube it. They did a whole interview.
They did an interview with the man.
She had no idea.
I know you were talking about.
The lady came in the middle of her dementia.
No, what I'm saying, what I'm asking is, did the man? So the man interviewed and said, "Hey, man, I'm just wrong. I was just out here."
No, he didn't say he was wrong. He just said he fell in love unexpectedly with the nurse.
I don't know, to be
As
honest.
simple as that.
I don't know.
Of course he doesn't know.
And was with her.
Right.
In the
How
same
convenient.
company as
How about
his
you ask
wife.
me that question? How about you ask somebody ask me that question? Somebody with a fucking
Mandrell,
brain.
how about
The
you?
reason I'm saying that is because we don't know
Oh,
if they
here
was
we
in a
go.
monogamous relationship. They might have been already messing around.
Oh, come on, E-Man.
We don't
But weren't they
know.
married?
Yeah, they were
No,
married.
that doesn't
Okay,
mean
so
it's
what do you mean
a
monogamous?
relationship.
So what are we talking about here?
No, what I'm saying is all marriages are not monogamous. Some people have agreements that they can have sex with other people. Like monogamous is not the only way. That's all.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
E-Man is correct.
For real.
That
Look
is
at
actually
Jedi.
true. I don't want
Anyway,
to
would you like
but-
someone to actually answer the question instead of
Sir
beating around
Hale
the fucking bush?
Sir Hale say, E-Man, it's simple. That's wrong. It's wrong.
Thank you. Holy shit.
Hey,
A man who's
E.
not even here answered the question instead of
Hey,
E-Man.
maybe you're not capping as far as would you leave your
We
maybe you're
don't
not
pay
capping.
attention to the chat. He
We're just
said
saying
that,
that
so
that's not
he got to cam up
that
for his
doesn't
word
work
to be
for us.
validated.
Sir Hale, you heard Aaron. He said you got to be cammed up for that comment to be validated, sir. Hey, don't push him. He'll be popped up in a minute. Bloop.
He
Say
sure
no
will.
seats.
Real quick.
Yeah, he'll pop right on up in here.
He'll pop right on in here. Y'all call on Sir Hills. He will show up now.
Oh, he said drop the link. See, I told you.
Yes, sir. Aaron, Sir Hill will pull up now.
I want to know what else it'll take. So what else it'll take? So she gained weight, you're gonna lose it. What else?
Yeah, wait. Stop.
If he cheats and actually gets caught, I'm done.
Hold on.
Mainly
Here's the
because he
thing.
got caught.
Here's the thing. Hakeem asked me the question. Here's the thing. All right. Here's how I am with a marriage. All right. If she gains weight, no, I'm not leaving. Okay. Now, when it gets to a certain point, I'm gonna say, hey, you see, I go to the gym every day, right? Okay. I'll say something like this. Hey, about to go to the gym. You want to come with?
That's how you
know
say
what I'm saying? I'll ask her to come with me.
Horrible. Mandrell, we're gonna have a soft skill meeting.
You wanna come
where we
with?
work on these skills, bro.
No, I'm just saying.
Aaron,
I'll walk
help
into
me
her
with
one day
my
and say,
approach.
"Hey, I would say, hey, I'm going to the gym. Would you like to come with me?" I'm just asking her. It's just out of the blue, and then I'll ask her every day.
What you trying to say, Mandrell? I'm fat.
Bingo.
I'm just saying,
There you go.
Here's the thing. No, but we're both reaching a particular age, and I want to focus on being healthy so that we can live longer together.
If you're not happy with the way I look, then leave.
The chief has arrived.
Aaron, you can't tell me there's a way out of this. Okay, there's a
Ladies and
better
gentlemen.
way to do it than that. Stop. Oh, here we go. The announcement.
Ladies and
Somebody said cam up. Sir Hale is in the building. What's up, y'all?
That's right.
Ladies and
Hey,
gentlemen,
Sir Hale.
Black Sun is in the building tonight.
Hey, so Hale, can you help me with my soft skills? Can you help me out right quick?
So Sir Hale, don't you think that it's crazy that these men talking about they gonna leave her because she gained some weight?
I didn't say I would
Not
leave.
some weight. I'm talking about
Oh, yeah.
150 pounds.
I didn't say I would leave.
E-Man, I don't know what you're saying. Your perspective is everywhere.
All over the place.
Some points I agree with. Other stuff I'm like, what is he talking about? I don't know.
Like this is
I don't
why
know.
this is why I can never be mad at E-Man. Like there's some stuff we
Nah,
absolutely
E-Man cool.
agree with, bullseye, all straight down categorically. There's some
Yeah,
things
the
I
E
agree
stands
with.
for everywhere. That's where it points.
Right, and some things with
Everywhere.
E-Man, I agree with him categorically on all points. But then other stuff is like, yo, what, really, man?
But I think Sir Hale, I think
Come on,
I might
man.
be wrong. I think Sir Hale would agree with me that like if you single is your fault. It's not these people
Kevin
out
Hart's
here.
uncle. Yeah, she's talking about you, Sir Hill.
Hey, Sir Hale. Hey, can you help me
Hey,
out with
Kevin
something right
Hart's
quick?
uncle.
Hey, Sir Hale, can you help me out with soft skills?
I still don't get this. I don't understand this one. I have no idea. Like, somebody tell me something. Help me out.
Oh, I don't know, brother.
All right, so here, say I'm going to my woman. She's gaining weight, and we need to have this conversation. Aaron was saying we need to work on our soft skills. So if I just go and step to her and I'm like,
Yeah, hey, Ron, we're gonna have to talk, man. I
No,
don't know
just
what the
say,
fuck to
excuse
talk
me.
about soft skills.
Well, just
I'm
go and tell her,
confused.
excuse me, baby. I need to have a word with you. The word is back. Is that? I mean, will that work?
Oh, she
If you want to live,
What-
so
what-
you have to tell me what you want to do. If you want to live, then that's probably not the approach. But generally, two things: if a woman is overweight, real talk, she knows it. So,
Hey.
and there's probably something going on there. So you got to have a conversation as to what that is. That's real stuff. Particularly if she done had some kids, more than one, and it's been happening over time, she already know it's the way you approach her about it.
So Aaron said,
I'm
Aaron,
trolling. I'm
wait,
clowning.
so Aaron keeps telling me that I need to work on my soft skills, and I'm trying on my
You do.
own, but Aaron won't
You
hit
do.
me up to give me lessons. I do. How dare you disagree? You can't take his side. We'll get into that later.
Aaron's side is taken.
No, we'll get into that later. Now, anyway.
Your soft skills are bricks. It's terrible.
No,
You're straight military, bro.
Okay, it is. It's from the military. It really is. It's from the
I'm
military.
not the greatest either, but I'm working on it.
Here's the thing. I ain't trying shit. I like who I am. Okay. I'm willing to learn, though.
But with the woman, though, like real stuff with a woman, you
Hold
could
on.
change some stuff by the way you talk to her. So, like, those
Right.
skills are important.
True. So,
Mandrill, hold on.
how would you?
Mandrill, hold on.
Uh-huh.
Here's skill number one.
Mm-hmm.
When you have a woman available, ask her how she would like to be approached. Try that out now.
What? Okay. Genesis. You gain. We're together. Okay. You put on a little weight.
Oh, look at the
I don't like it.
hypotheticals. Hold on. I got you. You know I got you.
No.
You know I got you. Hold on, say it again, man. Say it again.
Say it again, man.
Okay,
put 'em on
Genesis. That's right. Anyway, we're together, right? And
Yeah.
you put on a little weight. I don't like it too tough. I ain't told you, but I noticed. And so, what would be an appropriate way to communicate this to you?
Yeah.
You trying to die?
Just pretend. Just am I trying to die? No. What would be an appropriate way to let you know that, hey, this is a thing? Well, I'm not going to tell you that, but how do I get it across that I think you need to work out and eat healthier and things of that nature?
You don't. You
So
don't.
what do I do? Just
other than taking her by the hand and maybe going to the gym as a couple, then you don't.
Thank you. That's what I said. They said I was wrong.
You don't say that.
Right? They asked me. They told me I was wrong. I said, so if I asked you to come to the gym, So if I said one day, I said, hey, I'm going to the gym.
You don't want to make
come
her
with?
think that you're not attracted to her. You don't want to make her think that your love is conditional. No,
Right. So if I came up to you one day and said, hey,
I disagree.
Wait, hold on. If I came to you and said, hey,
I'm sure you do, because you're the same person who will leave your wife and your kids if she gains.
Hang on a second, Genesis. So if I came up to you one day and said, hey, I'm going to the gym, you want to come with me? Is that safe?
So Hakeem,
you said take you by the hand and to go to the gym with you as a couple.
Not. I'm going to the gym. You want to bring your fat ass with me? No,
I didn't say bring your fat ass. I just said
that's how that translates.
I got a question.
So let me tell you real life. Let me give you a real spiel about what I did with my wife. Because listen, we love to eat. You know what I'm talking about? So we gained some weight over the pandemic. What we did is I said, hey babe, we got to get into the gym. And I went and bought a whole year membership. And what we started to do is eat better. Like some stuff, it ain't deep. Like if you make the conversation too long, you make it awkward. Like you make her feel bad. So you got to say it real quick and then start making the changes. And if she probably already knows, she will adjust.
All I did was ask her to go to the gym with me.
I got a question about that, Sir Hale. So Sir Hale, what's wrong with just accepting her how she is? She is
no. What? No. So let me tell you, it's about health. No. Like, so when it comes to weight, I've lost people like close to me who died because of weight issues and brought about health concerns. So when we talk about this, acceptance is if we're healthy, then we're good. But once that weight starts driving your blood pressure up, cholesterol is high, you got the threat of diabetes, well, then we got to have a different conversation because I love you too much to lose you early.
I'm not going to enable you.
That's how that conversation
goes. Can I ask Hakeem a question? I got a question.
Can I add to this? Let me add to what he said too as well, because I know you're going to come to me too. The thing you got to understand is the mother is the first teacher, and I work already enough hours a day. I work anywhere from 12 to 16 hours each day. So if they're going to be seeing their mom a certain way, and I want a healthy lifestyle, longevity for not only my wife, but also my children, she's setting a bad example, and I'm allowing that if she gets to that way. So it's a cataclysm of stuff. And the thing that Aaron picked up that you're not getting, E-Man, is that me and her would have already had this conversation at the beginning, because there's already boundaries and roles and expectations each of us have of each other. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. This is not a knee jerk. She got fat. That's it. You got to understand, you don't just gain 100 pounds out of thin air and it becomes that way. It's learned behavior, and it's something over time. We would have had to have these conversations where it's like, okay, you're getting to this point. Let's try to dial it back a little bit. What can I do to help? And if she does not take upon the empowerment I'm giving her, or the resources I'm trying to give her to at least correct that problem, she's already said it's not important to her. So that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Hold on, E. Hold on, E. Before you switch over. The reason why you don't just accept her the way she is because it causes resentment. If something bothers you, and you don't express it with your partner, you will build resentment. And that's the facts. Problem that happens with people. They don't discuss things. They don't communicate. So it causes resentment. That's the worst thing that could happen. So that's the reason why you just don't accept it. You don't leave, but you don't accept it. You talk about it, you fight through it, you work it out, but never just tell a man just to close his goddamn mouth and accept something. That causes.
I didn't say that.
I know you didn't say it like that, but I'm telling you, this is how it.
But that's what a lot of men do. That's a good point.
But Hakeem, so I got a question for Hakeem.
Yes, sir.
So you leave your wife because she gained weight. What you telling the kids?
I already told we've been through this. She's the one that's going to be discussing with the kids as far as that's concerned, because again, we've had this conversation. Just like I said clearly, there's expectations that as a man, I have to provide for the family. And if I get to the point where I get lazy for whatever reason, you got to understand there's a flip side of this. You over here in this culture, men are trained to be on the defensive, and you don't understand your worth. You always allow women to allow you guys to move the goalposts, and that's what's going on here. For me, these are things that I've established at the beginning. And again, for me to demand this, there's a lot asked of me, required of me. So if I slack on my end, she's within her right to leave as well. There's not going to be any sympathy I'm going to expect from her. It's survival mode for women. She has to do what's best for her and the family.
No.
So that's what I'm saying. It's not. Go ahead.
So no, what I'm asking is, she said, I'm not telling the kids nothing. So what would you tell the kids? Kids say, why you left mommy? What you gonna say?
No, she will. She knows she will. That's not even.
That's not something you should put on kids, though.
This creative just gave us the way to say this appropriately.
What is the way? Hold on.
I can work with Miss Creative. I can work with that.
I'm not gonna say it like that, but yeah.
So I'll pick y'all up from on the weekends. Damn.
But the thing is that I keep saying this. We discussed this at the beginning, and that's an expectation. And you can't tell me if someone gains weight that it doesn't change a multitude of things. Besides that, you want longevity. You don't want. That's the thing. They have to want it enough and care about you enough to do that. And the fact that you're giving this much wiggle room, that's already going to be a problem. And as Aaron said, there's going to be resentment.
So what I'm saying is, who desires come first, yours or your kids?
Say that again.
So who desires, or who is more important, your desires or your kids' desires?
That's not the right question to ask in this case. Because like I said,
you did mess up.
Oh no, you know what? That's a good question.
That's a great question. Let him answer first. Hold on, Black David. Let him.
I know. Let me tell you why. When you ask that kind of question, who is more important, you or the kids? So you tell the woman, forget about your kid, gain the weight. Because if she's not healthy,
right,
she's got a heart attack and she died. What you gonna say?
That's true.
You didn't ask it, but the question says it.
Although you could have a heart attack and be perfectly healthy, so that's not necessarily great.
But what's the likelihood of that percentage? You see, that's the thing.
Yo,
the
Aaron,
likelihood
you know
is
what I'm saying, bro. Come on, man.
But
Don't
no,
play that
what I'm
game. I've
saying
been
is
Thank
that
watching
you,
y'all.
thank you. What are you guys doing here? Come on, this is very straightforward. The numbers go up as far as heart disease, diabetes, and such when you're overweight. Those are the common problems affecting our community. The fact that you guys are trying to move the goalposts, that's part of the problem. You can't. This has to be a criteria that you take seriously. That's why when Eman, you asked the question. I'm sorry, but at the beginning, my expectation is that I would not get with someone who's already shown me that they don't take their weight seriously. That's why this isn't even a problem. But let's just say I found someone and I accepted them that way, I have no right to leave them then. That's my point. Because I've already said that wasn't a factor when I met them. So how can I now do a 180 if they gain more weight? They were already that way when I found them.
Hey, E, how about this one?
You're muted, Sir Hale. You're muted.
Oh, go ahead, sir. He froze.
Nah, he's still there.
Mhm.
I think he's reading the
Eyes
chat.
are moving.
Yeah.
Trolls are getting
You guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, yeah. So even in that situation, we do got to take health seriously. I literally lost a brother, literally lost a sister because of this. Like, health has to be a big thing. That's why I didn't say I'm not talking about weight per se. It really is about health. And I think that we're so used to not talking about this, like just taking whatever comes. Like, these health conversations have to be a part of it. It really does, because it affects the quality of life and then what you can do with your spouse and your kids. So I do think we got to take that more seriously. So even if you met somebody that way and you learn better, it is your obligation as that person to bring that new knowledge to that relationship so that you guys can both do better.
So, but what I feel is that me and my wife, we put the same things in our body. Since she cook all of our meals, I'm eating typically what she eat, and she's eating typically what I'm eating. So we're moving together. I just don't understand. It might just because my wife cook and other men and wife don't cook. How do one person get big and the other one don't? If you guys are, because food, what you take in is a lot to do with how much you weigh. So that was kind of what I was trying to understand.
Eman, you've heard of the great Dr. Sebi, haven't you?
Yes.
Okay, so different foods do different things to different people, and your wife is not black, so it's going to do something different. And even if she was, there's genetics play a factor. Not everyone is built the same way. I mean, some people's metabolisms, for the most part, people's metabolisms leave them at different parts. So that whole argument you made about if you guys do the same thing, you're not in sync because you're just two different people. And furthermore, you're a man and she's a woman. There's different factors than that in addition to that.
Yep, case in point, I could eat a whole large pizza. My wife eats 2 slices. This is because our body types are different. So Sam said it correctly. You got to eat right for your blood type. Like that is a thing.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be fat. I'd work 3 times as hard to maintain my size.
So do you think a man should change his eating habits if it's in the best will of his wife?
Yes.
Best will of his family, yeah. And his best will of his own self.
As long as it's not something unhealthy, in my opinion. Like me,
No,
like for instance, for me, E-Man, like I like to be healthy. I like having a strong body. I like being able to manipulate my body the way I can, right? I love that shit. I love the way it makes me feel. However, if my wife doesn't want to work out, fine. But when it gets to the point where this shit is getting out of control or is getting unhealthy, I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, we got to start changing some things up here about what you're eating and how much your activity level, things like that. And the thing is, I'm coming in this thing because she can be just a normal chick. I'm not looking for some supermodel or some super world-class athlete. She can be a regular chick. If that's
Regular
not her
chicks
thing,
go to the gym. Mandrill, you need a woman that goes to the gym. I'm telling you now.
You think so?
I agree.
I'm
Hey,
100% certain.
don't y'all
He's
think
right with
y'all
that.
should start doing activities that requires more physical, like hiking or like walking on the beach, or because there's so many things that I think
well, walking on the beach ain't gonna do anything, man. If you're trying to lose weight, walking. Certain exercises people do is a waste of time.
You got to pick the
You know what I'm
woman
saying?
before you get in a relationship. You have to know who she is before you decide to take them vows, buddy. If she's not a woman that's showing you that this is how she is in general, you're setting yourself up for failure if you think you're going to change a woman 10 years down the line. Women don't become more open-minded 10 years down the line.
They
Just
don't.
like
They
most
become more
men-
resistant to change.
Yeah, most people, older people, don't listen to young people and say, I should learn about the internet and learn how to date. You know what old people say? I'm too old. I don't understand this. So no, it does not work. The older you get, the more stringent you become in your ways. Pick somebody that has that mindset, does these things day to day before you get into this commitment, brother. It will not work. I'm sorry.
And
Unless it's
E-Man
a
already
life-
sounds like sounds like he won't have that problem. So
No, he's not gonna have this problem. He already got kids. His wife got
Right.
kids, and she already lost the weight. No, he don't listen to him.
Right.
He ain't dealing with these problems.
that's why I couldn't understand what his argument he was making. Yeah.
Well, but no, the argument that I was making is I will accept my wife regardless. Like that's the
That
argument.
part I'm with you on 100%.
Yeah,
Like,
I
I'm not
would
leaving my
agree with
wife for nothing. Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
leaving her.
and then I remember because what people don't know about me, I was like in shape, and then when I got hurt in the military, that's what caused me to start gaining weight. And so the biggest thing is I think I came down to like to accept that things just happen in people's life, and if something happened that doesn't I can't let the outside world control my love. That's all I'm saying. My love is unconditional to my wife. I know people say they got conditional love for their wife. Mine is unconditional. I'm a lover as long as I got breath in my body.
Now that's
Good night,
the first
y'all. I
time
gotta
we're gonna
go.
have to disagree. I believe
you guys
it's
later.
conditional, brother.
Have a good night,
Bye,
CBM.
Genesis.
Hey guys, I'm finna shut it
He said,
down
my,
too. So
Shut us down
thank
before
you
you
guys.
start capping, bro.
Yep,
Shut us
thank
down.
you
He said,
guys
my
for
brother.
being. Thank you guys for being here, man. hey, Black Silk, you got any dances going on tomorrow? You got a bar mitzvah, a wake, or anything that you're dancing for
yeah,
tomorrow?
so yeah, it's gonna be on my community tab. The details will be on my community tab for sure.
Everybody go to Sir Hell Speaks. Not only subscribe and hit the like button over there, but he's gonna have on a silk shirt, baby, all on his chest, with some bottom spandex and some Adidas slides. And he's
And
gonna be
don't
doing.
forget, we just shipped him a new case of that Nigerian magic baby oil. That I'm telling you right now.
Just took a turn.
Also everybody, also just to throw it back out there.
Also,
just to put it out there one more time.
Mandrell has also committed to buying kids 300 kids tricycles for Christmas.
Oh, here we go with that.
Is there a special feature on the tricycle block?
With a big kickstand.
With a big kick. See
what?
It's Sir Hill. He's in on it too. Look at this. I'm never gonna live this whole short thing down. Listen, I'm never gonna live.
But yeah, man, I appreciate you guys, man. Thank you guys for being here, man. Sir Hell, if you didn't watch it from the beginning, bro, it was a challenge, brother.
Hey, Aaron, come to the show tomorrow. I want to get your opinion on some of the things I'm gonna say.
Sir Hell, you still
some of the
going
things
on
I
with Mandrell
propose,
tomorrow?
right?
All right, I'll pull up.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, because I knew you had that thing that happened today, so I want to.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, just keep my wife in prayer if you guys can. Just
yeah, they had lost.
Okay.
in the family
Most
members.
definitely. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah. So.
Hey, ATOG, what's going on with you?
OG, OG, say something to the crowd. OG.
OG Bertice.
No, I'm just chilling because I want to make sure my girl Genesis was safe up here with all you gentlemen. So I was just gonna be quiet in case I had to just come out with the karate chop, whatever. But it's all good.
They
How's
tried to
everybody
come for me.
doing?
They tried
They
it.
tried to come for you,
They
sis.
tried it. Then I
Man,
had
look,
to let that Chicago
man.
out.
we should have
outside all day, every day.
Man,
Genesis,
Sir
you know
Hell.
I got you.
Sir
I got
Hell,
you.
we
I'm down
had-
for you like 4 flat
Sir
tires.
Hell, if we had replay, babe, I'd do the replay right now of when Black David said, "Hey, listen. I am 80% muscle." And right, and Genesis said, "Wait, what you say, Black David?" And he said, "You heard what I said. Listen. It is the men in my country. Listen. 80%. I won't allow my wife." She said, "But that's not you, Black David." He said,
I can't even act like I don't believe it.
Oh my
I know
God,
Genesis said
bro.
that.
Dude,
I know it.
Right.
I pissed on myself a little bit back here, bro. Dude, that shit.
Genesis, you can't just.
Dude, oh, I love it, man. Vaughn, what's
Look
up?
at you, Black David.
I have
Look at
behaved.
you, Black David.
For weeks.
Can I ask OG one question?
Yeah, ask OG a question. We're gonna shut it down.
Yes, sir, E-Man.
Hey, OG, I'm just curious. So,
Oh God, here we go.
do you feel that people that first, are you single or are you married?
I'm single.
All right. So do you believe that single people are single because they want to be single, or do you feel like the dating market is just so hard that they can't find nobody out there? From a woman's point of view.
I truly, genuinely believe for the most part people don't want to be single. I think they just say that as for some type of self-satisfaction or like they probably think that in the back of their minds that they don't, and they may be okay in the moment of being single. But I think in general, people don't want to be single. They want to be with someone. We were made and created for that purpose. So I don't buy that when people say,
Tell him, Monty.
I'm okay with being single. Good. I can grow old, give me some cats, and I'm cool because I ain't gonna just accept anything and go for anything for the most part. No, I don't.
So OG Patrice, you gonna tell us about George?
George.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I call him. I don't know his real name, but I know OG Patrice. I know you ain't know it by yourself. Come on now, somebody.
Oh my God.
Is it love in the atmosphere?
It's love.
Listen, I was married for over 10 years, but I am dating. I'm dating, and let me tell you, after you get a certain age, it does get tougher. And I'm in an entertainment business, and I'm like gone a lot. So even when I was younger, I was overseas a lot. That's why I said, on other panels, and I'm gonna tell you, my husband was a black man, but I'm gonna tell you, when I started touring overseas, I rarely saw men that look like y'all. So I dated other races.
Oh,
yeah, I mean,
so you're a passport sister.
I knew she was a traitor.
passport sister.
You're a passport
Auntie
sister.
SYSW.
Listen, if you
Auntie OG Patrice.
Listen, if you are in Japan for 6 months to a year, if you are in Asia, if you are in Cuba, if you are, all these places where I've traveled in Dubai, I mean, it is what it is. I didn't see a lot of you guys over there. I dated, yes, I did, but I married a black man. I had a son with a black man. So
yeah, so you was over there with Wing and Wing Chuck. Okay.
Yes, I was trying to find a man that looked like Bruce Lee.
He
was the only Chinese man I ever had a crush on was Bruce Lee. And believe me.
Hey, well, don't
you love who you love.
Yeah, you love who you love. Don't be like we ain't signing. I don't think one time I nigga.
Right.
We're not dealing with that today. But thank you, OG Patrice, for stopping in and protecting our lovely book of Genesis. And look, I'm telling you, when the book of Genesis put herself on the market, I'm telling you, the damn internet gonna crash. These dudes in these comments, look at Mandrea.
Hey,
like
real talk, black man.
He's a liar, huh?
Real talk, black man. We need to start promoting these dope black women, like for real.
I do it every day. Hey, listen, when I do it, I get criticism though.
You're pandering.
How you gonna promote and criticism all in the same?
No. I'm saying when I promote these black women that are doing great things, like OG Patrice is wonderful. She's beautiful. Genesis, why the hell he saying they beautiful? It's just I get those things.
Wait a minute, who do you get it from? Women, other women?
Other women, yeah.
Shame on
Hey,
them.
women be vicious when it comes to this.
Yeah, women be vicious.
Listen, you already know, I know, right?
You already saw what happened when yeah.
They be jealous. They be jealous, big jealous.
Hey, black man, you see Von Bryant's comments?
What do you say?
You see his comment?
Let me see. Hold on. Where is it? What do you say? Two niggas.
Two niggas. I heard two niggas. I heard it
and that's his voice too.
I heard two niggas. I heard it twice.
Hey guys,
because at first he was like, "Hey, wait a minute." Then Sir Hill said, "Hey, listen, you're not gonna call us this."
I just
have some respect to the platform.
I knew I heard it twice. I heard two niggas. I heard it twice.
Can you grace me with one more question, black man?
No, don't you let him do it. He'll never let you.
No, let E-Man ask his question.
Hold on, E-Man. Just a second. I gotta do something real quick. Just a second. Here we go.
Black man is
all the way from Shanghai, China. We ain't signing this in the building. How you doing, man? Go ahead.
Look at Sir Hill.
You can't go forward. I'm gonna kick you off. You do my greeting. Go ahead.
OK， hold on。哎，大家好，你现在听那个 Blackman Unfiltered， 拿你的小吃可以喝饮料。今天的题目非常重要的是那个小孩子那个。
Wait, you're not gonna call us this. Show some respect.
I heard two niggas. I heard
You're not gonna call us a double nigga. You're not gonna call us a double nigga.
A double nigga. Tommy, I told you that dude wasn't black. Tommy, I did not say nigga at all. And
we got this at the barbershop.
Oh my goodness, bro. Oh my God, bro. That is hilarious, bro.
Too funny. Oh
I think I done watched that at least 100 times, bro. I done watched that at least 100 times, bro. That is hilarious. Because I like looking at everybody's face, and then you hear Vaughn. You don't see his face, but you hear Vaughn in the background. I heard two niggas. Was that two niggas? I heard. Sir Hill. That was two niggas, Sir Hill.
I heard it double too.
I heard it twice.
And look,
Look,
Vaughn said like he was reading poetry.
Right.
I think I heard two niggas. Was it two niggas? It was two niggas.
I heard two niggas. I heard it twice.
But again, man, you know we like to have fun, man. So guys, thank you so much for being here tonight, man. You guys have been amazing.
Nigga.
Sir Hill, I want to thank you, man. We're praying for your family and your time on loss and bereavement, brother. So we love you, man.
Yes, for sure.
Also, congratulations on your. Also, congratulations is bittersweet. So also, congratulations on your 1,000 subs, man. I'm proud of you. Love you, man.
Appreciate you.
We got to give it to him.
Appreciate that.
And you put in the work, man, and it's showing off and it's paying off. So, man, I appreciate you for everything that you do. E-Man, thank you for everything that you do. Obesity, scam likely. This was crazy as hell. Hakeem, thank you. Genesis, you know I love you, hon. You know I love you. Crazy Hell, Mandrell is in the building. Love you, man. OG Patrice, Aaron O, I appreciate you, man. Everybody on the panel that came in and uplifted this thing tonight, man.
Wait, E, what's your question right quick? E, hurry up. Ask your question, E.
I forgot. I ain't gonna lie.
Dang it.
That age gets up with you.
Hey, black man.
Yeah.
Like when we got to do one more thing, man.
What's that?
We got to give a shout out to the chat, man. They keep it lit.
Man,
it was lit tonight. It was lit tonight.
They was on it tonight. Big Bad Bull started out with some crazy shit. First, and then, oh my God, Miss Creative was in there
all night.
Estella, moments with Mickey Red, Tam, Jamal Williams came busting up in here laughing. A BCDC 123. Brittany B came through and changed her profile picture. I think she did that on purpose.
Miss Brittany B.
Yeah. We ain't signing. He came through. Hey, listen, guys. I want to say earlier, and I know Black David watching. That fart earlier was real. That wasn't a sound effect.
Who farted? Black David?
That came from Black David house. I'm telling you.
I was in the chat like
I thought there was a
had to be a sound effect. It was too close to be real.
It was a sound effect.
No, I swear it was not a sound effect.
I thought it was a sound effect.
When it happened, Sir Hale sent a message and said, "Dude, is that what I thought it was?" and I said, "Yes," because this had happened before. Jedi Mike farted on Sir Hale Speaks platform one time.
Disrespect,
man.
Absolutely.
He's not even here to defend himself,
right?
Man.
Yeah. So he said, and he gonna try. I think it's a chair, y'all. There wasn't no chair.
You can't laugh so hard till you come out. You can't do that.
Look at Miss Creative smell like eggs.
That what now?
You seen that dude that farted on Kay and Kayla's show, and JR had to come back and keep replaying it like 2 weeks ago?
He did. See, I told you. I think Black David thought he was muted. He was like, "Let me mute for a second."
No, it wasn't Black. It was some dude named Tony.
Hey, what did you, Black man?
Let me mute for a second. Hey, listen, in my country, when we put grass since of the ancestors. You guys are not listening. You're not listening to me. So when I poop, it does not have a smell. It sounds like you're knocking on the door of heaven, but no smell. Okay.
He does sound like an old school vampire, doesn't he?
Man, that
Like,
dude.
Could you do your bolo?
Hello. Hey.
Bolo, Bolo, you got the word for me, man.
So before you guys go, I didn't get a chance to come in tonight, but I definitely want to.
He does a good bolo.
I definitely want to come in and say to Sir Hale, speak my G, you doing a wonderful job, guy. 1,000 guys, listen, 1,000. Wow, you did it, guy. It was you. And guess what? God is going to move in your favor. And I'm telling you right now, the rest of these people, they're full of shit. And you need to stop. Listen, God is good. What? This is Bolo. I love you. I love you. The scripture says that a man that loves the Lord will obey him. But I'm sick and tired of these. Come on, G. You gotta stop this shit.
That's it. It's half scripture,
What?
half inspiration.
Bolo would give you a scripture. Bolo would give you a scripture and cuss your ass out.
Cuss your ass out at the same time.
Listen, G.
Ain't nobody safe on YouTube.
The Lord is my shepherd, and I shall not want. And He making me the light. Shut the fuck. Listen to me. You see, that's what's wrong with you guys now. You guys, you're not listening. Look in the mirror. It's you. Stop the women.
That's him.
It's you, Mandrell. It's you.
Right.
I want to say this publicly, Bolo. I'm not laughing. I'm coughing.
I'm laughing.
I'm coughing.
Yeah, there was a tingle in my throat.
Hakeem has a lot to say, but he won't come up like me.
I really want to say this. I've been meaning to say this for about a week. I just want to say one person I really miss, and I want to say blessings out to his new girl, Queso. Man, we miss you.
Yes.
Y'all didn't tell me he had the baby.
No, I reached out to him. I reached out to him, man. Oh, let me reach out what he sent me, bro. I reached out to him. He said, the baby is hold on, I want to read to y'all verbatim because I told him, hey, them babies gonna keep you up, dog. He said it's been a while. He a little rusty. Let me see. Hold on, let me get the queso real quick. There it is. I had reached out to him. He said, thanks, bro. I appreciate you reaching out. Yes, everyone is good, and my baby girl is beautiful. He said, going to try to come through on Tuesday. So this Tuesday coming. He said, she's beautiful, but she's a lot of work.
Yeah. And see, I think that's why we've been having so much animosity. I ain't had my translator here in about 3 weeks. So it's been so real. Yeah, but I love Queso, man. And
yeah, I love Queso too, man.
Pray that his family keep being healthy, and he just keep doing what he's doing, man. I really.
Yeah, man, your baby growing pretty fast too, huh?
Yeah, it's a 27 in 12 days. I got to throw a birthday party, so they thought it was a good idea for us to do a full remodel. So that's why I really been.
How old will she be?
1. She be.
Oh, okay. Well, first birthday.
Congrats, man.
Thanks, man. So.
Yeah, happy birthday to her.
Well, in Mandrell,
Mandrell's
I'll have Mandrell send a tricycle.
Hey, I think Mandrell next, man. He gonna have a kid next.
Yeah, Mandrell gonna have a kid.
Yeah.
Mandrell, do you want children?
I do. I would love to be a father.
Did you hear Mandrell saying the other day?
How many do you want?
Well, I'm 43, so I'll take what I can get at this point. Give me 1, okay. I'm fine. But if I have 10, I'm good with that too.
Okay, so are you looking for a younger wife that's a little bit younger than you that won't be so much of a risk because if she get 35 and over, she's more high risk for having children. So are you in the market for a younger, maybe like 27 to like 32-ish maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 27 and up would be fine.
Yeah, because if you don't run out of wind, you may be able to stroke and get twins.
If I don't run out of wind.
Don't count them older sisters out either, because some of them are taking care of themselves and have.
Oh yeah, that's true. No, but but still, even if they're taking care of themselves and they're healthy, they're automatically still high risk. Is what I'm saying.
True.
See, that's why we love you, OG Patrice.
But I'm not counting them out though. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, as far as medically, they're more at risk for.
They do that strictly by age
and we got to we got to work on Mandrell's soft skills
even if they're perfectly healthy.
Yeah, we got to work on Mandrell's soft skills.
And nothing wrong with my soft skills, man.
No, we don't want you in the delivery room. Push the damn baby out. This is stupid.
Yeah,
you're stupid. You can't push. That shit's not hurting.
That shit don't hurt.
That shit don't hurt. I've been shot before. You see this? Look, I've been shot. It don't feel worse than this. Get your ass up. Push the baby out.
Just remember. Don't pull out a little bit because we don't want to be too little short.
That's
No,
messed
he
up.
did not say that.
That is
No,
messed up.
Close the
he
show.
did
We
not.
close the
Whoa.
show.
No, he did not.
Hey.
E-Man got put one of them little trampolines on the end of the bed when the baby shut up.
I don't want to laugh at that, E-Man. That's fucked.
Oh my God,
They gonna
dog.
have a step stool that say you want to see the baby.
She got to have a car seat for her husband.
I'm
and
the
her
average
child.
height for a man. Okay,
How tall are you, Mandrell?
I'm 5'8".
Average
Five-
height
Yeah,
for an
that, yeah,
Asian
that
man.
is about average. Yeah.
Sir
I'm
Hell,
5'8".
you missed it last night, brother. Anton, that they did a 24-hour live, bro.
Wow.
Man,
And
that was a jungle, bro.
man, Aaron, 24 hours, bro. And it was just,
I know Aaron ain't got no job. That
but
nigga's hard.
man,
That's why.
24 hours straight.
Damn, Aaron.
I'm broken dusty.
You gonna take that?
But-
Damn, Aaron,
Wow.
you gonna take that?
But Sir Hell, last night, man, Island Q was saying what kind of man she wanted, and at first, security boss was trying to say, "Oh, we got you, we got you, we got you." And by the
Then
end of
she
the
let her
conversation,
then she started talking.
By the
Security
end of the
boss like,
conversation, security boss said, "I apologize, Aaron. No, you was right. I think this was few and far between."
All facts. All facts.
She said what? She said what at the end, black man?
She is so pick. She want a guy that's. She said she can't have a guy that's shorter than her or the same height as her. He got to be intellectual. He got to make her. He got to make love to her mind before he make love to her body. Yeah. He's got. I mean, and then she said, "You want an alpha?" Then she was like, "No, I don't want to deal with no alpha." She said, "Whoa, what you want? I mean, you want what you want?"
What's her sign? What's her zodiac sign?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Hey, okay, I got a question for y'all. Y'all think that really plays a part, zodiac signs and who you marry?
Hell no.
No.
Women
No,
love that
because
zodiac crap.
Because women say that a lot.
No, I'm
I don't even
I'm just
understand
asking
that,
because two of the things that Black Man said I really like in a man too. I'm a Sapio as well, and I want a man taller than me because I wear 3 and 4 inch heels shoes. I love the idea of my man looking down at me, not me looking down at him.
How
It's just
tall
something
do you have to be?
What if you want to look up at you in
it's
reverence?
just something. Wait, hold on. It's just something
Wow.
psychological.
She could
It's
be
just
over
something.
11.
I know
We
the
don't know.
psychological.
Auntie OG.
I told her we have
promise
What-
y'all,
what
it's
if you-
something psychologically, especially when I have on heels.
Give me the height.
Auntie.
Give me the height.
Why
No,
can't
without
he
heels-
look up at you with wonder and glory in his eyes?
Without heels, I'm 5'7". So imagine when I'm wearing I wear 4 and 5
Okay, so
inch
tell me
heel
how tall you
shoes.
got to be.
How tall he got to be?
6, at least
Okay,
6.
so that's 14% of the
That's
population.
14% of the population.
That's
The
how
average,
the
I know that.
the
I
average
do
man
know
is
that, guys.
5'9".
Auntie.
Trust me, I realize that.
You
Y'all
see,
better
and this
stop
is
that. Y'all blocking y'all blessings.
No, I'm not black. I said I prefer. That's what I
yeah,
said.
see, hold
So
on, let me say another
Mandrill
thing.
will be okay then.
Hold on, when a
4'11".
woman says I
I'm not
prefer,
4'11".
And then the other one is what was her? Oh, Sapio. So I'm attracted to intelligence in a man more than a body part.
oh yeah, you limited yourself then.
I really am. I like a
yeah.
man that can know. I like a man that can hold an intellectual, stimulating conversation. Period.
It ain't a lot of them.
so you did
So
a
you
intelligent
gonna be out of
5 foot
luck.
man.
Wait, Aaron. I'm an intellectual.
Hakeem,
I never
no.
said you weren't.
Not 5 foot, Hakeem, no. Maybe 5'9", 5'10".
Damn, Mandrill, you don't qualify for that either.
Man, Mandrell's getting
You're right, man, Joe. It's not easy for short men. I
I'm
apologize.
saying, E-Man.
Mandrill
you, E-Man.
Mandrill had to go to the north side of Switzerland.
Wow.
Brother Scam Likely, how tall are you?
But it's more women that are average than tall. So Mandrill should never have a
6'1",
problem finding a wife.
Listen, there are women who are 5'3" that have told me I was too short for them.
Damn.
Are you serious?
5'2", 5'2". I met women 5'2", 5'3", told me I was too short.
So they don't want to
Black
They
man,
told me to my
you ain't
face.
no good.
And they told
Black
me to my
man,
face.
you ain't no good. You are no good at all.
I didn't hear it. I want to hear that too. Repeat what you said, sir.
No, they said it. They don't want no Volkswagen. They want a Toyota Camry.
A Volkswagen. Listen to
would you
him.
date a woman taller than you? Say if you had a woman that was interested, it was 5'11".
I've dated women 6 feet tall before.
Women. So you had to climb
women,
up.
plural.
Last girl I dated was 5'11".
So you had to take that. You had to take her. You had to take her like
Hey,
a
y'all all the
skin
same.
elevator to
Hey,
get up to the lips.
look. We were both the same height while I was laying down. Okay, and then I was handling my
You did have
business.
to crawl up the bed a little bit to get you
And she
say,
said, when I didn't look, when I was handling business, she said, "Oh, that's where the rest of the height went." Yes,
The tricycle with the big kickstand.
yeah, the big I'll take it. Whatever. You ain't right, man. Black man. You ain't right, Black man.
Hey guys, I want to ask you guys something. Do you feel some kind of way with dating a woman? It is just hypothetically dating a woman who's taller than you. Like, do you feel some way about that?
No problem. Nope.
She can't be substantially taller.
I'm 6 feet tall.
Let's just say like one or 2 inches.
Yeah, like Lisa Leslie or something.
That was
okay, but I'm saying like 1 or 2 inches taller than you.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, 1 inch is 1 inch. I don't know about the 2.
So it's the ladies that have the problem.
Yep.
It always has been. Yeah.
Absolutely. I will definitely admit that, and that has been my issue, my thing. I won't say issue, but my preference. Like so, but I do understand that, and I am open definitely to a man like I said 5'9", 5'10", 5'11". I'm open to that. I don't have a process.
But not somebody Mandrell's height.
Sir Hill.
Well, what Mandrell say he was what 5'8",
4'11",
5'8".
Oh,
stop spreading that rumor.
I don't know how to help the ladies. But...
You know what though? Honestly, if the man genuinely was comfortable with me being taller than him when I put on my hip, because my experience has been when I did a couple of times I did date a guy that was like my height, and then I wear the heels and I'm taller than him. He was uncomfortable, which made me uncomfortable. So I was like,
uncomfortable just with you two, or when you guys were out together?
Like when we were out, I think, because
that's what it is.
Anytime a man say, do you always wear heels that tall, or when he say stuff like this, like okay, it's a problem. I know
you're never gonna hear me say something.
It's a psychological thing for a man that like that, just like it is for me with a shorter man. So I knew when he said that to me, I was like, okay, he have a problem with when I wear heels, I'm gonna be taller than him.
But here's the thing: you would never hear me say some insecure shit like that. If I have nothing else, I have absolute supreme confidence in myself, no matter what I'm getting myself into.
Well, I like that.
Absolute confidence in myself.
Now, I would totally be attracted to a guy that will be totally confident in that.
Whoa!
Maybe
remove me.
We on lock said who's the nice in the middle. Wait a minute, let me blow up for you. Hold on, let me show you. Yeah.
No, y'all know what I mean. I'm just saying, a woman is also attracted to confidence in a man.
They be looking for, they be hunting.
Listen,
that's all I'm saying. A woman is attracted to a confident man. Period. So that may supersede her idea of I can't date a guy, that I'm going to be taller than when I wear a heel. Just when he said that,
I think it's the social pressure. It's the social pressure.
Yeah, they said Eddie Murphy married a taller woman, but
he did. Nicole Murphy was taller than him.
Nicole Murphy tough.
Sir Hill, I really think like when a man that's shorter get with a taller, because I dated taller. I had a whole phase where I only dated women that was taller than me, and it's like you accomplished something.
We don't like what you think about Genesis.
Listen, black man, stop.
I'm sorry. Oh, I thought I was on mute.
Yeah, we don't look. He throwing the flowers. Look at that comment. He throwing the flowers. Look at that comment up, man. Look at that.
So
Genesis, the flowers. Look at that, Genesis. A gentleman. Oh, Genesis, look at it. Pulling them, ain't even said unto it.
Y'all gonna do me like this tonight.
Yeah.
Zoom in, Cam.
Right.
Hey, Sir Hill, hit that track again. Sir Hill, hit that track. Ladies and gentlemen, yours truly, the book of Genesis. She will be your ending and your middle and your end. Book of Genesis. Right now, looking for that hot cakes of a man.
Just terrible. Terrible.
I love it.
Tell him to put someone on your Cash App.
Mandel, would you date somebody like 6'3", 6'4", 6'5"?
I've dated a couple of women that was 6 foot tall.
Yeah, because they needed help putting their belt on.
Mandrell, were they comfortable dating you as well?
Oh
my God.
Is Mandrell going to be able to make it to tomorrow?
I thought my laughing was over for the night. Oh my God.
I think I'm still gonna be laughing tomorrow.
He said need help putting on a belt.
Putting a belt on.
Ain't no coming back from that one. That's it.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh Lord, it ain't too late to get a subscription. Hey, I see somebody, Brother Red. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button, brother. I see you.
I said, did she ever pick you up, Mandel?
No.
Was she comfortable with you with being taller than you, Mandrell?
No, that one in particular was not. The chick who was like 6'1", she wasn't. She was a basketball player in university when I was at university. So
I said, would you feel some type of way if she picked you up and put you in the camera?
She's not. There aren't many women in the world strong enough to do that.
Mandrell, she dunked on you with 2 hands or 1 hand?
Say what now? Email. Hold on.
Whoa, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Hit that beat again, sir. Hit that track.
No.
Hit what?
Hit the track. Give me the beautiful.
No. Can she sing? Yes.
He said, "Can she sing?"
No.
You can't sing, Genesis? Okay.
No.
She said she can't sing. Yeah.
She's just saying that because she doesn't want the.
Right. That's exactly what it is.
Okay, so she don't want the attention. Oh, okay. Yes.
I agree with Hakeem.
And you know what? Though? Me and Mandrea have been scoping this out for weeks, though. People have been shooting they shot at Genesis on the low.
All night long.
Every
broadcast she comes on, someone takes a shot.
Sister girl.
Someone's gonna shoot a shot
at
Genesis every broadcast she comes on.
The day you're ready, the day that you're ready, Genesis, I want you to just come on and be like, "Hey guys, you've been talking all that. Now it's time to prove it." Boy, she's gonna break the internet. StreamYard gonna go down. You're gonna be able to connect.
OG, do you think it's easier for women to get married or men to get married?
Men, because you guys you choose. So it's easier for you guys. You guys have to choose us.
Right.
E-Man, wait a minute. E-Man look like whoa. E-Man look like he just got through shooting a couple of people. Got his chest out, got his top button open.
He done fulfilled his contract. He done fulfilled his contract for the night.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we have the person that speaks from the mountain of Mount Sinai.
And he also heard 2 niggas. He heard it twice.
I think I heard 2 niggas. It was 2 niggas.
I heard 2 niggas. I heard it twice.
Vaughn, how are you tonight, sir?
Man, listen.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Go ahead.
I can't even do it. I can't even do it. I mean, you guys have me in tears. I am looking for my inhaler. I don't know where I put it. I don't know where I put that damn inhaler. But I'm gonna find it, man. I can't laugh this hard. You know, this is crazy. This is really crazy. Black man will have you laughing at a funeral. I'm serious.
I will too, man.
Don't go to the funeral
with me. It's hilarious.
We rolling.
Wow.
You had a question for me. What was it? With 1 hand or 2 hands? What is that?
Oh, you're saying she was 6'1".
I appreciate you having me on Black Man Unfiltered.
All right.
Did she dunk with 1 hand or 2 hands?
See you later, E-Man.
All right, take it easy, man.
Hey, Von Brian, do me one favor.
Did she dunk on me with 1 hand or 2 hands?
I want you to read this. I want you to read the last comment for me.
Okay, let's see if I can see it.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it? Wait, I don't see no comment.
Yeah, we on Lock Nation. The last comment.
Excuse me.
Well,
he says her name. He says Genesis.
Wait a minute. Let me see.
Y'all in the chat.
Matter of fact, Von, I'll put it up on the screen for you. Here you go.
Oh, okay, because I'm getting ready to see. I can't see nothing.
There you go.
Let's see. Genesis. Let's see. She can come by on Ladies' Night every Sunday. Oh. What that mean?
The voice you read for them gave it a whole different context.
Yeah, he did.
Wait a minute.
He owns a club. See, Genesis, he's an entrepreneur. He's an entrepreneur, Genesis. He owns his own business.
She can come by on Ladies' Night every Sunday. Okay.
Every Sunday.
Every Sunday.
And Genesis, he's trying to be a nigga.
Genesis. She can come on Ladies' Night every Sunday.
I can't do it.
Genesis, I'm telling you, on here with a hoodie on and getting this attention. Look at you, girl. It doesn't matter. Listen, it doesn't matter.
She can't stay single.
But you know what? She was on the other night and she was very astute. I mean, she looked like clergy, actually.
Oh.
You know, she had the little white collar, and I know it was a bow or whatever she was telling me. Yeah, but Yeah, but she looked
looking like she was about to do a
Big bet.
dissertation for the president. Yeah.
Yeah, there
Oh,
you
and
go.
Genesis, I've seen We on Lock Nation. He's a very handsome man.
Oh hell no.
Very,
We on lock.
There you
very
go.
Drop the
handsome
link
man.
right quick. We on
He
lock.
has nice dreads.
We
He
on
has
lock.
dreads
They
in
go
his
to
hair. I
the link right there.
saw him.
We on
He's
lock. We
very
ain't playing no
nice.
games. Come
He's a
on, we
very
on lock.
nice brother,
It's a love
Genesis.
connection on tonight.
Wink, wink,
Yes.
wink, wink.
Blackman, what's that voice? How's that
Yes.
voice?
Yes.
Oops.
Love is in the air. Everywhere I look around. Come on, we on lock. I sent you the thing. Come on now. Drop them dreads and get on up here now.
Scam likely looks like he's seen a ghost.
She ain't ready.
Yes. He said you ain't ready for the love.
Hey, Black Man. Hey, Black Man, got to drop, man. Hey, y'all, love y'all. Have a good night, guys.
All right, man.
All right, man.
Good night, Sir
All right.
Hill.
Good
Hey,
night,
Sir
sir.
Hill, this gonna be a
Best of luck to you,
tomorrow.
sir.
Yeah, we on lock. We on lock. We waiting on you, man. Love is in the
Y'all go to
air.
bed. You
Talking
wrapping up
about
the
she ain't ready. She
show.
ready.
Yeah, she
She
ready.
ready. Just like
She
Tiffany Haddish say,
ready.
she
Not
ready.
Yeah.
She's warming up the vocals.
Yeah,
She
we
ain't
waiting on
ready.
him. Hey, he on. Hey man, let me see your face. Undo your, hey, turn your camera on. Turn your camera on. We on lock. Turn your camera.
Y'all stop
Hey, this boy
it.
look like Barry White with dreads.
Listen.
Watch this. 3,
Stop it.
2,
Dude.
1. Bam! There you go. Hold on, let me put a picture up here.
Stop it.
Oh,
Love it. What's up, we on Lock Nation?
Zoom cam.
Lock Nation, what up, my G?
Yeah, let me get a close up.
What's going on? Y'all play too much, man.
Look, Genesis. And he's Genesis. Here's the thing, and he's confident. This man actually cammed up. He ain't playing, Genesis.
That's a confident man. Love it.
Bruh.
He massaging that beard too.
Right.
Okay.
Back to you.
Y'all
played too much, man.
Respect.
Y'all played way too much.
I respect that, bro.
So we on lock. What do you have to say
That's
tonight?
right. Showing them beautiful pearly whites. Look at them.
Come on,
Smiling.
OG, you better put him on that pedestal. Hey, listen. So we on lock. Go ahead. You got anything you want to say to the panel tonight?
It's been a long night. I'm tired, and I'm about to go to bed.
Okay,
ma'am. If you would like, what I meant was, come by on Sunday.
Okay.
I'm having ladies' night every single Sunday. Respectfully, that is. Respectfully. So whenever you have time.
And what's the information?
We on Lock Nation.
We on Lock Nation.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
What time
of course
on
the
Sunday?
bouquet.
Wait a minute.
4:30. No,
Go
you
ahead,
did
Doc.
not.
Go ahead.
Hold
Go
up.
ahead.
Wait, what?
4:30.
4:30.
p.m. Pacific time. Vegas time.
Ladies and gentlemen, We on Lock Nation has invited her over for a Sunday show on We on Lock Nation. Stay tuned for more jams for BMUN Radio.
Black man, I owe you for this one.
Yeah,
I owe you for
do.
that.
I do. You know I love you, man.
Mhm.
That was
All right.
Listen. This
Gotta
is
kiss the kitties.
Okay. All right, man. Good night. Oh,
Oh man, I was gonna ask a question, but
my heart is so full of joy.
Fight all y'all.
Wow.
Oh,
What did I miss when I left the whole panel?
Vaughn.
I had to leave for a while, man.
What
I
did
had to leave
miss?
for a while, and then I had to go
Hey, but
do
listen,
something else, and then
Genesis,
I came back and
listen, Genesis,
what
this
happened?
man has been talking about you in the chat for 3 hours.
Wow.
What?
He been talking about you for 3 hours. Beautiful, beautiful, well spoken, lovely,
Listen.
sensual. Look at that hair.
Listen.
Smile.
Listen.
Hey, Jens, you do that to people. I can't help it. I wish I was.
She's saving the vocals for him too.
Available.
Yeah, she's not available. No.
Available.
But see what Genesis is? Genesis is that real nice Bugatti that they show you, and you see it every day in the magazines, but you can't get your hands on it. But when it comes available, it's sold out. Oh, I'm about to shout, Vaughn. I'm about to shout. Hey, I'm about to shout right now. But Vaughn, do you want to close us out in prayer tonight, Vaughn? Go ahead.
I don't know, man. I don't even know if I have breath left because I just got off of a platform with OG Patrice, and we were just hollering and laughing.
Yes.
And I get over here and Black Men Unfiltered, man, I can't even handle him at times. This is crazy. Man, it's crazy. But you got jokes, man. You definitely got jokes.
Hey, you know what? I love to laugh.
And Mandrell's expense.
Yep.
Right tonight. Yeah.
Yeah.
They finally found a weapon to use against me. OG.
Wait a minute, Mandrell. They've been picking on you all night, man. I must have missed that.
Well, they were saying that if he talked to a lady taller than him, that he'll be tall enough to help her put her belt on and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, just
oh,
they were saying, huh? Is that who said it, Black Man?
That's what they
said. Okay,
y'all was doing that, man.
Not you, but they.
Wow.
I didn't say anything.
They were saying.
So, are you currently dating, Mandrell? You're currently dating?
I'm not dating anyone currently right now. I mean, my schedule's wide open.
Because I heard you say you want to get married. So
I do. But here's the thing. I mean, there's a person who has my attention, but I mean that'll be a long distance situation, and I don't know how she'll feel about that.
Okay, I was going to say, are they in these YouTube streets?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Do you see any
if they've ever
potential
been
in these YouTube streets?
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny if whether or not she's been in the comments
What does her
of Black
name
Men
start
Unfiltered
with?
before.
What does her name start with?
I can't say divulge.
I know who it is.
Give us the
put it in the
initials.
back chat. I don't talk. Put it in the back chat.
Put it in the private chat.
Don't trust him. Don't trust him.
I'm not either. No.
Yeah, man, Joe, you keep that to you.
Y'all, listen. With the short jokes, y'all got enough. I can't give you more.
Okay, I got a question, Mandrell. So if you meet the one, how long before you think it will take you to actually propose and be married?
About 8 months to a year.
Okay, that's the whole full on. That's with the proposal and the marriage and the wedding.
I mean, yeah. If I propose in 8 months, I mean, go ahead and.
Oh yes.
I could propose to her today and then go to courthouse the next day.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, we can do the wedding later.
So you're not trying to stretch it out. Okay, I like that.
We can do the wedding later. I mean,
and guess what? When I come to your wedding,
is, do you think she gonna want to do the wedding later? Because you know how women are with like,
I don't know.
My family.
All I can do is tell you what I can do, what I'm willing to do.
I'm gonna be there now at your wedding. I'm gonna be at the wedding like this. Well, Mandrell, he's met his favorite girl, the girl that walked down the aisle and changed his world. Mandrell.
I had you on backgrounds. Did you hear me? Ooh.
I heard both of y'all.
Vaughn.
I was gonna cut in on that, but I just
And you know what the crazy part is?
not.
I love 70s music. I love 70s music, movies, the blaxploitation movies. Love them.
Oh yeah, me too, man. I just watched all the Sidney Poitier movies like back to back.
Yeah, let's do it again.
But you know what?
Uptown Saturday Night.
Sam Likely. I asked E-Man, y'all. I said,
He's
man,
on mute.
when he was
he changed his name Obesity.
So look, when he first died, when Sidney Poitier first died, I was like, man, shout out to Sidney Poitier and his family, whatever. E-Man said, who is that? He said, I have no idea who Sidney Poitier is. I said, excuse me?
I met him in person.
Shame on you.
Oh
Shame
my
on
God.
you.
That's
How old is E-Man?
Shame on you.
E-Man 30.
Wait, how old is he?
He's like 32. He's like 32 or 33, something like that.
No,
he was like,
He's
he
never
said, I've never seen
even
him.
watched
a
a movie. No,
never
oh,
seen.
wow.
Yep. And boy, I watched all his movies back to back. And one of my favorite movies, one of my favorite, all my favorites are the ones he did with Bill.
Yeah, I've seen all.
Uptown Saturday Night is one of them.
Saturday Night, let's do it again. Oh my God. Oh my
Hey, Black Man Unfiltered.
Nobody said he could do comedy, and he showed him he could do some comedy. So
especially the part that I laugh at the most is when he was lying on the couch sleep, and he was dreaming about the girl at the club. and his wife asked him, "Are you dreaming about me?" He said, "Mm-mm." She said, "Who are you?" She said, "Are you dreaming about?" She said, "Are you dreaming about another woman?" He said, "Mm-hmm." She slapped the dog piss out of him. He gonna stand up and say, "What you hit me for?"
Those are classics.
Those are classics, man.
They
Yes,
are.
sir. Yes,
Absolutely.
sir.
I love blaxploitation movies too. 70s, like a whole collection. I love them.
And you know what?
Love
That speech that he did, what was the movie when he was married to the white girl?
Guess who's coming to dinner?
Guess who's coming to dinner?
Yeah. We said at the same time,
man,
boy. You see that?
Yeah,
that
you
speech
know,
that
I
he
know.
did, that speech that he
I'm
did
old
with his
school.
daddy in that office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
But
Oh,
when
here's the thing. Speaking of
He was a great
blaxploitation,
actor. Great actor.
one of the funniest movies of all time, of all cinema history, it's a movie. You guys need to find it. Make an honest effort to find this movie. It's called Black Dynamite. It's not from the 70s, but it's everything. It takes place in that, and it's a comedy by Michael Jai White.
Am I the only person that have seen that other than
I don't
you?
know, but it's hilarious. Isn't it hilarious?
I saw it. Yes,
No,
I saw it.
It's hilarious.
Yes,
It is
I saw it. It is.
hilarious.
I saw it.
Is it funnier than Blazing Saddles?
Yes,
It's got
it's funnier
Michael.
than
What's
that.
his name? Michael
Jai White.
Michael Jai
Yeah.
White.
Tommy
Man,
Davidson
listen.
shows up. Tommy Davidson shows up. He's got this. Everything is so
Awesome.
stereotypical. Like the Chinese dude. He looks like he has this look like Fu Manchu, right?
Yeah,
and his
they
name
did an
is
awesome
Fiendish
reenactment.
Dr. Wu.
Yeah, it was good.
The
It was
character's
funny.
name was Fiendish Dr. Wu. I laughed at the name.
Hey, but
It was good. It was funny too.
It was so funny.
It was hilarious.
And you know what else?
Unfortunately, you need
OG
to find
Patrice?
I think
Y'all
I've
need to
seen
find
that
that.
about 3 times already.
Yeah, man, it's
It
worth
was funny.
Now let me tell y'all this. Now,
I
I don't know if it's funnier than because one of my favorite movies, the most funniest movie of all time to me, is Harlem Nights. But
that was good.
That was good, but this one probably got that. This one probably got that one, man.
Harlem Night had every comedian you can think of in it. But the thing I liked about Sidney
Ella
Poitier
Reese.
is when he played Mr. Tibbs and slapped that white man.
Yes.
That slap was heard around the world. Pow!
Yep.
He said,
Slapped
there
him
was
right
a
back.
time. He said, because they were cowards. He said, there was a time that I would have you killed for this.
Well, I hate to say it, but I was so glad to see a black man slap
I
somebody.
was a kid when I
Just
was a
like
kid.
that.
Look, I was a kid when I watched that movie, and I watched it with my dad. I watched that movie with my
was
dad.
like, slap
And
all
so,
of them.
I said, wait, Daddy. I told him, I said, Daddy, why is he surprised he slapped him? He said, good, he should have slapped him. I'm thinking to myself, that wasn't a question.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he was so happy to see it.
Now
He was
those
daddy so happy to see it. I was like, I remember as a kid, I thought that. I was like, that wasn't a question.
Now, the saddest movie I think I've ever seen, guys. The saddest ever. If you can,
I know what you get ready to
you're
say.
not a human. You're not a human.
I already know what
if
you
you
get ready to
don't
say.
cry during
I
the
already
damn
know.
movie.
I already
The
know.
Imitation
of life.
Yeah.
Imitation
I
of
read. I read the book.
My mama said, son, watch this with me, and I bet you cry. I said, okay.
Yeah, I had
and
to
I
read
said,
it
I'm
in
sitting up there
school.
like this here trying to be tough, man. By the end of that movie, I said, I mean, I was out of it. I couldn't hold my emotion. It is so challenging to see. Genesis, you ever seen it? With this
I've
dark-skinned
watched
woman?
it numerous amount of times.
this
I can't
dark-skinned
even
woman-
count the
Watch,
times that
you
I've
know, it's
seen
two versions, Black Man.
It
I like
is,
the
it is.
I like
exactly.
the one with Lana Turner. That's
Yes.
the
The
one
one
I
with
like.
Natalie
Lana
Wood.
Turner
There was
and
one with
Juanita.
Lana Turner and
Uh-huh.
Natalie Wood, right?
Man, Genesis, the lady is dark as me. And she had a light skinned daughter that could pass for white. And so her daughter took on the role of being white. And the mama would go and try to see her at school and go try to be with her. And her mama just chased her down everywhere she went, like, I love you, I love you.
Yeah,
And it
her
just
mama
broke
died of a broken heart.
of a broken heart.
And Mahalia Jackson was in that. It was in
Yes.
that one too.
Wait.
Done.
Now, here's the thing.
Yeah.
I saw the old black and white version. Now, isn't that the one where she was dating the white
I saw
dude,
that
and
one
he
too.
found out-
Yep.
and
Yeah, I
he
saw
found out
the
she was white,
original.
and he started
I saw
slapping
the
the
I
shit
saw
out of her.
both. Yeah, that's
Yep.
the original. Yep.
Yes,
Hey,
I saw the
Vaughn.
original
Yeah.
one. I saw the
Vaughn,
original one.
you know
But
Mahalia
you should
Jackson
see the
song
other
with
one with Lana Turner in it.
Oh,
Watch
yeah, I
Yeah,
that
got
that's
one.
the
I'm
one we
telling
were
you.
talking about.
That's what we was talking
No,
about.
I was talking to Mandrell because
She's
she's
talking
the
about me. 'Cause
original.
I saw the original one. I didn't see
Hey,
any other
Vaughn,
one.
Vaughn,
Yeah,
you know Mahalia Jackson song with her mouth wide open. Soon I will
She
be
sure
done.
did. Yeah, she
With the
did that.
trouble of this world.
No. Yeah, she did. She sang it.
Man, Mahalia, that woman can sing the horns off a billy goat.
That even made that whole funeral scene even more impactful.
Yep.
When they had her up there doing it. Yeah.
And you know what? They should. If I could remake it, they should have somebody come out the pews and slap the shit out of her when she was running down the aisle. Mama! They should have somebody out the family just slap the shit out of her. But yeah, we finna go because we'll be here all night talking about these movies.
Right.
You know what? I wish you two would let us have a movie night where we just sit up here and just watch all of us or just watch a damn movie.
I mean, that would be good.
Here's the thing:
to have a reaction to a movie.
You'll get a copyright strike though.
All right, hey man, see you. Are you coming Friday? Or you got salsa?
Panderson, you coming Friday?
Wednesday and Friday salsa nights.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha. Well, here's the thing: if you set up I was about to say, if you set up a Discord server, Black Man Unfiltered.
Say what?
Set up a Discord, and you can do it there.
Okay.
And we can just like sit there, watch movies, and do like riff tracks and stuff on movies.
I'll bring my popcorn.
Yeah, and Discord is super easy to set up a Discord server. I mean, you just download Discord.
And maybe do movie night like once a month.
Yep, that'd be great.
Movie night once a month.
Man, and I know I'm gonna be rolling.
Movie and review.
Yeah, hey, Big Bad Bull said we can do it on the Zoom.
Oh, you can do it on Zoom. He's right.
Really?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got a Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I love you guys. Appreciate you guys, man. Hey, thank you, Genesis.
Okay, can I do the closing?
Go ahead, Vaughn. Give us a closing prayer tonight.
Give us a
closing. Here we go. Okay, you ready?
Give us a word.
Okay, here we go. Black Man Unfiltered. Good night, everybody.
All right, take it easy, guys.
I'm done.
Lord, guys, if you still here, please hit that subscribe button if you have not already subscribed. Hit the like buttons, man, so y'all can get more great content like this. And bye, nigga.
Boy, at first said, wait a minute. I heard Bud over everybody. Wait a minute.
Bye, y'all.
That was hilarious.